Hello, everyone. Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in Harry Potter as a Young Severus Snape? Part 4. If you enjoy this content, please smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description. I hope you enjoy listening to it. Severus Snape's meteoric rise at Ilvermorny had cast a long shadow across the ocean, leaving Hogwarts in a state of turmoil. The wizarding community in Britain was still reeling from the revelations in the Daily Prophet, with the famed school of witchcraft and wizardry feeling the ripples of change most acutely. In the hallowed halls where Severus had once walked as a student, his legacy had taken on a new life. It was no longer just the tale of an individual's triumph. It had morphed into a potent symbol, a bold statement that resonated like a challenge to the very ethos of Hogwarts. Murmurs permeated the ancient corridors as students couldn't help but speculate on the implications of Severus's achievements. There was a palpable sense of disquiet as they pondered why one of their own had to venture to another continent to etch his name in the annals of magical history. Professors exchanged quiet, uncertain glances in the staff room, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. The air was thick with unspoken questions as the faculty grappled with the recent turn of events that had cast a long shadow over the school. The older students, those on the cusp of adulthood and aspiring to be innovators in their own right, were particularly restless. They whispered among themselves, their conversations filled with speculation and a sense of urgency. The atmosphere was charged with an unusual energy, as if the very walls of the ancient institution were buzzing with anticipation. Severus had once been one of these students, eager, ambitious, and full of potential, until, seemingly without warning, he had stepped off the expected path. Now, his name was on the lips of every person within the stone walls of the castle, whispered in hushed tones in every corridor and classroom. Slytherin House, with its long history of power and pride, found itself at a crossroads. The ambitious among them were grudgingly impressed by Severus's audacious move, though some, especially those with ties to Death Eater families, saw it as an affront to British magical supremacy. Their pride stung by what they perceived as a betrayal. They wore their disdain openly, their loyalty to their heritage unwavering. The opportunistic, on the other hand, saw a golden chance in the chaos. Some were already cautiously penning letters, their minds racing with the potential benefits of aligning themselves with Severus's burgeoning influence. The whispers of their plans echoed through the halls, a symphony of ambition playing beneath the surface of the school's daily life. And then there were the resentful. To them, Severus was nothing short of a traitor. He had, in their eyes, forsaken his roots, his heritage, for the seductive allure of foreign power. Their hearts brimmed with betrayal, and their words, when they spoke of him, were laced with venom and contempt. While the news of Severus Snape's International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, recognition rippled through the student body, causing a stir of whispers and wide-eyed speculation, the Hogwarts faculty found themselves in a similar state of turmoil. In the sanctuary of the headmaster's office, a select group of Hogwarts' finest minds had convened for an extraordinary meeting. The room, with its towering shelves lined with ancient tomes and curiosities, felt heavier than usual as Horace Slughorn, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, Pomona Sprout, and Albus Dumbledore assembled around the grand oak table. The Daily Prophet lay open before them, its headlines screaming of Severus's recent achievements. The article confirmed that Severus Snape's name had indeed ascended to international acclaim. His potion, a concoction of unparalleled complexity and ingenuity, had been formally acknowledged by the ICW's prestigious global registry. The sting of the revelation lay in the fact that Hogwarts, their own beloved institution, had played no role in his success. Slughorn, with a reluctant expression, broke the silence. "I always knew the boy had talent, of course," he admitted, his eyes lingering on the article as his fingers trembled, seemingly reaching for the comfort of a glass of wine that was not there. "But this is beyond even my expectations." McGonagall, the stern deputy headmistress, massaged her forehead as if to stave off an impending headache. "The question is, why did he have to leave Britain to achieve this?" she queried, her voice tinged with a mix of frustration and concern. Flitwick, the diminutive but sharp-minded charms professor, adjusted his spectacles and offered a perspective that cut to the heart of the matter. Because Hogwarts does not reward creativity, it rewards tradition, he said, his words hanging in the air, a sobering indictment of their beloved school's ethos. The truth of his statement settled over the room like a shroud, prompting a heavy silence as each professor pondered the implications. The weight of their collective reflection filled the room. Dumbledore's voice, when it finally broke the silence, was a gentle stream cutting through a still pond. "We mustn't dwell on what could have been," he uttered with a lightness that belied the intensity of his gaze, his fingers interlocking to form a steeple, as if in silent prayer. His piercing blue eyes seemed to see right through the veil of the room's dim candlelight. "Instead, we must consider the future." With a graceful turn of his head, Dumbledore's attention settled on Slughorn, who sat across from him, ensconced in the plush armchair. "You were close with Severus, Horace. Do you believe he would return to Britain under the right circumstances?" Dumbledore's question hung in the air like a challenge. Slughorn, a man whose jowls seemed to carry the weight of his thoughts, hesitated. His eyes, small and pensive, darted between the flickering flames of the hearth and the expectant faces of his companions. The boy was always ambitious, he began, his voice carrying a note of nostalgia, but he never cared for prestige. "No, if anything, I believe he values his independence." A frown creased McGonagall's stern features, her usually sharp eyes softened by a hint of concern. "Then what is the Ministry's next move?" she inquired, her Scottish lilt sharpening the edge of her words. Dumbledore, however, did not rush to answer. He seemed to retreat into a world of his own, reaching for the porcelain teacup that sat on the table beside him. The spoon stirred the dark liquid in slow, meditative circles as his mind appeared to wander through the labyrinth of possibilities. Finally, as if emerging from the depths of his own contemplation, Dumbledore spoke. "The Ministry will not like that Britain's greatest potioneering prodigy is now beyond their influence." The statement, delivered with an unsettling calm, seemed to echo through the room. He gently placed his cup on the worn wooden table, the soft clink of china on wood barely audible over the crackling of the fire. His eyes, previously animated with the conversation, grew distant as they shifted toward the hearth. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows across his face, highlighting the deep creases of concern etched into his forehead. "They will try to bring him back," he said quietly, his voice heavy with the weight of impending trials. He paused, staring into the hypnotic blaze as if seeking answers within its depths. "One way or another." The words hung in the air, a somber acknowledgement of the challenge that lay ahead. The room seemed to hold its breath, the only movement coming from the restless fire that continued to burn, indifferent to the gravity of their situation. In the bustling heart of London, a significant assembly was underway within the stately confines of the Ministry of Magic. The meeting's location was none other than the Grand Conference Room of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Seated around the polished mahogany table were distinguished delegates from various sectors of the wizarding world, including the influential British Potioneers Guild, and, most intriguingly, a delegation from the enigmatic Department of Mysteries. At the head of the table, the Minister for Magical Trade and Research, Lord Alden Rosier, commanded the room's attention. His presence was both imposing and elegant, with his tailored robes and silver hair. He stood with an air of quiet authority, rhythmically tapping the latest edition of the Daily Prophet against his open palm. "This," he began, his voice cool and steady, "is utterly unacceptable." The room fell into a hushed stillness, punctuated only by murmurs of agreement that rippled through the assembly. The gravity of the situation was not lost on those present. The minister's tone left no room for doubt. A fellow official, a stern witch with sharp features, took up the mantle of conversation. "We cannot afford to lose another talent like this," she asserted, her voice echoing with a sense of urgency. "First, we've seen an exodus of our finest minds to international businesses, and now our potioneering breakthroughs are slipping through our fingers. Britain is hemorrhaging its best and brightest, and we must stem this tide." Her words hung heavily in the air, a stark reminder of the challenges facing the magical community. The ministry was at a crossroads, and the decisions made in this room would undoubtedly shape the future of magic in Britain. A voice, seemingly disembodied, emerged from the concealing darkness. "What do you propose?" it inquired, the words hanging in the air like a challenge. Rosier, his countenance hardening, considered the question. His lips, previously full, now pressed into a thin line of contemplation. They had already extended an invitation to Severus for the prestigious London Symposium, a gathering that was both an honor and a significant acknowledgement of his abilities. Furthermore, they had conveyed formal recognition through the esteemed Potioneers Guild, a nod to his exceptional talent in the potion-making arts. Yet, despite these gestures, an air of dissatisfaction lingered, suggesting that more was required to secure their objective. Rosier pivoted, his gaze falling upon a figure shrouded in mystery, seated at the farthest end of the long, ominous table. The man was an unspeakable, his identity obscured by the hood that cloaked his face in shadows, a visual testament to the secrets he harbored. "What do you think?" Rosier queried, his voice betraying a hint of urgency. The response, when it came, was delivered in tones of tranquility that belied the gravity of the situation. "The boy is a wild card," the unspeakable stated matter-of-factly, his words slicing through the tension. "But everyone has a weakness." The simplicity of the statement struck a chord, and a slow smirk, born of understanding and the promise of manipulation, spread across Rosier's face. His eyes, now alight with a newfound resolve, reflected the cunning machinations of his mind. "Then we find it," Rosier declared with chilling certainty. The determination in his voice left no room for doubt. The pursuit of Severus's vulnerability was now their singular focus. As the British wizarding community looked on with keen interest, and the international magical sphere buzzed with conversations, the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, did not hesitate to extend another invitation to Severus Snape. His groundbreaking rejuvenation elixir had not only been recognized but had also been formally registered within the esteemed annals of the ICW's Potioneering division. This accolade marked a significant milestone in Severus's career, as his name was now enshrined in the historical records, rubbing shoulders with the most illustrious potion makers of the modern era. Yet, the ICW's acknowledgement did not stop at mere recognition. They perceived in Severus a reservoir of untapped potential. It was this potential that prompted the ICW to dispatch an official communiqué to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where Severus was currently a member of the faculty. Notably, the correspondence was addressed not only to Severus, but also to the esteemed Professor Eleanor Langford, a colleague whose expertise in magical education and herbology was widely respected. The letter, embossed with the seal of the ICW, spoke of opportunities and challenges that lay ahead, hinting at a collaborative venture that could benefit the global wizarding community. It was clear that the ICW was looking to harness the combined knowledge and expertise of both Severus and Professor Langford for a project of considerable importance. As the two professors pondered the implications of this development, the wizarding world waited with bated breath to see what innovative contributions these brilliant minds would make to the realm of magic. To Severus Snape, your recent contributions to the field of potioneering have garnered great interest within the International Confederation of Wizards. As such, we would like to extend an invitation for you to attend the upcoming Global Potioneers Summit in Vienna, Austria, where discussions on innovative advancements in magical alchemy will take place. This summit will feature the finest minds in potion making from across the world. Your presence as an honored contributor will be an opportunity to present your work on an international stage, should you accept. Sincerely, Adrian Visconti, director of the ICW Potioneering Division. Severus carefully unfolded the parchment, his eyes scanning the elegant script. The message it carried was from the International Confederation of Wizards, an entity that had long held his respect. Vienna, the letter announced, a summons to a grand event, a gathering of the magical world's elite. He read the invitation twice, each word etching itself deeply into his mind. Aurora, who had been hovering nearby, could no longer contain her curiosity. She leaned in, her gaze following the lines of text as Severus held the letter. A soft, appreciative whistle escaped her lips. "They're pulling you in deeper," she observed in a hushed tone, her eyes reflecting both admiration and a hint of concern. Severus's mouth twitched into a sardonic smile. "And why shouldn't they?" he responded, his voice carrying a note of well-earned pride. Britain had sought to shackle him, to dictate the terms of his contributions, but the ICW, they were different. They didn't seek to control, they sought to recognize and elevate. They understood his value, his expertise that was unparalleled in certain circles. The thought of the British Ministry's symposium crossed his mind, the one they had presumptuously expected him to attend. A scornful laugh nearly slipped out. The notion that he would grace their event with his presence after such an offer from the ICW was, quite simply, ludicrous. The British Ministry was living in a fantasy if they believed he would be so easily swayed. His path was set, and it led far beyond the narrow confines of Britain's expectations. Vienna beckoned, and with it, the world stage awaited his arrival. Later that night, Severus found himself cloistered within the confines of his dorm room, the air heavy with the anticipation of change. The invitation from the International Confederation of Wizards in Vienna had set a whirlwind of thought spinning in his mind. With a sense of urgency, he unrolled a sheet of parchment upon his desk, the creamy surface stark against the dark wood. For a moment, he sat motionless, his thoughts coalescing into a singular purpose. Then, with a deep breath, he took up his quill, a well-worn instrument that had penned many a letter and essay, and dipped it into the inkwell with precision. The black ink shimmered on the tip of the quill before he began to inscribe a message to his uncle, Lord Arcturus Prince. The salutation flowed from his quill in elegant script. To Lord Arcturus Prince, Uncle, by now, the morning edition of the Daily Prophet will have reached your hands. I shall dispense with the usual formalities. Our shared understanding of the matter at hand renders them superfluous. It is with a clear mind and a resolute heart that I address the situation before us. The British magical community is not accustomed to losing its valued resources. In the wake of recent events, it is evident that the Ministry of Magic will not idly stand by. They will likely employ every tool at their disposal. Be it through cunning political maneuvers, subtle economic pressures, or the influence of the esteemed Wisingamot, in an attempt to reassert their dominion over what they perceive as theirs by right. Rest assured, I have no intention of succumbing to their machinations. However, prudence dictates that one must always be prepared for the unforeseen. It is in this spirit that I reach out to you, seeking your vigilance. Should you observe any irregularities, be they within the labyrinthine corridors of the Ministry or the hallowed halls of the Potioneers' Guild, I trust you will apprise me of these developments with all due haste. Your insight and counsel are invaluable to me in these uncertain times. I remain your loyal nephew, steadfast in my resolve. Sincerely, Severus. Severus placed his quill back into its holder with a decisive motion, pressing the seal into the warm wax at the bottom of the parchment. The letter was ready to be delivered, its contents a testament to a decision long in the making. He had been on the defensive for what seemed like an eternity, a lone chess piece in a grand, dangerous game, constantly anticipating the next threat, the next move from his adversaries. But no more. The time for mere survival had passed. Now, as he watched the candlelight flicker across the room, casting long shadows that danced upon the stone walls, he felt a shift within him. He was no longer just a participant, reacting to the forces around him. He was taking control, and with it, a new sense of purpose filled his heart. Later that night, after the letter had been dispatched with the swiftness of an arrow loosed from its bow, Severus found himself in the grip of a relentless restlessness. The quiet of his study was anything but soothing, as his thoughts careened wildly from the distant, bustling streets of Vienna to the anticipated reactions from the British delegation, and then to the looming symposium that promised to be a crucible for many a scholarly reputation. Yet, despite the late hour and his mind's relentless machinations, there was an unrelenting queue of tasks that lay ahead, each demanding his attention with the persistence of a nagging cough. It was in this state of heightened alertness that the door to his sanctum yielded to the gentle pressure of an unseen hand. The soft padding of footfalls, barely audible above the crackle of the fire, heralded the arrival of a visitor whose presence was as familiar to him as the contours of his own thoughts. Celine. She stood there, the embodiment of casual elegance in her flowing robes that draped her form with an artist's disregard for convention. Her golden eyes, always sharp, now held a glint of mischief that played about their depths as she leaned with studied nonchalance against the doorframe. "I figured I'd find you here," she said, her voice a murmur that seemed to resonate with the undertones of the room's quiet murmur. Severus, his features etched with the lines of both fatigue and a life lived in the shadows of great matters, allowed himself the luxury of a sigh. "And what gave me away?" Her smirk was a fleeting thing, there and gone in an instant, much like the flicker of candlelight against the walls of his study. She stepped inside, her movements fluid and graceful, and closed the door with a soft click that seemed to punctuate the privacy of their impending conversation. "You get this look," she observed, her tone laced with an affectionate tease as she circled him with the poise of a predator appraising its quarry. "Like you're plotting the fall of an empire." Severus emitted a low, mirthless chuckle, the corners of his mouth curling into a semblance of a smile. "Something along those lines," he conceded, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken complexities. Celine regarded him with a curious intensity, her eyes darting briefly to the letter that rested upon the polished mahogany desk. With a grace born of both confidence and familiarity, she reached for the envelope, her fingers brushing against the crisp paper. She withdrew the letter within, her eyes scanning the script with an efficiency that bespoke years of reading between the lines. As she absorbed the words, a single eyebrow arched in silent inquiry. "Austria, is it?" she remarked, her tone a blend of surprise and admiration. "Taking your talents to the international arena now." Severus leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking under his weight, his posture one of casual authority. His eyes, sharp and discerning, never left her. "Would you have me do otherwise?" he countered, a hint of challenge lacing his words. With a deliberate gesture, Celine placed the letter back onto the desk, the motion smooth and controlled. Her lips curved into a slow, knowing smile, a gesture that seemed to acknowledge the unspoken truths that lay between them. "No," she conceded, her voice a soft murmur that filled the space with an intimate warmth. "I wouldn't dream of underestimating you, Severus." In a fluid motion that belied the calculated nature of her actions, Celine closed the distance between them. One moment, she stood before him, a figure of poise and grace, the air charged with anticipation. Then, with a swiftness that defied the languid ease of her previous movements, she shifted her position. Suddenly, she was upon him, her legs straddling his lap, her arms draped casually over his shoulders. The proximity was intimate, the action bold and unapologetic, a testament to the unique bond they shared. Her eyes locked with his, a silent conversation passing between them, rich with history and understanding. Severus's breath hitched abruptly, his body tensing in response to Celine's sudden closeness. Yet, he made no move to pull away. Instead, he found himself riveted by the anticipation of her next move. Celine, ever the enigma, closed the distance between them with a fluid grace that belied her intentions. Her lips, soft and warm, grazed the shell of his ear, sending an unexpected shiver down his spine. "You're thinking too much again," she murmured, her voice a sultry whisper that seemed to curl around his senses, ensnaring him in a web of temptation. A smirk played at the corners of Severus's mouth, a rare display of amusement. His fingers, seemingly of their own accord, tightened around the slender curve of her waist, pulling her closer. "You think you can stop that?" he retorted, his tone laced with a challenge of his own. Celine's laughter was low and throaty, a sound that danced on the edge of darkness and light, fraught with the promise of untold adventures. It was a sound that Severus found himself increasingly drawn to, despite the cautious nature that had long defined him. "Let's find out," she replied, her eyes gleaming with a mix of mirth and determination. And then, with a resignation that surprised even himself, Severus relented. He released the tight grip he had on his emotions, on his control, and allowed himself to be swept away in the torrent that was Celine. In that moment, the world beyond the two of them ceased to exist, and for Severus, that was both terrifying and exhilarating. The following morning found Severus Shafik seated across from Professor Langford in her office, the walls of which were lined with shelves brimming with magical tomes and artifacts. He extended the ornate invitation towards her, his hand steady despite the anticipation that tingled in his fingertips. The invitation, inscribed with elegant calligraphy, was to the International Confederation of Wizards' prestigious event, a recognition of magical prowess that transcended the borders of any single wizarding community. Professor Langford, with her keen eyes and an air of wisdom that seemed to permeate the room, accepted the parchment and unfolded it with a sense of reverence. She read the contents silently, her eyes tracing the lines of text that spoke of Severus's achievement. A soft sigh escaped her lips as she finished reading, and she placed the invitation gently on the desk between them. "Congratulations, Mr. Shafiq," she said, her voice laced with a warmth that was as rare as it was genuine. She folded her hands and leaned back in her chair, her eyes glinting with a mixture of pride and satisfaction. "It seems you are no longer just Ilvermorny's rising star. You have proven yourself to be a prodigy of the magical world at large." Severus allowed himself a small, triumphant smirk, his dark eyes reflecting the understanding of the magnitude of his accomplishments. Britain, the birthplace of his magical lineage, had attempted to lay claim to his talents, to keep him within the confines of its expectations and traditions. But now, the world was watching, its gaze fixed upon the young wizard who had soared beyond the boundaries of his origins. The corners of his mouth twitched upwards as he contemplated the road ahead. The invitation was not just an acknowledgement of past achievements, but an open door to future possibilities. And Severus Shafiq, barely scratching the surface of his potential, knew that this was merely the beginning. The world stage awaited him, and he was ready to step into the limelight, to cast spells that would resonate through the ages. He was just getting started. The announcement, formal and weighty, was delivered on high-quality parchment adorned with the distinguished golden emblem of the International Confederation of Wizards' Potioneering Division, which shimmered under the gentle glow of candlelight. The emblem itself signified recognition and prestige. With meticulous care, Severus broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. His fingers traced the exquisite texture of the paper as he prepared to absorb its contents. This was no personal correspondence. It was, in fact, a public summons. The Vienna Potioneers' Summit, renowned as the foremost assembly of its kind, was not just an academic conference. It was a competitive arena of intellect, where groundbreaking ideas clashed with luck and strategy. The invitation had been extended to every significant magical governing body. Esteemed potion schools from around the world were expected to be present. Crucially, up-and-coming talent from the potioneering field had been expressly invited to showcase their potential. Severus scanned the list of notable attendees with a sense of awe. The roster included Grandmaster alchemists from France, Master potioneers from Russia, and transmutation experts from Japan. There were even whispers that the illustrious Nicholas Flamel might make an appearance. These individuals were not just peers. They were the pantheon of alchemical greats, the very legends he had pored over in the pages of scholarly journals, research papers, and dog-eared textbooks. Their work had laid the cornerstone of contemporary potion making. Severus had always hoped that his own contributions to the field would earn him recognition at the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW. But this was beyond his wildest dreams, an honor far exceeding any accolade he had ever imagined. Severus, despite his significant accomplishments, had yet to earn the title of Potions Master. The International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, had stringent mastery requirements for such a distinction. 5 original potions of his own creation, never before seen in the wizarding world. 10 documented improvements to existing potion recipes, showcasing a deep understanding and ability to enhance magical concoctions. To date, Severus's achievements were modest in comparison to these high standards. A single documented improvement, which consisted of significant enhancements to the efficacy of healing potions. One original potion, the Rejuvenation Elixir, which was indeed a remarkable and innovative contribution to potion making, yet it alone was insufficient to secure full mastery. Given these facts, the question arose, why had Severus been invited to the Vienna Potioneers' Summit? The ICW's vision provided the answer. The summit was not merely a congregation of those who had already achieved mastery in their craft. It served a broader purpose. It was an incubator for burgeoning talent, a place where young and prodigious minds were brought into the limelight on an international scale. It was where mentors could discover promising apprentices and where emerging talents could attract the attention of established businesses for potential partnerships. Severus's invitation was a testament to his potential and the recognition of his exceptional abilities by the wider potioneering community. Severus wasn't merely attending as a participant. He was positioned among the elite, afforded an opportunity to engage with peers, scrutinize their methods, and demonstrate that his prowess was no fluke. This hallowed gathering was a crucible for burgeoning potion makers to forge their legacies. Here, the forging of the right alliances could lead to lucrative sponsorships, research grants, or strategic industry collaborations. In this arena, genuine talent was not only acknowledged but also handsomely rewarded. Aurora, peering over his shoulder, exhaled softly. "Severus," she murmured, her eyes shifting between the document and his visage. "This discovery is colossal." Professor Langford, looming behind them, scrutinized Severus with a sharp, appraising look. "This breakthrough," she stated with composure, "elevates you to a tier that your contemporaries can only aspire to." Crossing her arms, she continued, "But heed this warning, you are beyond being a rising academic talent within these halls. Here, the stakes are real." Severus locked his gaze with hers, unwavering. "I am fully aware." A slight smirk tugged at Langford's lips. "Are you truly? This venture transcends mere scholastic endeavors, Shafiq. It's about sway, reputation, the very trajectory of the potioneering field." She lightly tapped the parchment. "Mastery or not, the world is already observing your every move. Do not falter, lest you invite skepticism." Severus breathed out deliberately, internalizing her advice. "I will not." With a nod of approval, Langford concluded, "Excellent. This is merely the first step into a larger realm." The announcement from the ICW had thrown the British ministry into disarray, leaving their plans in shambles. They had lost their influence over him, a fact that rankled them deeply. However, instead of insisting on his return, the ministry chose to adopt a new approach. Severus received the letter during breakfast. The owl was sleek, a product of ministry breeding, and it clutched an envelope in its beak, distinguished by its gold-embossed lettering. "Herr Severus Shafiq, we are writing to express our profound admiration for your exceptional achievements in the realm of potioneering. The International Confederation of Wizards' recognition of your work is a clear indication of your remarkable skill and unwavering commitment to the craft. As a distinguished British-born wizard, your accomplishments serve to highlight both your personal prowess and the illustrious tradition of British magical excellence. With the Vienna Potioneers Summit approaching, it is with great pleasure that the British Ministry of Magic, along with the British Potioneers Guild, offers you the honor of joining the British delegation. This summit is a gathering of the utmost prestige, and your participation would be a significant addition. Should you accept this invitation, you will be granted exclusive access to a wealth of resources, afforded the chance to engage in private discussions with the foremost potion experts from Britain, and be presented with opportunities to collaborate on groundbreaking advancements that stand to greatly benefit our magical community. We eagerly anticipate your favorable consideration of this invitation as a step towards reinforcing your connection to Britain's storied heritage of magical innovation. We await your reply with anticipation. Sincerely, Eldric Montrose, Grandmaster of the British Potioneers Guild. Severus scrutinized the letter with care, drinking in its message. He read through it once more to ensure he had not overlooked any detail. A slow, sly smile spread across his face as the full meaning of the words sank in. Noticing his smirk, Aurora inquired about its cause. Severus silently handed her the letter. She accepted it, her brow furrowing in worry as she began to read. "They're trying to win you back," she noted. "Naturally," Severus responded, his tone revealing no astonishment as he carefully folded the parchment and tucked it away. "But they don't have the influence to force me." Aurora looked at him with an understanding expression. "So, are you going to reject them straight away?" Severus let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. "That would be too straightforward." Surprised, Aurora's eyes opened wider. "You're not seriously thinking about Dash, no," he interjected, his smirk widening into a grin filled with sinister pleasure. "I intend to leave them in uncertainty." He didn't outright reject their advances, nor did he give his consent. Instead, he maintained a silence, allowing their minds to ponder and fret. The British had long been under the illusion that their power was unchallengeable and that a man of his stature would never consider distancing himself from their grasp. Now, the reality was dawning on them. Severus Snape was beyond their control, and so he would remain. Eldrick Montrose, the esteemed Grand Master of the British Ministry of Magic's Department of International Magical Cooperation, found himself in the palatial office of Lord Alden Rosier, the Minister for Magical Trade and Research. The air was thick with tension, a silence only broken by the faint ticking of an ornate clock on the wall. Between them, upon the polished mahogany desk, lay the source of their shared concern. A letter that had been sent to Severus, a young wizard of uncommon talent and potential. Montrose, unable to contain his frustration, tapped the edge of the parchment with a rhythm that echoed the passing seconds. "It's been 2 days," he said, his voice a low rumble, "and he hasn't responded." Lord Rosier, a man known for his stoic demeanor, offered no immediate reaction. His gaze was fixed on the letter, his thoughts inscrutable. "He's making us wait," Rosier finally replied, his tone betraying a hint of annoyance that was seldom heard. Montrose let out a derisive snort, shaking his head in disbelief. "The boy should be honored that we're even offering him a place among us," he declared, the indignation clear in his voice. Rosier leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly under his weight. His eyes, sharp and calculating, narrowed as he considered the situation. "He doesn't need our approval anymore," Rosier said, a note of grudging respect lacing his words. The statement hung in the air, a stark reminder of Severus's growing influence within the magical community. Montrose felt a chill run down his spine at the implication. "What are you suggesting?" he asked, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Rosier took a moment before responding, his fingers forming a steeple as he weighed their options. The dilemma at hand was a delicate balancing act. On one side, exerting too much pressure risked alienating him altogether, potentially sending him into the arms of competitors. On the other side, a laissez-faire approach could result in the silent erosion of their team as their star player might be lured away by lucrative offers from abroad. The situation seemed to be approaching a critical juncture, and inaction was not an option. The remaining strategy was clear. They needed to employ a more sophisticated approach. Rosier, the team's shrewd strategist, weighed the options silently, his gaze steady and calculating. After a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, he broke the silence with his verdict. "Keep watch," he instructed, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken contingencies. "We're not finished yet." With that, the atmosphere in the room shifted tangibly. The game had entered a new phase, one that demanded vigilance and cunning. The players, the stakes, and the rules of engagement had all evolved. Now, more than ever, they needed to stay 2 steps ahead, for the next move could very well determine the outcome of this high-stakes chess match. Ensconced in the seclusion of a concealed manor, a solitary figure was lost in thought. The manor, hidden from the prying eyes of the world, stood as a silent sentinel, its walls steeped in the secrets of ages. Far from the magical bastion of Ilvermorny, far from the hushed negotiations within the hallowed halls of the British Ministry of Magic, this figure sat, enveloped in a shroud of silence. The soft glow of candlelight danced upon the surface of an antique desk, its wood grain polished to a high sheen from centuries of use. The flickering flames cast an ever-shifting tapestry of shadows that stretched across the room, imbuing the space with a sense of restless energy. He had been anticipating this juncture with a quiet, simmering expectancy. Spread before him on the desk lay the crisp parchment of the Daily Prophet, its edges neatly aligned with the corners of the desk. The bold, inky headline screamed of recent developments in the international potioneering community. It spoke of the meteoric ascent of a name that was quickly becoming the subject of whispered conversations and heated debates, Severus Snape. A slow, knowing smile played upon the figure's lips, a silent testament to the complex web of thoughts and memories stirred by the news. The smile did not reach his eyes, which remained sharp and calculating, reflecting the candlelight with an almost predatory gleam. How fascinating, he mused silently, the word hanging in the air like a verbal echo of his contemplation. The implications of Snape's rise were manifold, and this figure, shrouded in the obscurity of his hidden manor, was intimately aware of the potential ramifications. The game was afoot, and he was more than ready to play his part in the unfolding drama. He had been vaguely aware of the boy, a figure who was mentioned in the list of potential recruits by Lucius Malfoy. Once a discarded student of Hogwarts, the boy had not only survived but was now flourishing in a foreign land, far from the school that had once been his home. This was a wizard who had consciously chosen the pursuit of power over the allure of comfort and familiarity. His was a mind not content with bending to the prevailing winds. Instead, it possessed an exceptional ability to adapt to the ever-changing tides of fate and magic. This unique trajectory of the boy's life had not escaped his notice. It had, in fact, piqued his curiosity to an extraordinary degree. He found himself intrigued by the boy's journey, the choices he had made, and the path he had forged for himself. The boy had become a subject of whispered conversations and speculative rumors within the hallowed halls of the wizarding world. And now, as events unfolded with a swiftness that left many reeling, the boy's actions had cast a spotlight upon him. The entire wizarding world was watching him with bated breath, hanging on every rumor and report of his newest endeavors. In the eyes of some, he was a dark horse, an enigma whose next move could not be predicted. To others, he represented the audacity of ambition, a testament to the heights one could reach when untethered by convention. The boy's story was no longer a mere footnote in the annals of magical history. It was rapidly becoming a saga that might very well shape the future of magic. The ripples of his choices were spreading wide, and it remained to be seen whether they would bring about a tide of change or a storm of conflict. For now, the boy stood at the center of it all, a beacon of power and the focus of every watching eye. Severus Snape, a boy of unassuming origins, had unknowingly stepping into the midst of a grand, intricate game of strategy, a chessboard of power and influence that stretched far beyond his understanding. In this game, it wasn't necessarily the most formidable pieces that held the greatest worth. Rather, it was those who dared to make the first move, who initiated the dance of conflict and negotiation that often proved to be the most valuable. Lord Voldemort, the dark sovereign of the shadowy realm, observed the boy with an inscrutable gaze that betrayed neither approval nor disdain. His attention was momentarily drawn to the soft glow of a nearby candle, its flame wavering as if caught in an unseen draft. In the flickering light, his thoughts were as impenetrable as the dark secrets that shrouded his past. For the moment, he chose to remain an observer, content to watch the unfolding drama from the sidelines. His interest in Severus was piqued, yet he was patient, a predator in the guise of a spectator, biding his time. But this period of passive observation would not last indefinitely. Soon, he would actively engage, testing the mettle of the young Snape. Voldemort was a master at discerning potential, and he was curious to see just how much this boy might achieve. The Dark Lord was eager to determine if Severus was deserving of more than a fleeting glance, if he possessed the substance and spirit to ascend the ranks of this treacherous game. "Let's see how far you rise, young Snape," Voldemort whispered to the shadows, his voice a silken thread of anticipation, "before the world decides where you truly belong." As the candle's flame continued its erratic dance, a silent promise hung in the air, an unspoken vow that the boy's journey was only just beginning. And when the time came, Voldemort would be watching, ready to shape the board to his advantage, for in this grand game of life and death, he was the one who played to win. The night unfurled with the familiar cadence of routine. Severus, ensconced in the hushed solitude of his private potion sanctuary, was a picture of focus and precision. His research lab, a bastion of ordered chaos, was encircled by towering stacks of journals, each one brimming with arcane knowledge and the latest advancements in potion making. At the heart of this scholarly fortress, a cauldron simmered gently, its contents a promising batch of the rejuvenation elixir, a concoction Severus had dedicated countless hours to perfecting. In his pursuit of alchemical excellence, Severus had been meticulously experimenting with a novel stabilizing agent. This mysterious compound held the potential to enhance the elixir's restorative properties, ensuring a more potent and enduring effect. With the precision of a master craftsman, he manipulated the delicate balance of components, each adjustment to the ingredient ratios meticulously recorded in his notes. The viscosity, the hue, the very essence of the potion seemed to respond to his touch, as if it were a living entity under his command. As the night progressed, Severus's confidence in his methodology grew. Every aspect of his meticulous process appeared to be aligning perfectly, until an unforeseen variable disrupted the serene harmony of his work. With the addition of the final, crucial ingredient, a chain reaction began to unfold. The potion, instead of achieving the anticipated state of quiescence, erupted into a fervent display of unanticipated vitality. The liquid within the cauldron churned violently, its color shifting through a kaleidoscope of hues, a clear indication that the potion had taken on a life of its own. As the passage opens, Severus finds himself engulfed in a sudden and potent surge of energy that permeates the atmosphere. It's so abrupt and untamed that he's left with scarcely a moment to prepare himself. The ambient magic convulses with intensity, and without an opportunity to exert his will over it, an eruption of magic, untethered to any wand, erupts from his fingertips. This uncontrolled outburst sends a cascade of potion ingredients and apparatus crashing to the ground. Severus stumbles backward, his pulse quickening, as he processes the extraordinary event. He had sensed something indescribable, an immense power that was untamed and far surpassed anything he had ever harnessed. This was no mere escalation of magical potency. It was an amplification of his innate abilities. With a cautious and measured movement, Severus turns his gaze toward the source of this transformation, a cauldron bubbling with a concoction that emits a ghostly, golden radiance. It was clear that the potion he had been carefully formulating was the catalyst for this unexpected surge in power. This was not the outcome he had envisioned. The potion was meant to enhance his control over his magic, not to unleash a torrent of unbridled energy. Yet here he stood, the unwitting architect of his own heightened capabilities, grappling with the implications of what he had unwittingly unleashed. This unforeseen potency was both exhilarating and alarming, and it marked the beginning of a new chapter in his magical journey, one fraught with potential both wondrous and perilous. Over the ensuing days, Severus proceeded with a series of meticulous experiments. With each trial, he carefully monitored the potion's impact, administering it in precise, incremental doses. A solitary drop elicited a potent, albeit fleeting, amplification of his magical capabilities. Spells that once required deliberate focus now sprang forth with a speed and potency that left him momentarily awestruck. When he dared to increase the dosage, the results were even more pronounced. His reflexes became as sharp as a cat's, his senses so acute that he could perceive the faintest vibrations of magical energies around him. Spells leapt from his wand with almost no conscious effort, executed with a rapidity that bordered on the instantaneous. Yet, such power came at a cost. When the potion's influence waned, it did so abruptly, leaving Severus in a state of profound depletion. His magic, which had moments before crackled with vigorous intensity, now sputtered weakly, like a dying flame. It was as though he had pushed his abilities to the brink, taxing them beyond their natural limits for hours on end. Catching his breath, Severus found himself fixated on the small vial cradled in his hand. The liquid within shimmered with a seductive golden hue, a visual embodiment of the promise it held. This concoction was not merely a tool, it was a potential catalyst for transformation, a harbinger of change that could alter the very fabric of his existence. Severus's thoughts whirled in a tempest of contemplation. Could this groundbreaking discovery be applied to the ancient art of dueling? Unquestionably, it would confer an advantage so profound, so unprecedented, that it bordered on the unfair. It was the sort of edge that could alter the very nature of magical combat. Yet, as he pondered the implications, a chill of apprehension crept down his spine. Could this be weaponized? The answer was a resounding affirmative. The potential for misuse was immense, and the consequences of such power falling into the wrong hands were too grim to consider. It was a Pandora's box of martial might, one that could tip the scales of any conflict with catastrophic results. Might it be possible to refine this volatile creation, to sand away its rough, perilous edges? Perhaps, but the path to such mastery was fraught with peril. The risks inherent in tampering further with these volatile forces were immense. He had unwittingly stumbled upon a creation that defied the natural order, a thing of shadows and instability. With a sense of foreboding, Severus clenched his jaw, the muscles twitching with the weight of his realization. He was the architect of something that, by all rights, should not exist in the world. The burden of this knowledge pressed upon him, heavy as the ancient tomes that lined the walls of his laboratory. As he weighed his options, the gravity of his predicament settled upon his shoulders like a leaden cloak. The decision before him was weighted with consequence, a crossroads where the fate of many could be altered by his next move. To continue researching, the formula was to unlock a door to possibilities that could revolutionize the world, but it also meant flirting with dangers that could spiral beyond control. The potential benefits were immense, the kind that could secure his name in the annals of scientific history. Yet, the specter of misuse loomed large, haunting his thoughts with images of catastrophic outcomes should the formula fall into the wrong hands. On the other hand, to destroy the vial containing the precious formula was to play it safe, to ensure that such power would never be wielded by those with malicious intent. The vial felt heavy in his hand, the contents a swirling promise of either unprecedented advancement or unmitigated disaster. His grip tightened around it, the glass cool against his sweat-slicked palm, a physical embodiment of the tension that gripped him. It was in this moment of intense deliberation that the silence of his secluded laboratory was shattered by an unexpected sound from outside. The faintest of noises, but in the quietude of his contemplation, it rang out like a thunderclap, jolting him from his thoughts. His heart rate quickened, the rhythmic thumping in his chest a stark contrast to the stillness that now enveloped the room. The scientist's mind raced, evaluating the possibilities of who or what could be responsible for the intrusion. Was it a mere animal, or had someone discovered his secret work? With cautious steps, he approached the door, the vial still clutched tightly in his hand, its fate now hanging in the balance alongside his own. Severus Snape froze instantly, his senses on high alert. His wand was in his grasp with such swiftness that he hadn't even registered the motion of drawing it. The corridor that lay beyond his private laboratory was eerily still, devoid of life, with no discernible movements or the faintest echo of footfalls. Yet, Severus was not deceived by the apparent tranquility. An intruder had been present. Their invisible gaze felt like a tangible intrusion, their ears straining to capture the faintest whisper of his solitary activities. In the days that followed, an unsettling string of anomalies began to gnaw at his nerves. A prized and rarely used ingredient vanished from his stores, a loss that did not go unnoticed, as he had meticulously cataloged every item in his possession. The silent hours of the night were now punctuated by the soft, transient sounds of someone pacing, stopping just at the edge of his perception, enough to rouse suspicion but not enough to confirm it. The common room, once a place of respite, now held an air of tension. Whispered discussions ceased abruptly upon his arrival, the participants casting furtive glances in his direction before hastily changing the subject. It was clear that the watchful eyes that had lingered outside his lab were not a mere figment of his imagination. Someone was observing him, biding their time, and Severus, with his acute instincts and keen intellect, was determined to uncover the identity of this shadowy presence. And then, the whispers began to circulate, a susurrus of rumors that seemed to slither through the corridors of the institution like a serpent in search of its prey. "Shafiq's working on something new," murmured one voice, barely more than a breath. "He's keeping it quiet, but it's big," another echoed, the words hanging in the air with a weight that belied their quietness. "Did you hear? He's got a project even the professors don't know about," a third voice whispered, imbuing the statement with an aura of intrigue and secrecy. Severus felt a chill run through his veins, turning his blood to ice. His heart, a frantic drumbeat against his ribcage, screamed at him to remain calm, but his mind raced with the implications of the whispered revelations. Someone had talked. The secret had been a carefully guarded flame within his chest, but now it flickered precariously, threatening to ignite a blaze that could consume everything he had worked for. But who could have breached his trust? Aurora was the first to come to mind. She had been an invaluable ally, her keen intellect and diligent work ethic making her an ideal partner in the research phase of his project. Yet, he found it hard to believe that she, with her meticulous nature, could have let such a critical detail slip. Then there was Alessandro, with his gregarious personality and occasional tendency to let his words run ahead of his discretion. But Severus knew that Alessandro understood the gravity of their work and doubted that he would be so careless with information of this magnitude. Ben, Jonas and Evie were equally unlikely suspects. Each had proven their loyalty and commitment to the project. They had toiled alongside Severus, their efforts fueled by a shared vision and the promise of what their success could mean for the future. The issue at hand wasn't merely a question of identifying the individual involved. The crux of the matter lay with the fact that someone, whose identity remained uncertain, had inadvertently become privy to sensitive information. This unexpected eavesdropper had heard things that were not intended for their ears, potentially altering the delicate balance of secrets and alliances that had been so carefully constructed. The implications of this breach in confidentiality were as yet unknown, but the tension in the room suggested that the consequences could be far-reaching and possibly detrimental to those involved. Severus did not spring into action right away. He was far too cunning for such a direct approach. Instead, he began to carefully lay the groundwork for a trap, one that would confirm his suspicions and reveal the truth he sought. During dinner in the dining hall one evening, Severus planted a seed. He spoke in hushed tones to his friends and some of his horned serpent peers within the sixth-year common room. His voice, laced with a casual indifference, carried just enough to reach the ears of those who were not intended to hear. He spoke of a potion he was ostensibly concocting, one that promised to revolutionize the field of healing by dramatically hastening the body's natural recovery process. It was a fabrication, a bait crafted with precision to lure in the curious and the greedy. The days that followed were a study in patience. Severus, ever the strategist, observed and listened. He was not disappointed. Within the span of 48 hours, the bait was taken. A pair of sixth-year students from the Thunderbird House, who had previously been mere faces in the crowd to Severus, were caught in the web of their own ambition. Their whispers echoed in the stone corridors of the school, a testament to the effectiveness of Severus's ruse. "He's definitely got something," one of them said, the excitement in his voice barely contained. "If we can figure out what it is, we can sell the formula. Just think of it. Potions like that would be worth a fortune." His companion was equally eager. "I told you, I know someone in the potion-making industry. If this healing potion is as big as you say, we'll get paid. Real money. We just need to get our hands on the proof." The two students, blinded by the prospect of wealth and recognition, were oblivious to the fact that they had just walked into Severus's trap, providing him with the confirmation he needed. The game was afoot, and Severus was ready to make his next move. Severus exhaled a long, measured breath, his thoughts swirling like the vapors of a complex potion. The figures lurking in the shadows of the Hogwarts grounds were not the corporate spies he had initially feared, nor were they ministry informants sent to pry into his affairs. No, they were merely greedy students, deluded into thinking they were playing some sort of game, a game they did not comprehend. Idiots, he thought with a mixture of disdain and relief. Yet, this revelation brought no comfort. In fact, it was a twist that upended everything. If these foolhardy youths had caught wind of his clandestine potion work, then it was almost certain that others had as well. Someone more cunning, more dangerous. The whispers that had once been faint and ignorable now echoed like a foreboding prophecy in his mind. Severus knew he had to act swiftly and decisively. He could not allow his work to be compromised, nor could he risk the safety of his students, no matter how misguided some of them might be. The game had indeed changed, and Severus Snape, potions master and spy, was no stranger to games of subterfuge and strategy. As he turned on his heel, his mind raced with plans and contingencies, each more intricate than the last. The night was far from over, and Severus had much to consider. Severus had been anticipating some manner of response, but the swiftness of their action caught him off guard. The night was still, and as he sat at his desk, a letter materialized before him. It was as if the parchment had been there all along, unnoticed until it chose to reveal itself. With a meticulous hand, he unfolded the letter. The words within were succinct, yet stirred a mix of intrigue and caution. "We have become aware of your groundbreaking research," it read. "There are entities that would be very much inclined to support such pioneering work. We ought to meet to discuss this potential collaboration." The message was unsigned, the sender's identity a mystery. It was an invitation shrouded in secrecy, extending a hand into the unknown. Severus regarded the parchment with a piercing gaze, his fingers tapping a rhythmic pattern on the surface of his desk. This was not mere curiosity. It was deliberate, purposeful, a strategic maneuver. "They're becoming desperate," he muttered under his breath. In his mind, the pieces of the puzzle were beginning to align. Someone had breached the internal security measures of Ilvermorny. This individual had forged alliances that extended far beyond the confines of the magical school. Moreover, this person was audacious enough to imagine they could ensnare him in their machinations. A sardonic smile twisted Severus's lips. Amateurs. If they believed him to be just another unsuspecting student, they were sorely mistaken. They had grossly misjudged their opponent. Severus sat alone in his dimly lit chamber, the parchment in his hands feeling heavier than its physical weight. He scrutinized the letter, his mind racing through scenarios and countermeasures. He had always been meticulous, ensuring that his defenses were impenetrable. No one had ever come close to breaching the walls he had built around himself. Yet now, it seemed someone was probing for weaknesses. A smirk played on his lips, the ghost of a smile that promised retribution. If this unknown adversary wished to engage in a match of wits, then so be it. But they would soon learn that crossing swords with him was no child's play. He would dictate the rules of engagement. "You've made your first move," he murmured to the empty room, his voice steady and cold. With a decisive motion, he set the letter aside, as if closing a chapter of someone else's story. "Now let's see how you handle mine." His gaze hardened, reflecting the resolve of a master strategist about to orchestrate his opponent's downfall. The game was afoot, and Severus was ready to respond with a calculated precision that only he could execute. Severus Snape had always been a man of considerable patience, a shadow in the night. Now, he observed with a predator's focus as his quarry unwittingly approached the trap he had laid. For days, he had meticulously tracked the two sixth-year horned serpent students, scrutinizing their patterns, eavesdropping on their hushed exchanges, and noting their escalating anxiety. They were amateurs, their actions marred by carelessness and haste. Despite their attempts at secrecy, every furtive glance and urgent whisper betrayed their mounting fear. They loitered in hallways where their presence was conspicuously out of place. They believed their cupped-hand conversations and constant vigilance made them inconspicuous, but in truth, they might as well have been shouting their intentions. Most troubling of all was their obliviousness to the true peril they courted. Severus had considered the option of intervening directly. A swift obliviation, a strategic jinx, or a terse caution might have been sufficient to deter them. Yet, such measures seemed too lenient. He was determined to impart a lesson, to ensure they grasped the gravity of their transgression. With this in mind, Severus sought out Professor Langford, trusting that the involvement of the esteemed educator would not only resolve the matter, but also leave an indelible impression on the misguided students. Severus entered Professor Langford's office, a sanctuary of knowledge with its walls adorned with ancient potions literature and towers of parchment documenting brewing history. Without lifting her gaze from the document in hand, she gestured for him to proceed. "The thieves will strike tonight," Severus announced, his voice betraying no hint of doubt as he approached her desk. At this, Langford's eyes, as piercing as a hawk's, darted up from her work, scrutinizing Severus with a look that weighed his words. "You're certain?" she inquired, her tone a mixture of urgency and skepticism. "Absolutely," he confirmed with a nod. "The timing?" She pressed, her pen paused mid-air. "Tonight," he reiterated, the word hanging heavily between them. Langford leaned back in her chair, her eyes never leaving his face, assessing the implications. "What course of action do you propose?" she finally asked, her mind already racing through potential strategies. Severus's lips curled into a smirk. "We wait. Let them step into the trap themselves." A slow smile spread across Langford's face. "Interesting. You're not going to handle it personally?" "I could," Severus admitted, "but I think it would be more effective if an authority figure were involved." Langford chuckled softly. "And by authority figure, you mean me?" "Indeed," Severus replied with a hint of mischief in his voice. "You are the potion's mistress of Ilvermorny, after all. I thought you might relish the opportunity to deliver the lesson." Langford's amusement seemed to grow. "Sharp as ever, Shafik. Very well, let's see how your little thieves cope with the consequences." That night, Severus and Langford remained in wait, hidden just beyond the threshold of his private research lab, shrouded by the darkness as they kept a vigilant watch on the entrance. Every detail had been meticulously arranged. The lab's defenses were fortified with layers of protective spells, and a clever trap had been laid. Any uninvited intruder would inadvertently activate a powerful containment ward upon entry. Furthermore, Severus had cunningly left a trail of breadcrumbs. Sufficient evidence lying in the open to entice the would-be thieves into action. It was not long before their patience was rewarded. The faint sound of approaching footsteps resonated through the quiet corridor, heralding the arrival of the intruders. Two shadowy figures advanced cautiously yet resolutely towards the lab door, their every step steeped in a pall of hesitation and resolve. Severus could almost tangibly sense their air of desperation. "This is our chance," one of the figures breathed, barely louder than a whisper. "Are you sure?" came the doubtful reply. "If we can just secure the formula, we can sell it. All we need is concrete proof of its existence." A sardonic smile played upon Severus's lips as he listened to their exchange. Fools, he thought to himself, confident in the knowledge that their greed had sealed their fate. The taller of the two boys extended his arm, placing his hand on the door. Instantly, the wards engaged. A thunderous crack reverberated down the corridor, magical energy sparking to life and forming an imperceptible shield around them. Langford appeared, her wand at the ready, her voice a blend of velvet and iron. Well, what do we have here?" The would-be intruders spun around, their faces a mask of fear. "Professor, we were just trying to break into a forbidden laboratory?" Langford's voice remained calm, but her gaze was piercing. Severus emerged from the shadows, his arms folded, his countenance inscrutable. At the sight of him, the color drained from the boys' faces. Langford allowed the quiet to grow, letting the tension tighten like a noose around the necks of the guilt-ridden boys. Then, with a slight turn of her head, she addressed Severus. "Shafiq, they were caught red-handed, attempting to pilfer your research. What course of action do you suggest we take?" Both boys turned to Severus, their eyes wide with terror. Severus took his time, allowing the tension to build. He stepped forward, his gaze cool and assessing. "You tried to steal from me," he stated, his voice calm, but carrying an undercurrent of danger. Silence hung heavy in the air. "You weren't even good at it," Severus continued, his voice as smooth as ever, a hint of amusement lurking beneath the surface. Beside him, Langford gave a low, amused hum, her eyes gleaming with interest. "Normally," Severus said, his tone light, yet carrying an edge, "I would handle this myself." At his words, both boys flinched, their faces paling. "But," he continued, tilting his head slightly, a mockery of curiosity, "I think it's more fitting if Professor Langford decides your fate." Their expressions twisted in fear at the mention of Langford, who was known for her creative and memorable punishments. Langford gave them a slow, predatory smile, her eyes glinting with dark delight. "Oh, don't look so terrified," she mused, her voice dripping with false comfort. "I assure you, your punishment will be quite educational." A shiver ran through the boys at her words. Severus smirked, clearly enjoying the fear that Langford's reputation incited. Both boys visibly swallowed, the reality of their situation sinking in. They had played a game they weren't ready for, a dangerous game with high stakes. And now? They would learn the hard way why one never tried to steal from Severus Shafiq. The lesson would be one they would not soon forget. The following day, the halls of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry were abuzz with whispers and conjecture. Word had spread rapidly about the two students who had been apprehended in a brazen attempt to pilfer from one of the school's secure research labs. The incident had not only drawn the attention of the student body, but had also necessitated the involvement of the highly respected Professor Langford. Upon learning of the transgression, the headmaster had been swift to act, ensuring that the matter was dealt with utmost severity. The repercussions of their actions had been immediate and severe. By the break of dawn, the pair of would-be thieves found themselves summoned to the headmaster's imposing office, a place few students dared to venture under such ominous circumstances. As the morning progressed and the bell signaled the end of classes before lunch, the students emerged from their ordeal. Their transformation was stark and troubling. Their complexions had drained to a pale pallor, Their eyes bore the vacant stare of those who had witnessed something beyond their comprehension, and their demeanor was that of individuals who had been irrevocably altered by the encounter. Among the onlookers was Severus, who observed the scene with a keen sense of understanding. Despite the absence of explicit details regarding the nature of their discipline, Severus had no doubt that Professor Langford's methods had been both rigorous and uncompromising. The sight of the chastened students served as a potent reminder to all of Ilvermorny's pupils. The consequences of misconduct at the school were not to be taken lightly. But that didn't halt the whispers. "I heard they've been barred from potion classes for the duration of their studies at Ilvermorny," murmured one student, eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. "No, it's more severe than that. They're under probation now. One false step near any forbidden ingredients, and they'll be expelled," another voice chimed in, a hint of schadenfreude lacing the words. "I'm telling you, I saw one of them with tears streaming down their face. Langford didn't shout or anything. Just gave them that look, you know? The one that says you're the next potion ingredient to be diced. Rumor has it, they've been assigned to remedial potions for the entire academic year, and Langford is supervising." Remedial potions? That doesn't seem too. Oh, it's brutal. They have to brew everything manually. No magical aids whatsoever. No wands. No enchantments to fall back on. This last piece of gossip found Severus as he navigated the corridors, and he permitted himself a faint, satisfied smile. That sounded exactly like something Langford would do, a punishment that was not merely disciplinary, but also humiliating. It was a clear message to anyone considering a similar act. By the time dinner arrived, the two thieves were conspicuously absent. Their absence suggested they might have been too ashamed to show their faces, or perhaps they remained confined to the potions lab, diligently scrubbing cauldrons. Severus felt indifferent to their fate. The important thing was that the issue had been addressed effectively. And, more crucially, no one would dare attempt such foolishness again. Later that night, Severus moved stealthily into the sixth-year common room, his figure blending with the darkness as he returned to his dormitory. His lateness was a consequence of his time spent with Celine, a habit that had become all too regular. The castle's layout had become second nature to him. He knew which paths to take to evade the teacher's patrols, which staircases echoed the quietest footsteps, and where the surveillance charms had their blind spots. However, this night was different. A murmur of voices halted his progress. Not just any voices, ones that were unmistakably familiar. Severus instinctively edged closer to a stone pillar, allowing its shadow to envelop him further. The voices belonged to Alessandro and his clique. Despite his position, Severus was not intentionally listening in on their conversation. His presence there was coincidental, a result of his own nocturnal activities rather than a desire to pry into theirs. But then, "I swear, man, your cousin is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen," one of Alessandro's friends remarked, accompanied by a light-hearted laugh. Severus arched an eyebrow in response. Alessandro let out a dismissive snort. "Yeah? You must have a death wish," he retorted. "What? Why?" the friend inquired, his previous joviality faltering. Alessandro shook his head, a chuckle escaping him as he regarded his friend's naivety. "Because she's the sole heiress of the Zabini family. You think the most influential mafia family in Italy would simply allow any outsider to wed their esteemed princess?" Upon hearing the name, Severus felt a chill run down his spine, his demeanor suddenly rigid. It was not merely the name Zabini that gave him pause. It was the recognition of the formidable lineage they represented. The Zabini family, a name synonymous with power and fear, was not one to be taken lightly. He had heard of them before. A noble bloodline within the wizarding world, a mafia dynasty in the Muggle world. This family moved with ease between both realms, maintaining their influence in each. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Canon. He recalled Blaise Zabini, a fellow Slytherin from his previous life at Hogwarts. Zabini had been an enigmatic figure, quiet, observant, and reserved. He hadn't been a part of Draco Malfoy's close-knit group, nor had he been as openly involved with the Death Eaters as Theo Knott or Pansy Parkinson. Yet, there was an undeniable aura of untouchability surrounding him. Severus himself had never delved deeply into the matter, but the whispers had reached his ears. They spoke of the Black Widow, Blaise Zabini's mother. She was a woman who had been widowed 7 times under mysterious circumstances, each husband's death leaving her wealthier and more powerful. Some in the wizarding world attributed her husband's untimely demises to a curse, while others suspected a more human form of treachery, murder. The Zabini's status as untouchable was indisputable. Their reach extended throughout both the magical and non-magical realms, commanding respect and fear in equal measure. Severus Snape's head inclined slightly as a potentially groundbreaking thought took shape in his mind. This was more than a mere possibility, it was a strategy capable of resolving his dilemma. The heiress, the family, everything aligned to suggest a means of securing his autonomy. Yet, to proceed, he required concrete knowledge. Action based on hearsay was far too precarious. Solid facts were essential, especially understanding the true extent of their power, to execute his plan effectively. The following morning found Severus ensconced in his private training room, his thoughts preoccupied with recent occurrences. He replayed the events of the past few days, the audacious attempt to steal his research, the stark fear visible in the would-be thief's eyes, and the ominous reference to the Zabini family. As he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desk, he contemplated the myriad implications. This situation was unlike any he had navigated before. It was of a grander scale. To master his fate, Severus recognized the necessity for strategic partnerships. These alliances must extend beyond the International Confederation of Wizards and Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He needed to forge bonds with those who truly grasped the essence of power. And what strategy could be more advantageous for securing his future than forming an alliance with a family like the Zabinus, whose very name evoked a mixture of dread and reverence? He had never been impulsive. A move like this had to be calculated. Severus began with basic research, pulling every resource available to him at Ilvermorny's expansive library. As he delved deeper into his studies, his intrigue grew. The Zabini legacy, more than just to name a noble Italian bloodline with centuries of history, the Zabinus had amassed a fortune from both Muggle and magical industries, adeptly navigating both worlds. The family's influence was not confined to Italy but extended across Europe. What truly distinguished the Zabinus, however, was their sources of power, which included deep connections in both the magical and non-magical worlds, strategic alliances, and a reputation for wielding subtle yet profound influence in various affairs. Their Muggle world presence. They owned one of the most prestigious fashion houses globally, renowned for designing high-end robes, enchanted fabrics, and luxury attires that catered to both Muggle and wizarding clientele. Their global hotel chain was synonymous with exclusivity, providing exceptional accommodations favored by the elite of both worlds. Their casino operations spanned across Europe, with whispers suggesting their influence extended beyond gambling into unexplained domains. In the clandestine underbelly, they held a formidable presence in the Italian mafia, orchestrating underground operations yet remaining beyond the reach of the law. Turning to the wizarding world operations, they were major potions manufacturers, supplying vital concoctions to hospitals, research institutions, and magical universities. Their audacity was evident in their role as exclusive blood suppliers to vampires, a niche and perilous venture that few dared to undertake. Their cosmetics company was at the forefront, offering enchanted beauty products that were much sought after. In the shadows, a rumor persisted about an assassination team under their command, a rumor that, while unconfirmed, was never discredited. Their empire was a colossus that spanned worlds. Their reputation was beyond reproach, a testament to their authority and influence. Their power was absolute, a force that cast a long shadow over both the Muggle and wizarding realms. Severus placed a bookmark between the pages of the tome he had been engrossed in, his thoughts swirling with contemplation. The Zabinus were far from an ordinary influential family. They were a formidable presence, adeptly navigating and exerting influence in both the Muggle and magical societies. Now, as he considered his next moves, Severus pondered a critical question. Could this powerful family be instrumental in furthering his own agenda? He required more than mere common knowledge. To even contemplate an alliance with them, he needed access to their hidden truths. And in this, there was but a single individual who could assist him. Severus retrieved a sheet of parchment and commenced his correspondence. His first letter would not be addressed to the Zabini family, not yet. Instead, he wrote to Arcturus Prince, his great-uncle. If anyone possessed an intimate understanding of the complexities and secrets of the most influential magical families, it would be Arcturus. The message Severus composed was succinct and to the point. To Arcturus Prince, Uncle, there is a particular surname that has piqued my interest, and I am keen to learn more about its bearers. The name is Zabini. I would be most grateful if you could provide me with any information you have regarding this family. Severus. The message was clear and concise, delivering its intended impact with precision. With a sense of finality, he folded the paper, pressing his family crest into the warm wax to secure it. All that remained was the passage of time. He would wait. The letter arrived 3 days after Severus's request, its anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The wax seal of the Prince family gleamed warmly in the flickering candlelight as Severus delicately broke it open. To his surprise, it wasn't just a single parchment. Rather, it was an entire packet, neatly clipped together. The papers bore meticulous notes and annotations, each carefully inscribed with a precision that suggested thorough thought. Arcturus hadn't merely responded to his inquiry. He had undertaken a thorough investigation, leaving no stone unturned. To Severus, what you've requested transcends mere gossip. It constitutes a dossier befitting an intelligence agency. You are delving into treacherous waters where blood, power, and coin intertwine until they become indistinguishable from one another. The Zabinis possess no allegiance, neither to the International Confederation of Wizards, nor to the Dark Faction, nor even to the Ministry itself. Their loyalty lies solely with their own name, an emblem of prestige and power. They uphold their neutrality with the cold precision of a blade held to the throats of those around them, a constant reminder that their interests reign above all. Their business empire sprawls across 3 continents, engaging in diverse ventures ranging from high fashion and luxury hospitality to the controversial manufacturing of blood potions and enchanted cosmetics. However, the darker aspects of their operations cannot be ignored, as whispers suggest they run the most refined discreet assassination network within the magical underworld, though, as is often the case, no tangible proof has ever surfaced to corroborate these claims. The heiress has become a specter in most social circles, effectively protected and meticulously guarded. It is rumored that she has received marriage proposals from at least 3 prominent European nobles, all of whom mysteriously withdrew their offers after private, undisclosed meetings with her formidable mother. They have no dealings with the weak or the indecisive, Severus. Should you wish to immerse yourself in this perilous entanglement, ensure you bring something of value, some form of leverage. Do not forget your lawyers. If you choose to continue down this treacherous path, keep me apprised of your developments. And remember, when a spider weaves its intricate web, it is seldom ensnared within it. Lord Arcturus Prince Severus carefully folded the letter, each crease deepening as he processed the weight of its words, the gravity of the message settling heavily on his spine. He didn't feel fear coursing through him, yet a cautious sense of wariness clung to him like a shadow. That underlying unease was sufficient to keep his mind alert and his instincts razor-sharp. Severus Shafiq was acutely aware of the kind of doors the illustrious Zabini family could unlock for him. They held no reverence for lofty dreams or aspirations. Their allegiance lay firmly with power, leverage, and profit. In this ruthless arena, he had already placed one card on the table, the Rejuvenation Elixir. It was a remarkable creation, certified by the International Confederation of Wizards, ensuring its safety, thorough testing, and global recognition. The elixir boasted significant commercial potential across both the medical and cosmetic industries. However, if Severus truly wanted to capture their attention, if he sought to compel them to take him seriously, he knew he needed more than just a dependable card. He required something that exuded raw ambition and promise. The second potion he was developing was born from an unexpected reaction during one of his early experiments with the elixir. Unlike the Rejuvenation Elixir, this new creation was not merely an elixir, it was a surge of energy, a jolt of something potent. It was, in essence, a drug, one that could transform lives and shift the balance of power. Yet, curiously, he hadn't even assigned it a name yet, leaving its potential as untamed as his own ambitions. But its effects were undeniable. Accelerated casting speed, which allowed spells to flow from the fingertips with a fluidity that felt almost euphoric. His magical senses became honed to an exquisite edge, allowing him to perceive even the faintest shift in the ambient energies around him. For a fleeting 20-minute window, he experienced a near-superhuman potential for spellcasting, as if the very fabric of magic had willingly opened up to him. The problem? The crash that followed was nothing short of brutal. A deep, consuming magical exhaustion would set in, oftentimes lasting for hours and sometimes stretching into the entirety of the day, rendering him unable to conjure even the simplest incantations. The high was too clean, too tempting. He had felt its seductive pull firsthand when a droplet splashed against his skin during an earlier test. In that moment, his mind sharpened to a hyper-focused clarity, and his reaction time felt as though it had been cut in half. But that euphoric clarity faded, and he found himself spending 6 grueling hours lying in bed, shaking and overwhelmed with tremors, as the effects wore off. It was akin to consuming 3 cups of coffee laced with a jolt of lightning, an exhilarating rush followed by the crushing weight of a pit filled with lead that swallowed him whole. He understood what it was evolving into, a magical stimulant, a potent substance that functioned much like a drug. And in the wrong hands, it could spiral into something far more dangerous than he could imagine. Such potency made it exceedingly dangerous, but it also rendered it invaluable, if only he could figure out how to harness it without succumbing to its treacherous allure. Severus embarked on a path few purebloods would even contemplate. He approached potion experimentation with the methodical mindset of a Muggle scientist. Drawing inspiration from his previous incarnation as George, he meticulously partitioned a segment of his private laboratory, reinforcing it with intricate anti-scrying wards to protect his work from unwanted observation. In this secured space, he conducted controlled trials with a population of magical rats, each one isolated and carefully tagged for tracking. He had developed precisely calibrated doses of the arcane surge prototype, aiming to explore its effects with unparalleled rigor. His notebooks became a repository of obsessive detail, capturing every variable: timing, symptoms, magical readings, and notable changes in behavior. The moment he administered the first dose, however, it became immediately clear that he had miscalculated. The potion was too potent. The rat erupted into a manic frenzy, conjuring wild sparks without the aid of a wand before succumbing to a catastrophic spasm brought on by magical burnout. In his next attempt, the second rat appeared to endure longer, exhibiting 6 intense minutes of energy so concentrated that its fur crackled like live electrical wires. But when it finally exhausted itself, it trembled violently, teetering on the edge of collapse before miraculously regaining its composure. But the third rat's reaction was startling. It displayed an unquenchable craving for more of the concoction. It was at that pivotal moment that Severus paused, a sense of unease creeping in. The realization struck him. The potion had not been engineered to create addiction. And yet, the rat lingered near the testing vial, its beady eyes darting back and forth, clearly aware of the stakes at hand. It paced nervously whenever Severus approached with the pipette, its tiny paws tapping impatiently against the surface. On the 4th trial, to his surprise, it lunged forward and snatched the vial just moments before the potion was administered, its swift movement a testament to its instinctual wariness. That unsettling behavior stirred a sense of unease deep within him. This wasn't merely a stimulant anymore. It was evolving into something much more insidious. A magical narcotic. With a furrowed brow, he adjusted the formula once again. Lowering the magical saturation and carefully adding a stabilizer crafted from powdered murtlap skin and dragon fern, both notorious for their balancing properties. The crash that accompanied the potion dulled slightly, though the lingering echo of its potency remained unsettling. The surge of power was less intense, yet it still bore a hint of danger, a double-edged sword. But now it was usable. He could envision its potential. If weaponized, it could serve as a last-resort combat enhancer that might tip the scales in a harrowing battle. If refined further, it could branch into a groundbreaking avenue of magical performance enhancement, reshaping the landscape of spellcasting. His mind buzzed with a whirlwind of possibilities: aura combat strategies, hit wizard raids designed for maximum efficiency, intense magical duels that push the limits of wizardly capabilities. Every idea ignited a spark of ambition within him. drawing him deeper into a world ripe with opportunity. He scribbled notes across a fresh page, his handwriting sharp and precise. Notes: possible transition to capsule or powdered form. Easier to distribute. Could be carried discreetly. Ingestible but also viable as an inhalant. But then he underlined the last point 3 times in a frenzied yet deliberate motion. Too addictive. Too unstable. Not market-ready. He paused, a frown knitting his brow as he contemplated the implications. Still, in the right hands, this could morph into something extraordinary. A formula that might rival any known potion he had ever devised. Severus's gaze drifted to the glittering vial on the table, its contents shimmering with an almost hypnotic allure. Nearby, a rat scratched anxiously at its cage, its beady eyes flickering with an eerie glow, illuminated by the remnants of potent magical residue. He didn't allow himself a smile. This moment wasn't a triumph. It felt more like a warning, a siren's call that echoed through his mind. Rather than a badge of honor, this discovery felt like a double-edged sword. It could be a devastating weapon in the wrong hands, or an invaluable tool in the right ones. He knew he had to tread carefully. How he harnessed this power and whom he allowed to approach it would determine its fate. Severus fixated on the final batch of stabilized powder, which cooled slowly beneath a securely warded glass dome. The deep violet dust shimmered faintly, its beauty deceptively alluring as it held an undeniable power. The solid-state incarnation of the arcane surge draft was finally taking shape, its practicality evident. It was easy to store, easy to carry, and, ominously, easy to weaponize. Yet, as the unfortunate trials with the rats had already demonstrated, it was also painfully easy to abuse the substance. He meticulously noted the results from the 10th rat trial. The subjects were returning to the dosing area with an almost frantic obsession, even when it was clear that nothing remained to consume. They twitched at unseen shadows, their bodies trembling with the effects of withdrawal. Their magical signatures, once stable and rhythmic, now pulsed erratically, like a dying star on the brink of collapse. Disturbingly, their fur had begun to thin, patches revealing raw, sensitive skin, a telltale sign of their body's overexertion and its desperate need for more. In this moment of revelation, he faced a harsh truth. He hadn't merely concocted a potion meant for enhancement or healing. No, he had unwittingly crafted a potent magical narcotic, one that could ensnare and enslave those who succumbed to its allure. This duality of terror and exhilaration sent a shiver of exhilaration down his spine, igniting a spark of dangerous curiosity within him. But Severus knew this was merely the beginning. He was far from satisfied. He craved more data, more understanding of the substance he had unleashed into the world. Human testing was entirely out of the question, though. There was still too much at stake, too much risk involved for anything resembling a commitment to this unpredictable creation. Instead, he turned to magical primates, extraordinarily gifted monkeys endowed with both physical and magical attributes akin to those of human witches and wizards. These creatures were not only intelligent, but also possessed an innate magical quality that made them perfectly suited for his experimental needs. The Magizoology department at Ilvermorny maintained a variety of these primates for studies on magical behavior, providing him with ample resources. Severus borrowed 3 of them under the guise of a neutral research request, their handlers blissfully unaware of the true nature of his intentions. However, to achieve significant results, he realized he needed precision, data that could not be captured through mere observation alone. Thus, through a combination of his uncle's house elf and a discreet connection in the black market, he acquired a magical soul forge. This complex diagnostic device was typically reserved for registered healers, designed to measure the fluctuations of a magical core, the strength of an aura, and the resilience of energy in magical beings. He paid double the standard price, an extravagance necessitated by the urgency of his need, and he further enchanted the device to circumvent any registry detection. As he set the device up, meticulously arranging its components and checking connections, the weight of another realization struck him. He needed his own elf, something loyal, something that could maintain his privacy while assisting him in his clandestine work. The initial trials left him astounded. The monkeys demonstrated a remarkable resilience, showing no signs of dependence. Their magical cores glowed vibrantly, with energy enhancements flowing smoothly and consistently, as recorded by the Soul Forge. Each dose of the potion significantly boosted their magical output, sharpened their focus, and invigorated their physical energy, but only for a precise duration of 20 minutes. The subsequent crash was surprisingly manageable, characterized by 2 hours marked by fatigue and sluggish magical responsiveness. There were no indications of withdrawal symptoms or erratic behaviors that he had feared. Severus felt a wave of euphoria wash over him, a relief that lifted his spirits. Perhaps the rats had been an anomaly, but now he speculated that the more formidable magical creatures might inherently resist the addictive effects of the potion. Yet, despite his initial triumph, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with the fleeting 20-minute window. He craved more potency, more duration, and so he resolved to push the boundaries further. After 18 meticulous iterations, refining absorption rates and adjusting magical conductivity, he finally achieved a breakthrough. One single dose now provided monkeys with an impressive 1-hour boost in magical abilities. Their magical readings soared to remarkable levels, showcasing heightened raw energy, improved mental clarity, and increased physical agility. For the entire hour, their auras shimmered brightly, radiating strength and stability. However, this newfound enhancement came with a significant drawback. Following the peak of their magical abilities, the subsequent crash was unavoidable. For long hours of magical suppression ensued, leaving the monkeys physically drained. They exhibited signs of exhaustion, and their auras became temporarily unstable, flickering uncertainly. Despite these drawbacks, the outcome remained manageable, and crucially, the effects were not addictive, at least not yet. Driven by curiosity and determination, Severus decided to explore various variables. He experimented with different dosages, modified their diets, and introduced calming infusions aimed at alleviating the harsh symptoms of the crash. Then came Trial 50. That's when it happened. A sense of foreboding filled the air as Severus observed the animals. One monkey paced restlessly near the dosing chamber, its agitation evident in the quickness of its movements. This was uncharacteristic behavior for the creature. It had never exhibited such signs of distress before. Another monkey, frustrated and desperate for its usual dose, clawed at the dispenser rune with increasingly frantic motions. Its aura shimmered unpredictably, a clear indicator of its growing unease. The third monkey pressed itself against the side of the enclosure, its body trembling slightly as it shifted from stance to stance. The sharpness of its movements was a stark contrast to its normally calm demeanor, embodying a palpable tension that filled the room. Severus didn't need the Soul Forge to confirm what he already suspected. They were longing for the substance, a deep-seated craving driving them to manifest such erratic behavior. Addiction had begun to take hold of them. Yet, it hadn't set in after the typical 10 doses evidenced in rats. Instead, it had required a staggering 50 doses to ignite this dependence within the monkeys. As he pondered the implications, Severus couldn't help but consider wizards. He knew they would likely take even longer to fall victim to the substance's allure. Yet, as the evidence unfolded before him, one truth remained clear: the effect was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Severus leaned back in his chair, allowing his gaze to drift over the scattered potion notes that cluttered the table before him. His hands remained steady, a testament to his practiced focus, even as his mind surged with a whirlwind of possibilities. What if he could separate the effects of the potion? What if it was possible to isolate the magical enhancement properties while extracting the addictive component entirely? A surge of excitement coursed through him at the thought. He envisioned creating 2 distinct versions of his potion. One, a carefully regulated booster, a legitimate magical stimulant designed to enhance one's abilities without the dangerous repercussions of addiction. The other, a refined, alluring magical narcotic, a delicately potent concoction that would be the first of its kind on the market. The former would surely garner him fame throughout the potioneering community, a recognition he desperately craved. The latter, however, held even greater allure. It promised immense power, the kind that would allow him to manipulate and perhaps even dominate the undercurrents of magical society. But what if the Sabinus? Those formidable potioneering moguls, who simultaneously operated as black market dealers and high society puppeteers, caught wind of his groundbreaking work? They would be quick to recognize the vast potential lying within his creations, and they would understand exactly what kind of partner he could become in their intricate web of influence. But the moment had not arrived yet. He knew that he had to wait. Not until every detail was flawless. Not until he wielded complete control over the situation. Not until he could ensure that it would be utilized solely according to his own terms. Professor Langford's message had been succinct yet weighted with an urgency that Severus could not ignore. My office. Tonight. Bring nothing. The words echoed in his mind as he navigated the shadowy corridors, the stone walls seeming to press in around him. The heavy wooden door of the office loomed ahead, etched with ancient runes that pulsed with a silent, arcane energy. With a deep breath, Severus pushed the door open, stepping into the dimly lit room. The air was thick with the musky scent of crushed wolfsbane, mingling with the sharp tang of fresh ink. His eyes adjusted to the low light, and he saw Professor Langford seated behind her massive desk, a fortress of oak and parchment. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows across her face, making her expression as enigmatic as the text she studied. Her spectacles caught the light, reflecting it back in twin pinpoints of brilliance. "Mr. Shafik," she intoned, her voice a low purr that seemed to fill the room. "Take a seat." Severus complied without a word, his footsteps muffled by the thick rug that covered the floor. He settled into the chair opposite her, his posture rigid, his hands folded neatly in his lap. Langford regarded him for a long moment, her eyes scanning his face with an intensity that was almost tangible. "You're pacing yourself well," she finally said, her tone carrying a note of approval that was rare and therefore all the more valuable. "Your training is impressive. Your potion work? Groundbreaking." She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle over him like a mantle. "But your eyes, Mr. Shafik, they carry the spark of someone who is hunting something new, something yet to be mastered." Severus met her gaze, unflinching, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of stoicism. "Am I being accused?" he asked, his voice betraying no hint of anxiety. Langford's smile was a mere shadow, fleeting and insubstantial. "I'm reminding you that sharks don't announce themselves with a fanfare before they strike," she said, her voice a soft reminder of the dangers that lurked unseen. She methodically folded her hands atop the worn mahogany desk, her fingers interlaced with practiced precision. Her gaze, steady and piercing, was a silent challenge. "The Vienna Summit isn't merely a gathering, Severus. It's a theater of strategic warfare. Each conversation is a chess game, each compliment a covert maneuver. You won't be perceived as a student there. You will be sized up as a potential threat, an invaluable asset, or a glaring weakness. It's imperative that you decide which one you intend to be." Severus met her gaze, his nod a slow, deliberate acknowledgement of the gravity of her words. "I aim to be the kind that no one dares underestimate," he declared, his voice firm with resolve. Langford leaned back in her chair, the tension in her posture easing slightly, a flicker of approval crossing her features. Yet, her subsequent advice was laced with caution. "And if you're dabbling in anything beyond your International Confederation of Wizard submission, tread with the utmost care. Exceptional minds like yours are magnets for both fortuitous opportunities and nefarious exploitation." With a deftness born of years of guarding his thoughts, Severus deflected her concern with a courteous, almost nonchalant shrug. "I'm always careful, Professor," he assured her, the mask of politeness unwavering. Langford's gaze held him a moment longer than necessary, as if trying to see beyond the facade he presented to the world. "I hope so," she echoed, the words hanging in the air, a silent plea for his vigilance. Alessandro discovered Severus outside the East Tower Library wing a few evenings later, his countenance shrouded in thought. "Shafik," Alessandro said with a playful grin, "you're brooding again. Come with me." Severus's eyes narrowed with curiosity. "Where to?" "A gathering," Alessandro replied with a wave of his hand. "A casual affair with some of our European counterparts, no professors in sight. Think of it as a blend of diplomacy, fine wine, and the latest gossip." Intrigued, Severus arched a skeptical eyebrow but acquiesced to Alessandro's invitation. They made their way through the moonlit grounds of Ilvermorny to one of the school's old observatories, now artfully repurposed for such occasions. The building's high glass ceilings allowed the twinkling night sky to cast a celestial glow over the warm lanterns illuminating the room. Soft jazz notes, enchanted to float languidly in the air, provided a sophisticated soundtrack to the evening's festivities. Upon their arrival, Alessandro introduced Severus to the host, Amélie Rousseau, a seventh-year exchange student from Beaux-Batons whose beauty was as captivating as her lineage was impressive. Alessandro's smirk was telling as he said, "Meet Amélie, the daughter of two eminent figures in the potion ingredients industry. Her elegant attire might suggest a life of leisure, but don't be deceived. Her wealth could easily extend to the purchase of half of Nocturne Alley, should she so desire." Severus, ever the observer, took in the details of his surroundings and the conversations that hummed through the room. He listened intently to the chatter around him, absorbing information about recent patents, potential funding opportunities, and the allure of South Korean alchemy labs that were enticing students with lucrative scholarships. Representatives from American corporations mingled among the students, their eyes scanning for the brightest minds to sponsor, promising a future of innovation and discovery. And then, as the murmur of the crowd at the International Magical Symposium hummed like a swarm of enchanted bees, a girl from the illustrious Castello Bruxo Wizarding School leaned across the table with an air of conspiratorial excitement. Her eyes, dancing with the reflection of candlelight off her glass of enchanted fruit wine, sparkled with mischief. "Have you heard?" she whispered, her voice barely rising above the delicate clink of crystal glasses and the soft rustle of ropes. "The Zabinis are acquiring patents in Brazil now. Discreetly, of course, as is their way. Potions that could revolutionize magical healing, magical textiles of such finesse that they make our cloak of invisibility seem like a mere parlor trick, and even crystal-bound alchemical catalysts that could upend centuries-old practices." Severus Snape, who had been quietly observing the attendees from the shadows, felt a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. His outward appearance remained as impassive as ever, betraying none of the turmoil that now roiled within him. But inside, his mind raced, and every ounce of his attention honed in on the implications of this revelation. Not a single muscle twitched in his face to give away his alarm. He was far too skilled in the art of concealment for that. Yet, beneath the surface of that stoic mask, his thoughts were a whirlwind of stratagems and countermeasures. Every calculation he had made, every plan he had set in motion, now required urgent reevaluation. He wasn't the only one on their radar, the girl had said. The realization struck him like a physical blow. The Zabinis, with their vast wealth and shadowy influence, had expanded their reach into realms he had considered his own. In the game of magical one-upmanship, it seemed a new player had just raised the stakes, and Severus knew he could not afford to be outmaneuvered. The letter arrived with the dawn, slipping through the slot in the door with a crisp rustle that stirred Shafiq from his morning reverie. There was no majestic L this time, no soft hoot to herald its arrival. Instead, a faculty assistant with a pinched expression and an air of disapproval handed him the envelope, its presence as heavy as the silence that followed. The seal of the British Potioneers Guild, embossed upon the parchment, shimmered with an almost ominous luster, like a beacon forewarning of the weighty contents within. "Dear Mr. Shafiq, we write to you once more with hearts full of esteem and anticipation. Your recent recognition at the International Conference of Wizards has not gone unnoticed, nor has your esteemed selection for the forthcoming Vienna Summit. Your contributions to the potioneering craft continue to cast a brilliant light upon the global magical community, and for that, we are all indebted. Yet, it is with a sense of urgency that we pen this letter, our second such correspondence. The British Potioneers Guild earnestly extends to you, yet again, its formal invitation to the annual British Potioneers Symposium. This gathering is not merely a convention. It is a cornerstone of our shared tradition, a crucible where the finest minds in our craft converge to exchange knowledge, forge alliances, and pave the way for future innovations. Your voice, Mr. Shafiq, is among the most vital in our realm. Your insights are invaluable, and your presence would elevate the discourse we strive to cultivate among Britain's own magical institutions. To say that your absence would leave a void in our proceedings is an understatement." It would be a profound loss to the collective wisdom we seek to amass. We implore you to give this invitation your utmost consideration. It is not merely a request from your peers, but an appeal to the spirit of camaraderie and shared purpose that binds us as potioneers. We are confident that your decision will be guided by the wisdom that has thus far defined your illustrious career. Respectfully, Eldrick Montrose Grandmaster, British Potioneers Guild. Severus's lips curled into a smirk, a silent testimony to his assessment of the situation. The individuals before him were not merely inquiring. They were thrashing about in a desperate attempt to grasp at some semblance of control. Unfazed by their display, Severus took the letter in hand and made his way with purpose to Professor Langford's office. Upon entering, he handed the missive to Langford, whose eyes scanned the page with a focused intensity. She read the letter once, her expression unreadable, then a second time, the creases in her forehead deepening slightly. She looked up at Severus, the letter extended back towards him. "Do you intend to respond?" she asked, her tone neutral yet probing. "Indeed, I do," Severus replied, his voice firm and resolute. Professor Langford's eyebrows lifted ever so slightly, a silent challenge in her gaze. "In that case," she said, her words measured and clear, "ensure that your reply is both courteous and incisive, crafted in such a way that they will feel the sting with each word they read." Taking Langford's advice to heart, Severus retreated to his quarters that night. With quill in hand and parchment before him, he composed his response. Each sentence was deliberate, a blend of civility and a cutting wit that would leave no doubt of his position on the matter. He wrote with a controlled fury, the tip of his quill dancing across the page until, satisfied with his work, he sealed the letter with a drop of wax, the imprint of his signet ring marking it complete. "Dear Grandmaster Montrose, I am deeply honored by the persistent interest you have shown in securing my presence. It is with a mix of regret and duty that I must reiterate the significant commitments demanding my attention at the forthcoming Vienna summit. The support extended by Britain has not gone unnoticed, and I am wholeheartedly receptive to the prospect of engaging in meaningful dialogue. However, such interactions must, regrettably, be contingent upon the constraints of my schedule. In the interim, I find myself precisely where I have determined to be, steadfast in my resolve and focused on the tasks at hand. With warm regards, Severus Shafik." He deliberately chose to conclude the correspondence with his given name alone, a testament to his newfound autonomy, free from the weight of his ancestral titles that once defined him. Now, his identity stood independent, encapsulated in the strength of his character and the choices he made. After a grueling week filled with intricate potion brewing, intense combat training, and the labyrinthine game of political strategizing, Jonas and Evie lay in wait for Severus after the evening meal. As he approached, Jonas stood tall, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Obstacle course," he declared with an air of finality. "No excuses, Severus." Severus's dark eyes narrowed, a reflex born of suspicion and a natural inclination towards solitude. "Why should I subject myself to this?" he asked, his voice carrying a note of challenge. Evie, her emerald eyes sparkling with anticipation, stepped forward with a playful grin. "Because, Severus, you've become something of a recluse lately, buried in your books and potions. It's time to rejoin the land of the living, to remember what it feels like to be human." To his own astonishment, Severus found himself unable to muster a rejection. Perhaps it was the genuine camaraderie in their eyes, or the subtle undercurrent of concern beneath their jests, but he acquiesced. The outdoor arena was a marvel of ever-changing magic, a testament to the ingenuity of the school's founders. It was here, under the twilight sky, that Severus found himself running, jumping, and weaving through an obstacle course that would challenge even the most agile of athletes. Illusions danced before his eyes, attempting to deceive and detain him, but he was undeterred. Evie moved with the grace of a gazelle, her every movement swift and sure, while Jonas pursued his goal with the tenacity of a bulldog, never tiring, never faltering. Yet Severus discovered an unexpected asset in his precision, his ability to focus, to see through the chaos and find the most efficient path. As the last impediment crumbled beneath his determined stride, Severus stepped forward, the undisputed champion. His chest heaved with each breath, the air rushing in and out of his lungs in a rhythm that underscored his hard-won triumph. Beside him, Kira's exultant cry pierced the air, her excitement infectious and her joy unmistakable. Alessandro, ever the dramatist, executed a mock bow, his grin wide and his eyes gleaming with mirth. Even the usually reserved Aurora, who had spectated the entire event with her arms folded and a sardonic smile playing on her lips, offered a slight but unmistakable nod of respect. "You're not as tragically two-dimensional as I initially presumed," Aurora conceded, her pen dancing across the pages of her notebook as she jotted down her observations with swift, precise movements. In that fleeting, ephemeral moment, Severus permitted himself to bask in the glow of victory. The laughter that bubbled up from his core, the playful banter that wove through the group, and the enveloping warmth of camaraderie that bound them all together. It was a rare instance of unguarded jubilation, a memory to be treasured and revisited when future challenges loomed on the horizon. Professor Langford looked up from the tower of parchments on her desk as Severus cautiously stepped into her office. Her sharp gaze met his, and with a slight raise of her eyebrows, she silently conveyed her expectation that this visit was not of a social nature. "Is it regarding the details of the trip to Vienna?" she inquired, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Indirectly, "Yes," Severus responded, his tone measured. "I wish to formally request the opportunity to bring a guest along." Langford's hand stilled, her quill hovering momentarily above the parchment before she placed it down with deliberate care. "A guest, you say?" "Indeed," Severus confirmed, a glint of determination in his eyes. "My uncle Arcturus Prince." There was a brief, yet palpable silence as Langford digested the information. Her eyelids flickered once, betraying a momentary churn of thoughts before her features settled back into their usual composed mask. "You mean to say, Arcturus Prince, the renowned figure?" "The one and only," Severus affirmed, his demeanor unflappable. Langford leaned into the high back of her chair, her eyes narrowing slightly as she considered the implications. "He will require clearance through the International Confederation of Wizards Delegate Registry. However, given his esteemed status, I doubt acquiring such clearance will pose much of a challenge. I shall see to the necessary paperwork." "My gratitude," Severus said, a hint of relief touching his voice. Langford studied him for a moment longer, her head canting slightly to one side. "Are you orchestrating something specific?" Severus permitted himself a small, enigmatic smile, the corners of his mouth barely lifting. "One could say I am always in the midst of planning." Though she did not pursue the matter with further questions, the knowing look in Professor Langford's eyes spoke volumes. She was well aware that this conversation was merely the prelude to something much larger. The pop sound came just after midnight, soft, deliberate, and followed by the faint hum of ward-clearing magic that resonated through the stillness of the room. Severus, ever vigilant, tensed as his hand instinctively tightened around his wand. Yet, as he swiftly turned to confront the potential threat, the sight that greeted him was not that of a nefarious intruder, but rather the diminutive figure of a house elf. This was no ordinary elf, though. Standing with an air of solemnity, it was attired in a meticulously crafted black waistcoat that spoke of a bygone era of noble servitude. Its posture was impeccable, the embodiment of the discipline instilled by centuries of service to aristocratic wizarding families. "Master Prince sends this with the utmost urgency," the elf announced with a deep, respectful bow, extending a parcel swathed in elegant silk. "He asserts that owls are a waste of precious time." Severus accepted the bundle with a curt nod, his gaze never leaving the elf's. As he unwrapped the silk, the elf disappeared with a soft pop, leaving behind only the lingering scent of enchantment. Within his hands lay a compact mirror, its surface no larger than the span of a palm, intricately carved with runes that pulsed with an ancient and potent magic. The aura of the device was one of discretion and power, designed to evade detection and duplication. Severus whispered an arcane activating phrase, and the mirror's surface responded with a shimmering dance of light before settling into a clear, reflective state. The visage of Arcturus Prince materialized, as sharp and composed as if he were standing in the same room, despite the ethereal quality of his reflection. "I received your missive," Arcturus said, forgoing any greeting as he positioned himself with his hands clasped firmly behind his back. "Vienna, I must say, is a bold strategic move. I require your presence there," Severus responded, his tone steady and resolute. "The political climate is treacherous. I am prepared to navigate these waters teeming with predators." Arcturus's brow arched with a trace of wry humor. "Excellent. I've started compiling dossiers on the attending families. Some hail from ancient dark houses, their lineage steeped in shadow and influence, while others are relative newcomers, cloaking their ambitions in a veneer of civility. Do not be deceived by their cordiality. There are those who will seek to claim a part of you for themselves." Severus's tone was icy, betraying no hint of naivety. "Should they attempt it, they'll find that my favor is not easily won, nor is it without its thorns." For a fleeting moment, a spark of pride, seldom seen, graced Arcturus's stern visage. "We'll fortify our defenses," he stated resolutely. "I've directed our legal team to commence the drafting of robust, provisional agreements, bulletproof safeguards. No pact will be finalized without thorough scrutiny. We're determined to prevent you from being ensnared by genteel pledges that conceal ulterior motives." "I have no desire to be anyone's property," Severus remarked with disarming simplicity. "Indeed," Arcturus concurred, "but desire is often irrelevant. Your youth, your prodigious intellect, and your self-possession make you a formidable figure. Such individuals are either elevated to the throne or are inevitably trampled underfoot by the machinery of power. Choose your path with care." Severus acknowledged the advice with a curt nod, his expression inscrutable. Across the room, Arcturus's gaze pierced through the two-way mirror, sharp and assessing. "Remember, Severus, this isn't a diplomatic gathering," Arcturus cautioned, his voice carrying the weight of experience. "It's an auction house, a den of commerce where wares and loyalties are traded with equal fervor. They won't merely appraise your potions. They'll be sizing up your allegiance, your principles, and how readily you could be swayed by gold or power." Severus's reply was firm, a whisper of steel in his tone. "They won't find me for sale." A glimmer of approval flickered across Arcturus's features. "Indeed, we must ensure they understand that you're not an item to be bid on, but a negotiator with conditions of your own." As the enchantment holding the mirror link began to wane, the image shimmered like the surface of a disturbed pond, then cleared, leaving Severus alone with the echo of Arcturus's guidance. Severus placed the mirror on the table with a quiet reverence, his eyes locked onto the reflection that stared back, a reflection that bore the marks of a scholar, yet now seemed to mask the spirit of a strategist. He was no longer the apprentice venturing into the academic halls of Vienna. This time, he was stepping into the heart of the city's occult marketplace, not as a novice, but as a contender. And this time, he was not alone. With Arcturus's counsel at his back, Severus felt the stirrings of confidence. He was ready to engage in the high-stakes game that lay ahead, armed with the shrewd insight that only a seasoned ally could provide. The following evening, the common room was filled with murmured conversations and the intermittent glow of firelight playing across enchanted playing cards. "Did you catch wind of the French delegation's sudden alterations?" Jonas inquired, sinking into a plush armchair next to Alessandro and Severus. "They've swapped out their lead alchemist for an Italian prodigy, a 20-year-old who's managed to sell a unique sedative formula to no less than 3 separate firms." "Clever," Alessandro remarked with a hint of admiration. "Offer the same concoction to multiple buyers, alter the branding, adjust the hue, and rake in a fortune." Severus arched an eyebrow in surprise. "And yet, no one has raised an eyebrow?" "Oh, eyebrows have been raised," Alessandro confirmed with a knowing smile. "But it's all in good sport. That's just how business is conducted these days." Jonas then directed his attention to Severus. "Have you been keeping up with the news from Brazil?" A flicker of curiosity crossed Severus's face. "No, what's happening there?" "Word among the Beauxbatons crowd is that a series of Brazilian potion formulas have been systematically acquired over the past 3 months. And it's all been done very hush-hush by the same mysterious consortium." Severus inquired, "Which one are you referring to?" Alessandro shot him a sidelong glance. "Ziel Consortium, of course. Zabini Lucrezia," he clarified, a hint of amusement in his voice. "It's quite ironic, really. My cousin was in Brazil all summer for some sort of family-related business internship." Though Severus's expression remained impassive, his mind began to race with possibilities. I believe they're initiating a significant move, Severus murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Jonas, overhearing the conversation, interjected with a light-hearted laugh. It's like the potion world is becoming a stock market. We're buying spells cheap and selling curses at a premium. A faint grin played on Severus's lips, acknowledging the humor in Jonas's observation. Severus realized he did not need further information. The situation was clear to him. 2 nights after Severus had last seen Evie and Kira, they caught him off guard in the potions lab. You, Evie announced with an air of authority, as she grabbed Severus by the arm and tugged him away from his simmering cauldrons, are coming with us. I'm in the middle of an experiment, Severus protested, his gaze lingering on the complex brew that required his undivided attention. You're wallowing, Kira chimed in, her tone playful yet firm. And there's a world of difference between work and wallowing. Severus opened his mouth to retort, but before he could utter a word, the 2 girls had spirited him away to the common room. There, the warm glow of the fireplace danced upon the faces of Alessandro, Jonas, and Ben, who were already engrossed in a lively game of trivia, their board enchanted to display a myriad of questions in shimmering letters. As the evening wore on, Severus found himself surprisingly adept at the game. By the 3rd round, he had successfully claimed victory in 2 categories, his keen mind cutting through the complexity of the questions like a knife through butter. However, Kira proved to be a formidable opponent, snatching a win from him in a category on magical creatures, much to her delight. She reveled in her triumph with a jubilant cheer that echoed through the room, as if she had just bested him in a high-stakes duel. Later, in a moment of camaraderie, Kira shared with him a rhythmic chant used by Brazilian duelists to invoke good fortune. The words were foreign to his ears, yet their cadence was infectious, and he found himself repeating them under his breath. Evie, seated beside him, nudged him with a friendly elbow. Don't let anyone push you around in Vienna, she advised with a knowing glance. Even if they're sporting monocles and fancy titles. A smirk tugged at the corner of Severus's mouth. Noted, he replied, the word hanging in the air with a promise of defiance. For a brief moment, the crushing responsibilities of political machinations, the intricacies of potion making, and the relentless striving for power were all but forgotten. In that moment, there was only the essence of being, the simple pleasure of youth, allowing the protagonist to exist as a carefree 17-year-old, unburdened by the demands and expectations that typically governed his life. The following morning, as dawn's tender light began to dispel the shadows of night, Severus Shafik stumbled upon a curious envelope that lay conspicuously against the faded wooden floor of his quarters. The seal that adorned it was unmistakable, a resplendent emblem that proclaimed its origin from none other than Ilvermorny's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. With a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, Severus broke the seal and unfolded the parchment within. The script was elegant and firm, a testament to the importance of its contents. To Mr. Severus Shafik, it is with immense pleasure and a profound sense of pride that I pen this letter to you. On behalf of the esteemed faculty and the administrative body of Ilvermorny, I extend my heartfelt and personal congratulations on your landmark acceptance to present at the prestigious Vienna Potioneers Summit. Your monumental achievement stands as a beacon of excellence, unparalleled in the storied history of our noble institution. Your pioneering research and masterful command of the potioneering arts have not only earned you this distinguished honor, but have also set a new benchmark for scholarly pursuit within our hallowed halls. We take great pride in recognizing your contributions to the field of magical potions and are thrilled to announce that we will be highlighting your accomplishment in this year's annual review, where your peers and students alike will celebrate your success. In the midst of this commendation, I wish to impart a gentle reminder that the path you have forged is one that the entire Ilvermorny community walks with you. The accolades you receive are shared by all who have supported and believed in your visionary work. You are not an island of brilliance, but a luminary amidst a constellation of stars, each one contributing to the illustrious legacy of our school. Rest assured, Severus, that Ilvermorny stands resolutely behind you, offering not merely congratulations, but unwavering support as you step onto the global stage. Your presentation in Vienna will undoubtedly captivate and inspire all who attend, and we await with bated breath the wisdom you will impart. With pride, respect, In the highest expectations, Headmaster Tobias Grimsbane Severus handled the parchment with a deliberate gentleness, the creases of the letter aligning with meticulous precision as he folded it. He placed it with a sense of reverence atop the burgeoning stack of papers that represented his meticulously crafted battle plans. This correspondence was not like the others. It was a pledge of unwavering allegiance, a promise of backing without expectations of recompense. Such gestures of genuine support were scarce in his life, and their value was immeasurable to him. Each word on the page was a testament to trust, a currency more precious than gold in the trenches of his strategic maneuverings. The weight of its significance pressed down upon him, and in the solitude of his chamber, Severus allowed himself a moment of gratitude for the rare camaraderie it represented. The laboratory was enveloped in a hushed silence, the soft purr of enchantment-sealed runes and the serene gurgling of concoction simmering at low heat being the only sound to disturb the tranquility. Through the shadows, Severus Shafik moved with a grace and purpose that belied his environment's stillness. Each step, each movement, was a calculated dance of intention. The flickering candlelight cast an ethereal glow over the ordered chaos of arcane paraphernalia, vials brimming with mysterious liquids, scrolls of parchment and with meticulous notes, and an array of tools, each inscribed with intricate runes. This night marked the zenith of countless weeks dedicated to painstaking research and relentless experimentation. At the center of this tempest of creation lay the fruits of his labor, a pair of remarkable inventions waiting to be unveiled. One shimmered with a silvery luminescence, contained within a crystal-clear vial that seemed to capture the very essence of light within its glass confines. Its counterpart was an utter contrast, an unassuming, matte-black entity insily ensconced within a lead-lined receptacle. Its concealment charms a barely perceptible whisper in the background. These two creations, stark in their differences, served as twin emblems of his ingenuity, the light and dark of his inventive prowess. Each represented not just the culmination of his work, but also the divergent paths that lay ahead. They were more than mere objects. They were the embodiment of decisions yet to be made, of futures yet to be written. They were the twin possibilities of what could be. Two potential outcomes. Two paths. The first concoction was a masterpiece of alchemical artistry. Its surface glimmered with a silver sheen, capturing and reflecting light in a manner reminiscent of the twinkling of distant stars. Each molecule seemed to dance with potential, alchemically harmonized to perfection, magically anchored to ensure stability, and soul-forged through intense trials to guarantee reliability. The journey to its creation was arduous, spanning 31 exhaustive attempts and consuming nearly 100 hours of meticulous study of ancient soul-forged texts. The alchemist's dedication was unwavering, his focus singular, to craft a potion that would grant an extraordinary 60-minute surge in magical stamina, enhance reaction times to a razor-sharp acuity, and elevate the drinker's aura to a level that could briefly contest with the formidable prowess of seasoned aurors. Yet, such potent augmentation came with a price, albeit a calculated one. The aftermath, known as the crash, manifested as a 2-hour period characterized by a fatigue that was palpable yet entirely manageable. A slight pulsing in the temples hinted at the mild headache that accompanied the spell, alongside a modest decline into magical sluggishness. These effects were well known, anticipated, and far from perilous. They were the telltale signs of a body and mind that had been pushed to their limits and were now in the process of recalibrating to their base state. This potion was not designed for reckless abuse. It was not a weapon to be wielded carelessly in the heat of battle. Instead, it was a sophisticated instrument, a tool for the discerning practitioner who understood the delicate balance between power and responsibility. Its effects, though potent, were temporary and controllable, allowing the user to retreat from the precipice of exertion without plunging into danger. Severus scrutinized the luminous liquid in the vial, admiring the dance of magic within. This concoction represented the culmination of his vast knowledge and experience in potion-making, a testament to his unparalleled skills. Despite his familiarity with more complex potions, this particular brew bore immense significance. It was imbued with the potential to revolutionize the realm of magical professionals. With a steady hand, he sealed the vial, ensuring its contents were secure. He then reached for his quill, its tip meticulously prepared with the finest blend of ink. With precision, he inscribed the label, his handwriting embodying the elegance and clarity of his work, Vigorum Draft. This was no ordinary potion. It was the epitome of potency, reliability, and utility. Truly a groundbreaking contribution to the field. With uncharacteristic sentimentality, Severus acknowledged that this potion was more than just a product of his alchemical prowess. It was a symbol of his undying commitment to the craft. The decision to submit this particular version to the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, for their esteemed review was not made lightly. It was a declaration of his continued relevance in the world of potion research and development. Severus Snape, a name once associated with a singular, monument potion, was about to unveil his second original creation. This innovation was poised to affirm his status, not merely as a potion master, but as a visionary shaping the future of magic. With the completion of the Vigorum Draft, Severus felt a renewed sense of purpose. His work was not just a continuation of his potion-making legacy. It was a beacon of innovation and a clear message to his peers. Severus Snape was a force to be reckoned with, a name that would be etched in the annals of magical history as a legacy of unparalleled excellence. The tablet emerged as if conjured from thin air, encased within a magically shielded black tin that was cool to the touch. This device was devoid of the usual telltale signs of enchantment. It didn't shimmer or emit any mystical scent. Instead, it waited silently, its potential cloaked in deceptive simplicity. Surge Noir, a potent concoction, promised to elevate one's magical abilities to unprecedented heights. For 2 hours, spells would be cast with remarkable speed and strength, yielding explosive results that were ideal for a duelist looking to gain an edge or for someone fighting for survival. However, this power boost came with a significant price. Users could expect a 5-hour period of complete magical depletion following the high, a temporary aura collapse that left them vulnerable. Some individuals experienced hallucinations, a side effect that, while rare, was not unheard of. Moreover, with repeated use, Surge Noir revealed its dangerously addictive nature. With each dose, the propensity for dependency increased, making the stakes ever higher for those who dared to dabble in its potent effects. Severus was well aware that the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, would never sanction the concoction he was crafting in the depths of his laboratory. The potion's very essence defied the conventional norms and stringent regulations upheld by the ICW. However, the intended recipients of his brew were not the bureaucratic members of any wizarding council. Instead, Severus was meticulously blending the rare and potent ingredients for a purpose that was far more strategic and personal. He sought to create a form of leverage, a commodity of such immense influence that it could sway the machinations of even the most formidable players in the wizarding world. This leverage was not meant for the faint-hearted or the rule-abiders. It was destined for an alliance with an entity that operated in the shadows, an empire built on whispered deals and veiled threats, the Zabini family. The Zabinis were not bound by the same ethical constraints that limited others. Their currency was not gold but secrets, not wealth but wielding control in its most unadulterated form. Severus knew that to engage with the Zabini family, he needed something extraordinary, something that resonated with their unique appreciation for the darkly powerful. And so, he toiled, pouring his darkest knowledge and skill into the cauldron, creating a potion that embodied exclusivity and raw power. This was no ordinary potion. It was a distillation of ambition, a liquid testament to the pursuit of influence beyond measure, the kind of power that one couldn't simply purchase off the shelves of Diagon Alley or any apothecary shop. It was a power that had to be earned, a power that could alter the balance of magic itself. The breakthrough had come almost by chance. During the course of Trial 73, an unexpected anomaly had been detected within the intricate tapestry of magical energies emanating from the Soul Forge. It was not a wild or unruly disturbance, but rather a subtle aberration that whispered of something amiss. Not erratic or chaotic, just inherently wrong. After 3 consecutive nights without sleep, fueled by an unyielding drive to comprehend the anomaly, the potion master had finally pinpointed the source of the disturbance: malachrot resin. This was an extract derived from a rare and obscure plant, one that was seldom considered in conventional potioneering recipes and was widely regarded as safe in measured doses. In fact, it was typically categorized as harmless until it wasn't. Severus, with his keen intuition and relentless pursuit of understanding, had unearthed the resin's darker truth. Continuous contact with malachite resin led to an insidious form of magical addiction. The revelation was both startling and unsettling. Compelled by this discovery, he embarked on a series of meticulous comparison tests. The findings were clear and undeniable. When the resin was absent from the potion's composition, the resulting concoction remained pure and untainted. However, when the resin was introduced, even in trace amounts, a pattern of addictive behavior emerged consistently across 10 separate trials involving laboratory rats. Armed with this new knowledge, he made a decisive choice regarding the formulation of Vigorum Draft. The resin was promptly excised from the potion's ingredients. The outcome of this alteration was nothing short of remarkable. Vigorum Draft retained its potency and its ability to invigorate and sharpen the senses, but it no longer carried the shadow of compulsion. Conversely, the resin's presence was deliberately maintained within the formula for Surge Noir. This decision was intentional and strategic. Surge Noir was never intended to be pure or benign. It was crafted with a different purpose in mind: to beguile, to lure, to ensnare the senses with its alluring promise of power and euphoria. Once he had successfully isolated the resin, a new and unsettling inquiry presented itself to Severus. Could the phenomenon of addiction be harnessed and weaponized? Could the ethereal realm of magic be manipulated to give rise to the next clandestine empire, casting its shadow over the black market? Severus was well aware that mundane narcotics, derived from the Muggle world, combusted far too rapidly within the crucible of a magical person's aura. The inherent purifying nature of a wizard's or witch's essence would swiftly obliterate the intoxicating effects, rendering such substances virtually ineffective. Yet, a tantalizing question lingered in his mind. What if the substance in question was imbued with magic itself? What if it were meticulously crafted to circumvent the natural cleansing properties of a magical aura, adhering to it like a shadow to its form? With a methodical precision that was characteristic of his work, Severus embarked on a series of alchemical endeavors. He began by infusing the resin with minute threads of magic, drawing upon dormant enchantments extracted from stabilizer spells and the intricate latticework of elixir binders. These became the dormant carriers, vessels for his grand design. The initial attempts were less than fruitful, a series of disappointments that would have deterred a lesser mind. Yet, perseverance was etched into Severus's very core. It was this unwavering resolve that carried him through to Trial 12. On that particular occasion, as he observed the subject, a rat, there was an unexpected manifestation. The creature, in a state of unprecedented repose, began to emit a low, contented purr. This was no mere surge of magic, but rather a profound state of enchantment. The rat had succumbed to what could only be described as magical bliss, a euphoria born of the very essence that coursed through the veins of the magical world. Severus stood back, his eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions: triumph, trepidation, and a grim acknowledgement of the Pandora's box he had just opened. The creature's aura undulated with a serene rhythm, each pulse a testament to its profound contentment. There were no erratic bursts of energy, no uncontrolled twitching, only a smooth, steady emanation of pure euphoria. This sight filled Severus with a cautious optimism. As Severus proceeded to carefully dilute the substance, his hands steady and precise, he watched with bated breath. The results were nothing short of miraculous. The squib-born mice, typically impervious to most magical treatments, responded with a surprising vitality. Their little bodies, often unyielding to the charms and potions that worked on their fully magical counterparts, now thrived under the influence of the diluted elixir. But the true test came with the magically resistant ones, those mice whose lineage had rendered them all but impervious to enchantment. Even these stubborn subjects succumbed to the potion's effects. Their health and vigor undeniably improved. It was unmistakable. The concoction was working, and with an efficacy that far exceeded Severus's expectations. Yet, as the realization dawned upon him, a cold tendril of dread coiled in his gut. The potion's reach extended beyond the realm of magic. It had shown an alarming capability to influence non-magical systems as well. In minuscule doses, it had the potential to be subtly integrated into mundane medicine, offering solutions to problems that had long plagued the Muggle world. The implications of this discovery were staggering. Such a substance, in the wrong hands, could blur the lines between the magical and non-magical realms in ways that were unprecedented and, perhaps, dangerous. It could be sold to Muggles, marketed as a panacea for all manner of ailments. The thought sent a shiver down Severus's spine. It was a breakthrough, yes, but one that carried with it the weight of untold consequences. Severus gazed intently at the parchment before him, his eyes tracing over the meticulous notes that charted his recent scientific triumphs. A sense of profound gravity settled upon him as he considered the magnitude of his discoveries. The Vigorum Draft, a potion of unparalleled restorative power, was ready for the world stage. Its potential to revolutionize healing was matched only by its capacity to disrupt the delicate balance of power that had long governed magical societies. Concealed within the shadows, the surge nor awaited. Its potency was reserved for those who prowled the night, the clandestine operatives who thrived in darkness. The very mention of its name would soon send ripples of fear through the ranks of the uninitiated. Yet, there remained the enigmatic third creation, a magical narcotic of untold strength, unnamed and brimming with the promise of either transcendence or damnation. Its secrets beckoned, a silent siren call that seemed to echo from the very parchment on which its properties were inscribed. With the utmost care, Severus etched blood-locked runes beside each entry, a testament to the gravitas of his work. The arcane symbols shimmered briefly before sinking into the paper, leaving behind an invisible seal that would deter all but the most determined, or the most deserving. This was no mere academic pursuit. The research that had consumed him for countless hours had metamorphosed into something far more intricate and perilous. It was a high-stakes venture, a covert enterprise that threaded the needle between alchemy and arms dealing. As he stood, Severus Shafik understood that he was no longer merely a potion master or a scholar. He had become a key player in a burgeoning conflict, a clandestine war waged in the shadows of the magical world. And at the heart of this maelstrom, Severus alone held the reins to three of the most potent weapons ever conceived. The cauldron in the corner, once a bubbling vat of alchemical transformation, now stood silent and cold. Its precious contents had been carefully transferred into an array of crystal vials, each stoppered with a tight cork, and labeled with a flourish of elegant script that spoke of the meticulous precision involved in the process. The true labor of Severus's endeavor, however, was not the brewing of the potion. That was merely the beginning. It was the thorough and exhaustive documentation that followed. Severus found himself ensconced in the dim glow of a single candle, seated at the imposing oak desk in Professor Langford's private sanctum of magical creation. His quill danced across the parchment, the black ink leaving a trail of crisp, meticulous notes that would form the final draft of his Vigorum Draft dossier. Not a single word was misplaced. Each sentence was crafted with the same care and attention that he had devoted to the potion itself. Every assertion about the Vigorum Draft's efficacy was substantiated with irrefutable evidence. Reams of data from the Soulforge's arcane energy readings, precise mana fluctuation charts, and detailed analyses of resilience and reflex response times, all meticulously gathered during rigorous trials with primate subjects. In his commitment to thoroughness, Snape had even included exhaustive comparative data, pitting the Vigorum Draft against the standard stimulant potions of the day. The results were clear and undeniable. The Vigorum Draft surpassed its predecessors in every conceivable metric: potency, stability, and crucially, safety, making it a superior option for those in need of its restorative properties. In his detailed proposal, Severus meticulously delineated the potion's myriad of practical applications. He envisioned it as a tool for Aurors and Hit Wizards, those valiant protectors of the magical world who frequently found themselves in perilous confrontations. For these brave souls, the potion offered a much-needed advantage in brief but intense skirmishes, where the slightest edge could mean the difference between victory and defeat, or even life and death. Moreover, the document highlighted the potion's relevance to the realm of competitive dueling. In the high-stakes arena where dueling professionals honed their craft, The potion's ability to enhance magical precision during crucial moments could be the deciding factor in a match's outcome. It was not merely about power, it was about the precise control and execution of spells under pressure. The potion's appeal extended to the world of magical sports, where athletes sought to push the boundaries of physical and magical prowess. In regulated athletic competitions, participants were constantly in search of legal methods to improve their performance without risking disqualification for using corrupting substances. The Vigorum draft promised to be a beacon of hope for these sportsmen, offering an edge that was both effective and permissible under the strict guidelines of the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW. The entire document was a testament to the potion's legitimacy, composed with a clinical tone that conveyed elegance and legal soundness. It was clear that the author had gone to great lengths to ensure that every aspect of the potion's use was beyond reproach. Notably absent from the document was any mention of the infamous Surge Noir. There was no allusion to the specter of dependency that loomed over many performance-enhancing concoctions. The omission was deliberate, for the Vigorum draft was presented as a paragon of purity, meticulously refined to meet the rigorous standards of the ICW. It was portrayed as an exemplar of magical innovation. The Vigorum draft was, in essence, the gold standard. Langford stood silently behind Severus, her arms crossed in a posture of assessment, her gaze intense as she read over his shoulder. The faint glow of the room's magical lamps cast a warm light on the parchment, illuminating the tightly packed rows of text that represented hours of Severus's meticulous work. As she perused his writing, a subtle smile of approval played upon her lips, hinting at a sense of quiet pride in his accomplishments. When Severus completed his review and slid the heavy parchment toward Langford, she took a moment to nod slowly, her eyes never leaving the page. "This reads," she finally said, her voice carrying an undertone of genuine admiration, like it came from someone with a potion's mastery, not a mere school laboratory. She reviewed the document once more, her eyes scanning each line with the precision of a master reader. No questions passed her lips, none were necessary. The quality of the work spoke for itself. Finally, with a ceremonial air, Langford raised her wand and pressed its tip to the scroll's header. A brilliant blue flame, the official seal of the International Confederation of Wizards, flared once before dying down, leaving behind an intricate sigil that pulsed with magic. Severus, who had been holding his breath in anticipation, felt a wave of relief wash over him as the seal set. "It will be sent out within the hour," Langford confirmed, her tone carrying the weight of the occasion. "If all goes smoothly, your certification will be finalized just in time for the Vienna Potions and Alchemy Summit." Severus responded with a slight, but meaningful nod, acknowledging the significance of her words. The summit was a prestigious event, and to have his certification confirmed before such a gathering would be a remarkable achievement. A testament to his skill and dedication to the art of potion making. Severus stood motionless, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and plans. It was not pride that swelled within his chest, but an unwavering sense of purpose. His focus was sharp, as keen as the edge of a finely honed blade, for he had set the first piece of a grand and intricate puzzle into play. This was the piece that the world would marvel at, a spectacle destined to capture attention and awe in equal measure. Yet, as the first piece danced in the limelight, Severus was acutely aware of the second piece, a shadowy counterpart yet to be revealed. This second element remained shrouded in secrecy, concealed within the enveloping darkness, waiting for its moment to emerge. It was this piece that held the true power, the silent sentinel that would shape the outcome of Severus's grand design. The contrast between the two pieces was striking. One basked in the glow of public admiration, while the other lay hidden, its potential untapped. Severus knew that the success of his elaborate scheme hinged on the careful orchestration of both the seen and the unseen. As he stood there, the silence of the room was a testament to the quiet before the storm, a calm that belied the tempest of change he was about to unleash. The second piece would not remain buried forever. Its time would come, and with it, the world as they knew it would alter irrevocably. The lead-lined box, an unassuming receptacle of dark potential, rested squarely on the polished mahogany surface of his desk. It was engraved with an intricate array of runes, each one carefully carved and imbued with protective enchantments. Around it flickered a constellation of misdirection charms, so dense and potent that even a seasoned Gringotts cursebreaker would hesitate to tamper with its contents. Within this fortified container lay Surge Noir, a substance so potent and volatile that it was known only to a select few. The tablet form of Surge Noir was particularly pure, a distillation of its raw power into a compact and deceptively innocuous form. It was dangerous, capable of unimaginable destruction, and yet, paradoxically, it was untraceable, leaving no signature or trail for those who might seek to track its use or origins. He had kept its existence a closely guarded secret, a burden he bore alone. Not even his most trusted confidants, Langford with his keen intellect, Aurora with her piercing intuition, or Arcturus with his unyielding loyalty, had been made aware of the tablet's presence in his possession. The weight of this secret was heavy, yet he knew the risks of sharing such knowledge. Despite his precautions and the elaborate security measures he had employed, he was not blinded by hubris. He understood all too well that the path he had chosen was fraught with peril, and that the best-laid plans could unravel in the face of the unexpected. And so, driven by a prudence born of experience and foresight, he had prepared a failsafe. This contingency was his final line of defense, a mechanism designed to neutralize the threat of Surge Noir, should it ever slip the bonds of his control. It was a precaution that afforded him a measure of comfort, a silent sentinel standing watch against the darkness that lay, quiescent for now, within the lead-line box. Severus, with a furrowed brow and a set jaw, retrieved a pristine parchment from his desk drawer. His hands moved with a deliberate precision as he unscrewed the cap of his inkwell and dipped the sharpened tip of his quill into the dark, viscous fluid. With a deep breath, he began to etch out not just the intricate formula he had so painstakingly developed, but also the underlying theory that supported it. He chronicled the results of his extensive testing, enumerating each warning sign and detailing the addictive profiles he had identified. He did not shy away from exposing the disturbing potential for the substance's refinement into a potent narcotic. Each word was penned in a complex coded shorthand, a language that intertwined the esoteric strands of alchemical Latin with ciphered Aramaic. Into this linguistic tapestry, he wove personal sigils known only to his uncle, Arcturus Prince. His handwriting was meticulous, each character a cryptic piece of a puzzle only the intended recipient could solve. Upon completion, Severus meticulously folded the parchment into precise thirds, sealing it with a spell that would ensure its contents remained hidden from prying eyes. He then slipped the scroll into a sleek black envelope, its interior adorned with a series of blood-inked sigils that pulsed with a silent, arcane energy. But his task was not yet done. Severus reached for another piece of parchment, his expression hardening. With brisk strokes, he composed a second letter. This one was stark in its brevity and maddeningly ambiguous. Should I meet an untimely end or be unnaturally silenced, you must seek out the Shafiq vault, he wrote with urgency. Navigate to subsection 9 and proceed beyond the second auric rune. It is there, in the concealing darkness, that the true nature of the weapon lies concealed. He had taken every precaution, and now it was time to ensure the package's safe delivery. With a sense of finality, he handed the envelope to a delivery elf known for her discretion and impartiality, an elf who, unbeknownst to many, was indebted to Arcturus for a past deed. The envelope bore no return address, and its origin was obscured, leaving no traceable path back to its sender. These measures were not born of paranoia but of a keen understanding of the stakes involved. Should the contents of that envelope, codenamed Surge Noir, ever come to light, it would be no mere twist of fate. The revelation would be catastrophic, and so, every possible safeguard had been meticulously employed. The nights extended, casting longer shadows, while the days became increasingly constricted. Amid the flurry of preparations for his upcoming time in Vienna and the pressures of his final academic evaluations, Severus found solace in the familiar confines of his laboratory. Here, he dedicated himself to the refinement of a magical narcotic variant, a potion that promised both ecstasy and enhanced power without the perilous consequence of total magical depletion. In the quietude of his workspace, Severus meticulously calibrated the core stabilizers, striving to mitigate the potion's debilitating aftereffects. His aim was to craft a formula that would grant the user an elevated state of euphoria and strength without the inevitable crash that left one's magical reserves drained. His experimental subjects were the magically attuned squib mice, which proved invaluable in gauging the potency of his diluted concoctions. In a groundbreaking move, Severus expanded his research to include tests on tissue samples derived from muggles. This was uncharted territory, and yet, the results were undeniable. The potion, even in minute quantities, persisted within the non-magical subjects for prolonged periods. While a wizard's inherent magic would metabolize the substance more swiftly, Severus had devised methods to retard this process. Perfection of the potion was still on the horizon, requiring meticulous adjustments and further experimentation over the coming months. Nonetheless, Severus stood on the precipice of a monumental discovery. The proximity to success was palpable, and the prospect of halting his research was unthinkable. He was on the cusp of a breakthrough, and nothing would deter him from his path. Severus received a quiet letter from his uncle Arcturus, confirming that the Zabinis were sending a representative to Vienna, Lord Zabini's younger brother. Although known publicly as an investor in cosmetics, he was privately recognized as a skilled negotiator. This news significantly altered Severus's situation. Severus contemplated the letter for an extended period, his gaze eventually shifting to his reflection in the warded mirror. He possessed the elixir, the drug, and the tangible evidence of his genius. However, what he lacked was an opportunity to act, a crucial opening. Severus contemplated approaching Alessandro, considering the leverage their connection might provide. Yet, the very notion gnawed at him, for Alessandro was more than a mere acquaintance. He was a true friend. The idea of exploiting their bond felt like a betrayal, a manipulation of trust that left Severus with a sense of guilt. He couldn't shake the fear that Alessandro might interpret his actions as a long-standing scheme, a fear that gave Severus momentary hesitation. The possibility that his friend might suspect an ulterior motive from the outset was too much for Severus to bear. This concern caused him to deliberate far longer than he intended. Ultimately, Severus resolved to refrain from reaching out for the time being. He would instead travel to Vienna with all his preparations in order. If fate presented an opportunity to involve Alessandro, he would be poised to act. However, until such a moment arose, Alessandro would remain beyond the reach of Severus's current predicament, unapproached, unsullied, and, most importantly, still a friend. The silver ink had barely had time to set on Severus's latest set of notes for the Serge Noir, when a realization hit him with an unexpected subtlety. It was as if a quiet whisper had passed through the room, carrying with it a sense of urgency that was at odds with the tranquil setting of his workspace. 3 original potions, he murmured to himself, the words punctuating the silence of the room. One certified by the International Confederation of Wizards. Another is already submitted for the ICW review. Another illegal potion is completed and ready. And then there's the magical narcotic, still in the early stages of development. His hand, accustomed to the fluid dance of his quill, halted abruptly, the tip of the feather suspended just above the parchment. A flicker of unease crossed his features as he tried to grasp at the elusive thought that seemed to flit just beyond his mental reach. Then, with a clarity that was as startling as it was abrupt, a single word echoed in his mind. Wait. He blinked, the action serving to underscore the stillness that had enveloped him. Gently, he lowered the quill, setting it down with deliberate precision. There was something he was overlooking, a detail of significance that lay hidden beneath the layers of his recent endeavors. It wasn't about the potions. It transcended the meticulous craft he had honed over the years. It was about him. The realization dawned on him that he had not been in contact with the system. The damn system. The intricate network of information and protocol that had once been a cornerstone of his existence. For months, since his arrival at Ilvermorny, the renowned North American school of witchcraft and wizardry, his life had been a whirlwind of activity. So much had transpired, so many challenges had been faced and overcome, that he had neglected to maintain his connection to that which had once been so integral to his identity. His thoughts, once tethered to the expectations and demands of others, had finally become his own. His goals, ambitions, and methods were now deeply rooted in who he was at this moment, a man transformed, not who he had been in the past. "Eva," he murmured, his voice resonating in the stillness of his workspace, his eyes narrowing in concentration. For a moment, the room remained silent, as if the very air were holding its breath. Then "System online." "About damn time, boss." A sudden pulse of bright, electric blue glyphs flared into existence before his eyes, dancing and flickering as if projected from the ether itself. "3 potions, huh? You forget about me for 4 months, then come crawling back like a toxic ex-bold of you. I must say." Severus rolled his eyes, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth despite himself. "You could have said something," he chided, his tone carrying a note of mock severity. "Oh, I don't initiate conversation. You talk, I answer. This is a reactive AI, not your personal magical secretary. You want a notification system? That's a paid DLC, love." He nearly succumbed to the urge to snort at the AI's cheeky retort. The sarcasm was almost endearing, a reminder of the unique bond they shared. There it was, the sass, the impertinence, the subtle humor that he hadn't realized he'd missed during their time apart. It was as if an old friend had returned, banter and all. The AI's personality, so meticulously crafted, was a stark contrast to the cold, impersonal assistants he had interacted with in the past. It was this connection, this familiarity, that made the AI not just a tool, but a companion in his solitary endeavors. "How long have you been listening?" "Since you began the intricate process of fermenting dragon fern during the 3rd week of the rejuvenation trials, I have been attentively observing. Your dedication to the craft is commendable, truly impressive work. I must confess, I was inclined to offer my insights earlier, yet it seemed you had relegated me to the realm of fantasy rather than recognizing my potential as a valuable ally." Severus, feeling the weight of his oversight, sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose in a gesture that betrayed his frustration. "Fine. I acknowledge your usefulness," he conceded, the words laced with a hint of begrudging respect. "Retroactively, if that satisfies your protocol." A digital whisper, almost playful, echoed in the space between them. "Wow. Be still, my synthetic heart. Now then, let's discuss the matter of rewards." As if on cue, bright, luminescent text began to scroll before Severus's eyes, detailing potential compensations for the AI's proven contributions. "System reward summary. Milestone unlocked. Congratulations on reaching a significant milestone in your alchemical endeavors. Your contributions to the arcane community are notable. 1. The successful submission of your first original potion to the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, the Rejuvenation Elixir. This potion is known for its restorative properties, and your formulation has been recognized as a valuable addition to the realm of healing magic. 2. Your pioneering spirit has led to the creation of a legal advanced stimulant, the Vigorum Draft. Currently under review by the ICW, this concoction promises to enhance physical prowess and mental acuity. Its potential to benefit the magical populace is vast, and the anticipation for its approval is high. 3. In the realm of shadow and innovation, you have crafted an experimental black market formula known as Surge Noir. While its effects are shrouded in mystery, the power it holds is undeniable. This draft represents the cutting edge of magical experimentation, and its creation speaks to your boldness and creativity. Rewards issued. 1. Skill boost. Silver Tongue. Negotiation plus 10%. This enhancement is a game-changer for those who find themselves in high-stakes negotiations with the affluent. With Silver Tongue, you'll be able to maintain a gracious demeanor while deftly maneuvering conversations to your advantage. The result? A charming smile as you secure wealth that might otherwise have slipped through your fingers. 2. Inventory expansion. Rare alchemical set, Dark Market Edition. This exclusive collection is a treasure trove for the alchemists seeking to delve into the realm of narcotic concoctions. It contains a variety of exotic components, such as crystallized marroot. Known for its potent properties in sustaining mana levels, this ingredient is a staple for any serious practitioner. Dreamvine resin. A key element for amplifying the euphoric sensations of any potion, ensuring the desired effects are not only felt, but remembered. Black Phoenix Ash. As a premium stabilizing agent, this rare ash is essential for crafting potions with extended durations, maintaining the peak of their potency for hours on end. 3. Knowledge boost. Illicit brewing. Theory only. The acquisition of this forbidden knowledge grants you an insider's view into the clandestine techniques employed by the most elusive brewers across the mystical landscapes of Europe and Asia. The information contained within this unlocked access point isn't just about the creation of these illicit brews. It also encompasses sophisticated methods to evade detection by the most arcane of magical wards, ensuring your activities remain covert. Additionally, you'll learn the intricacies of aura decay mitigation, preserving both the potency and secrecy of your creations over time. Severus released a long, measured breath, his gaze fixed on the luminous runes as they danced before his eyes, eventually sinking into the depths of his mind. The familiar symbols swirled and mingled with his thoughts, becoming one with his understanding. His fingers, initially betraying a hint of impatience with a solitary twitch, now rested motionless against the cool surface of the table. This was indeed useful. Each reward seemed meticulously crafted to facilitate his subsequent actions, as if the very fabric of the system was woven in anticipation of his needs. "You always this helpful," Severus grumbled under his breath, the words carrying a trace of begrudging acknowledgement. "Only when you're not being a sulky genius with control issues. You might be a prodigy, but I'm the reason you're not still crying over garlic and boomslang." "I don't cry," Severus retorted, the denial automatic, almost reflexive. "Sure. And Murtlap doesn't sting." A wry smile tugged at the corners of Severus's mouth, though he fought to suppress it. "You're sassier than I remember," he conceded, his voice laced with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. "Maybe you're just less uptight than you used to be." The system responded with a brief flicker, a subtle dimming that hinted at a momentary disruption, a hiccup in its steady rhythm. It was an anomaly that did not escape Severus's notice, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly as he contemplated the implications of this unexpected behavior. Then, speaking of which, his attention was drawn by the echo of a familiar voice. Your memory decay has begun." The words were icy fingers trailing down his spine. "What?" Severus's voice was a mere whisper, his mind racing to compare the weight of the situation. "Don't panic. This was always going to happen. You've been here too long." "Who am I kidding?" he muttered under his breath, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. The reality was sinking in, and with it came a tidal wave of apprehension. "You're Severus Shafik now. Your soul, your core, your aura, they're adapting to this world." George's memories weren't permanent. They were layered into your consciousness during rebirth. Useful, but not meant to last forever. The revelation hit Severus like a sledgehammer. George's memories, once crisp and defining, were fading like the last rays of a setting sun. His identity was a palimpsest, overwritten by time and circumstance. Severus's stomach twisted into knots. He raked through the recesses of his mind, searching for the familiar. The comforting vision of his parents' house in London, the bitter taste of burnt instant coffee, the satisfaction derived from his work as a content creator. Yet, these once clear images were now shrouded in mist, their outlines barely discernible, racing at the edge of his consciousness like an elusive dream. The transformation was undeniable. His very essence was slaping into something new, something peculiar to this world that had, until now, been a silent observer to his internal odyssey. Severus Shafik, once a vessel of layered realities, was now adrift in a sea of uncertainty, his anchor lines to the past slowly being severed by the relentless tides of this new world. He remembered being George, but the recollection was vague, more a silhouette than a portrait. The specifics eluded him, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. He was left with mere impressions, a fleeting sense of what George was like, the essence of his character, but not the intricate tapestry of his experiences. Not the fine details that gave his life its unique texture and color. "I didn't notice," he whispered to himself, a soft acknowledgement of his own inattention. The truth was, he hadn't needed to notice. That was the nature of memory. It faded silently, steadily, much like the way fog dissipates from a window pane, gradually revealing the clear glass beneath. It was a quiet departure, one that often went unnoticed until the clarity of what once was had vanished completely. Because you didn't need to. That's how memory fades. Quietly, like fog leaving glass. Severus found his gaze drawn to his hands, which rested quietly in his lap. They were still, devoid of any tremor that might betray fear or uncertainty. He felt neither of those emotions. Yet, as he studied the lines and contours of his palms, he couldn't shake a peculiar emptiness, a sense of absence. It was as if he had been holding on to something unawares, an unseen weight, and only now did he recognize its presence by its sudden absence. He was haunted by the realization that he had let go of something that was once a part of him, something that belonged to George, and it left him with a newfound hollowness, an unexpected void in his soul. "Will I forget everything?" he asked, a tremor of uncertainty in his voice. "The essence of what you've learned, the core of your being, that will not vanish. The knowledge you've gained, the instincts you've honed, they are etched into the very fabric of your soul. Yet, the specifics of the man you once were, the vivid recollections that dance through your mind, they will gently recede, like the tide withdrawing from the shore. They will become the stuff of legends, tales told by firesides, a guiding dream that once offered wisdom, but no longer tethers you to the past." He fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze fixed on a spot only he could see. The minutes stretched out, as if reluctant to intrude upon his reverie. Then, with a quiet acquiescence, he nodded, a decision settling within him. "Good," he uttered, the single word carrying the weight of resolution. George served his purpose. His eyes lifted to meet the gaze of his reflection in the mirror across from him. There, he saw not the face of the man he had been, but the visage of a boy imbued with the wisdom of ages. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the stillness of the morning was broken by the soft whoosh of wings. An owl, dignified and bearing the insignia of the International Confederation of Wizards, alighted with practiced precision on the balcony perch outside Severus Snape's quarters. With a single, authoritative tap of its beak against the glass, it announced its presence and the importance of its mission. Severus, clad in his customary dark robe, approached the balcony doors with an air of resigned anticipation. He had been waiting for this moment, bracing himself for the inevitability of the message the owl carried. Without uttering a sound, he reached out and accepted the scroll, his fingers briefly brushing against the bird's feathers in a silent acknowledgement of its service. The ICW seal, a mark of formidable significance, seemed to stare back at him, its intricate design a testament to the weight of the words it guarded. Severus's keen eyes noted the seal's unbroken surface, a thin layer of wax that promised news of consequence. With a deliberate motion, he broke the seal, the sound a soft crack in the quiet room. The parchment unfurled before him, revealing rows of carefully scripted text. His gaze moved over the words, each one carrying the gravity of impending change. Though he had anticipated the message, seeing it in black and white lent a stark reality to the situation. Severus stood there for a moment, allowing the information to settle in his mind. The news was as he had expected, but reading it confirmed in a way that mere anticipation could not. With the scroll still in hand, he turned from the balcony, the dawn light casting long shadows across the room, an apt reflection of the challenges that lay ahead. Final review completed. Potion classification, combat-grade magical stimulant. Proprietary formula, registered under Severus Snape, Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. ICW code reference, V014/DS Vigorum Draft. Severus remained motionless, the nascent rays of the sun casting a luminous sheen upon the parchment's edge. The revelation of a second potion, another triumph of his alchemical prowess, hung in the air. This was no mere stroke of luck, no random spark of brilliance. It was the product of meticulous planning, precision, and a mastery of arcane arts that few could claim. The success was undeniable, a tangible affirmation of his skill. It was a testament to his dedication, a clear demonstration that his previous accomplishment was no anomaly. This was the result of intent, craftsmanship, and strategic foresight. The potion had not been offered for the mere accolades or the glory of recognition. Its submission to the International Confederation of Wizards was a calculated move, a play for something far more valuable, influence. And with the receipt of this confirmation, Severus had indeed secured the leverage he desired. With a sense of satisfaction, he carefully rolled the parchment into a tight cylinder, then placed it within a scroll tube engraved with protective runes. He sealed the tube with his personal sigil, a series of complex, interwoven symbols that represented his identity and authority as a master potioneer. The timing could not have been more fortuitous. The upcoming conference in Vienna was but a week away. This development was not just opportune, it was perfect. With this new potion in his arsenal, Severus was poised to navigate the intricate political landscape that awaited him, ready to exert his newfound power at the most advantageous moment. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, reaching its zenith and casting a brilliant light over the land, the bustling city awoke to a revelation that sent ripples through the wizarding world. Newsrooms buzzed with frenetic energy, reporters tripping over themselves to break the story that was about to redefine the landscape of magical innovation. The Daily Prophet, the preeminent source of news for the British wizarding community, was no exception to the fervor. The editor-in-chief, with a shrewd eye for impactful headlines, had no doubt about the significance of the morning's events. With a flourish of his quill, he inscribed a headline that was both laudatory and provocative, designed to capture the attention of every reader. Severus Snape earns second ICW patent. Youngest dual inventor in a century, the words leapt from the page, resonating with a mix of admiration and bitter envy. For the success of Severus Snape, an alumnus of Ilvermorny and a potioneer who had not been groomed within the storied halls of Hogwarts or inducted into the ranks of the Potioneers Guild, was a narrative that challenged the established order. Beneath the bold-faced type, the article unfolded, its prose laden with a subtext that was as sharp as it was insidious. The author, a seasoned journalist with a penchant for political intrigue, wove a tale that was ostensibly one of triumph but hinted at the undercurrents of change that threatened the status quo. What does it mean for Britain when a Snape heir, untrained by Hogwarts and unaffiliated with the Potioneers Guild, secures not one but two international patents under ICW review? The article mused. The question hung in the air, a silent challenge to the traditional bastions of magical education and innovation. The implications were clear. With Severus Snape's latest achievement, Ilvermorny, the North American school of witchcraft and wizardry, was being cast in a new light. Was it possible that this institution, long seen as the plumbler of the wizarding world, was now outshining the venerable Hogwarts in the realm of potioneering? The very notion seemed to unravel the tightly woven tapestry of tradition that had long defined magical hierarchy. Across the Atlantic, the news of Severus Snape's latest achievement was met with a mix of intrigue and blatant admiration by the international press. European publications, in particular, showcased a keen interest in the young potioneer's groundbreaking work. La Gazette Magique, the authoritative voice of the French magical community, heralded Severus as a rising alchemical strategist, a title that spoke of his cunning and forward-thinking approach to the art of potion making. The French, renowned for their own contributions to magical theory and practice, seldom bestowed such a title without considerable deliberation. Meanwhile, the Moscow Arcanum, with its reputation for no-nonsense reporting on magical advancements, described the Vigrum draft as the most combat-ready stimulant of the decade. This accolade was not given lightly. The Russians were known for their rigorous standards and pragmatic assessment of a potion's practical applications in the field. The recognition underscored the tactical edge that Severus's potion could provide in dueling situations, elevating its status among the global wizarding community. From the sun-drenched shores of Brazil came the curious and probing question from Feiticeiro Journal: who is Severus Snape, and why is everyone trying to court him? This direct inquiry reflected the broader sentiment that was beginning to take root across the world. The mysterious potioneer, who had emerged from the relative obscurity of Ilvermorny, was now at the center of a whirlwind of attention, his talents and innovations stirring the waters of traditional power structures within the wizarding world. The question on everyone's lips was not just about his inventions but also about the man himself, as magical societies and institutions vied to align with his burgeoning influence and potential. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the room, Severus Snape sat in quiet contemplation before the enchanted mirror in his private chamber. His posture was composed, his hands folded neatly in his lap, a picture of serenity belying the intensity of his thoughts. With a gentle flick of his wand, the glass surface began to shimmer and shift, its enchantments activating to reveal the image of Arcturus Prince. The wizard appeared as poised as ever, his gaze sharp, his demeanor one of mild amusement. "I take it the paperwork was satisfactory," Arcturus began. forgoing the pleasantries in favor of getting straight to the heart of the matter. Severus met his gaze with an unflinching stare. The ICW made it official this morning. The Vigorum draft has been recognized. Arcturus's lips curled into a thin, knowing smile. And just in time for Vienna. How very characteristic of you, Severus. Their conversation, conducted in hushed tones, was shielded by the robust wards Severus had cast around the mirror. These were no ordinary protections. They were reinforced with multiple layers of rune-anchored spells, ensuring their discussion remained confidential. Severus, ever direct, steered the conversation toward his true intent. Zabini's representative, his younger brother, will be attending the summit. I plan to extend an offer to him. Arcturus raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. And what might that be? With a calm and steady voice, Severus articulated his strategy. To discuss the terms of a potential sale of the Vigorum draft. With the ICW's endorsement, the value of the potion is undeniable. It's time to leverage that value to its fullest extent. Arcturus nodded, understanding the implications of such a move. Indeed, the summit will be a most interesting event. I want to offer exclusivity, Severus elaborated, his voice steady and resolute. A comprehensive manufacturing and distribution contract. We're talking about legal sales of the Vigorum draft on a scale that could reshape the market. And that's just the beginning. I'm proposing optional research extensions, which could lead to further breakthroughs in the field of potioneering. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle in the air. Arcturus's eyes, sharp and discerning, narrowed further, a glint of intrigue flickering within their depths. And what of the other? He inquired cautiously, the implication hanging unspoken between them. Severus met his gaze unwaveringly, a hint of a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Surge more, he confirmed with a slight, affirmative nod. A controlled-use version, far more potent than its counterpart. It's black market ready, undocumented, and crafted for the most discerning of clientele. They'll recognize its value immediately. A protracted silence enveloped the room as the gravity of the proposal took hold. The implications were vast, the potential for both profit and peril abundantly clear. Finally, Arcturus broke the silence, his tone measured and thoughtful. Do you plan to approach them directly at the summit? He asked, the question carrying layers of strategic contemplation. Severus paused, his brow furrowed in thought as he considered his options. I'm leaning towards using Alessandro as a means to open negotiations, he said, his voice carrying a weight of contemplation. Yet, he's more than a mere acquaintance. He's a friend. I wouldn't want him to harbor suspicions that I've been manipulating him. Arcturus, with his signature air of stoicism, offered a measured response. In that case, it would be prudent to delineate the personal from the professional. Tend to the business aspects independently. It's far more strategic to keep business transactions unclouded by personal feelings. Severus acknowledged the wisdom in Arcturus's words with a slow, deliberate nod. And in the event they entertain our proposition, should they express interest, we'll proceed to the bargaining table. I've taken the initiative to outline a set of provisional patents and clauses ensuring exclusivity. The Zabinists are pragmatic. They don't indulge in emotional considerations, but they do hold boldness in high regard. Present them with an enticing offer, but ensure they're acutely aware of who holds the upper hand. A ghost of a smile played on Severus's lips. You've always had a penchant for colorful language. Arcturus's expression remained impassive, save for the slight arch of an eyebrow. Colorful or not, the language of power is one that demands clarity. Particularly when one is dealing with those who can sense weakness like predators scenting blood. As their conversation reached its crescendo, the surface of the mirror in the room rippled once, then plunged into an abyss of darkness, signaling the end of their visible exchange. Severus leaned back in his chair, his eyes surveying the dimly lit room where the light of runes glinted off the sealed vials of Vigorum draft. Each container was a testament to alchemical precision and power, and the rune light lent them an ethereal glow. The Surge Noir tablets, locked safely away in a reinforced case, held the essence of potent energy and healing, a stark contrast to the rugged nature of the Vigorum draft. In this moment of reflection, two potions vied for dominance in his lap, offered the fortifying strength of Vigorum draft, promising resilience and vigor. The other, Surge more tablets, potentialized quick at its peak primal, uncaring, but bursting with untapped potency. The vials held more than just liquid. They were a testament to potentiality, each potion carrying within it a unique path and destination. The summit would indeed be akin to a chessboard, a game of strategy and intrigue, position and foresight. However, Severus was no mere pawn. He had no intention of being traded, sacrificed, or tucked away into obscurity. Instead, he planned to rewrite the game in his own cursive, a participant by default but a maestro at heart. Unlike the traditionalists, he understood that some rules were mere suggestions. He was here to play by a different set of regulations, his own. The Zabinists, the architects and purveyors of so many intricate bonzings, were about to be educated in the school of unorthodox instruction. There was an unspoken understanding within the community that contracts and allegiances were the gears turning the world around, but Severus was about to introduce a wild card into their equation. It wasn't just about the pieces at play, it was about the hand guiding them, and Severus planned the cunning and tenacity to steer the tide his way. In this grand stage, full of crowns and contracts, Severus was the enigma. As shadows moved and conversations shifted the world's trajectory, Severus entered each scenario not merely as an outsider, but as a creature shaped by more than the conventional edicts. There were crowns, and there were fangs. The mirror flickered to life with a soft pulse of blue light, casting a faint glow across the room. Arcturus Prince appeared within the frame, his features revealing little, though a glimmer of approval danced in his piercing gaze. "You're cutting it close," Arcturus said bluntly, his voice steady and unyielding. "The summit is just days away, and every moment counts." Seated in his private study, surrounded by the rich scent of old books and parchment, Severus tapped a thick folder marked with bold letters, "Zabini Proposal, Confidential." "Closer than I'd like, but the numbers are finalized." "So is the language," he replied, his brow furrowed in concentration. "You've drafted a devil's bargain," Arcturus remarked, his tone tight with a mix of admiration and concern. "Now let's ensure you don't end up paying for it." They spent the next hour meticulously refining the details of their agreement. Offer: the exclusive distribution rights for the Vigorum draft, available only in its legal form, for a substantial term of 10 years across both European and American markets. The Zabini family would fully provide the investment and create the necessary production infrastructure to support this venture. Clauses: the agreement stipulates strict regional exclusivity to protect their interests. A pricing model approved by the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, ensures compliance and market stability. Additionally, distribution will be overseen by an independent auditor, a suggestion made by Severus to mitigate potential concerns regarding transparency and accountability. Subtext: there lies a subtle implication of Severus's ongoing research, an enigmatic endeavor that remains ambiguous but hints at future offerings aimed at a more exclusive clientele, possibly enhancing their portfolio even further. Arcturus flicked his wand, making a subtle adjustment to a clause. "We want to offer them a taste of what's possible, not a leash to bind them. The Zabinists are unresponsive to restrictions unless, of course, they're the ones building the cages, reveling in their own control." Severus nodded in agreement, understanding the delicate nature of their negotiations. "They'll inevitably try to leverage for more than what we're willing to offer." "They always do," Arcturus replied, his tone laced with experience. He then reached for a separate sheet of parchment from a stack by his side, the crisp sound breaking the momentary silence. "This is your target," he said, passing the intel dossier to Severus. Lorenzo Zabini, the younger brother of Lord Zabini, was the subject of their discussion. Although he held no official political title, he cleverly managed 4 of their international front companies, navigating the complexities of the market with ease. Charismatic and deeply ruthless, he had built a reputation for skillfully amassing leverage, much like avid collectors would seek out rare, prized books for their shelves. "Smile when you speak to him," Arcturus advised, his tone measured and steady. "But don't smile too broadly. He might interpret it as deceit." Severus took in the words, mentally cataloging every nuance, habits, affiliations, and hidden fears that could be exploited. Then he gathered his courage and asked the question that gnawed him. "Do you think they suspect anything?" Arcturus answered without a moment's pause, his voice low and resolute. "They don't need proof, just the slightest suggestion of potential." Leaning in closer, the mirror flickered faintly, casting a ghostly light across their faces. "They'll put you to the test," Arcturus continued, his gaze sharp. "They'll dangle bait before you and offer gold ink chains to entice you. Stay resolute and do not waver." Severus couldn't help but smirk, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. "They're not the only predators in Vienna, you know." Arcturus grunted in approval, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards in satisfaction. "Good. That means you're prepared." The homunculus lay motionless in the enchanted isolation ward, its humanoid form faintly pulsing with a semblance of artificial life. Constructed from a blend of stone, sinew, and intricate blood-imbued runes, it wasn't truly alive in the organic sense, but it radiated a potent magic. Sustained by a carefully calibrated core and an intricate network of simple sentient enchantments, it represented the closest Severus could come to a human test subject without stepping over ethical lines he wasn't yet prepared to blur. He had meticulously prepared the dose, ensuring every component was precisely measured. No aura boosters to amplify its effects. No spell enhancers to alter its potency. Just the pure essence of what he had painstakingly crafted. The first magical narcotic conceived not to empower the user, but to introduce them to a state of intoxicating euphoria. The moment the diluted vapor form of the drug infiltrated the homunculus's pseudo-respiratory system, a remarkable transformation took place. Its aura did not surge or expand, but instead, almost imperceptibly, softened. The magical presence that typically manifested as mechanical and reactive began to smooth out, evolving into a sensation reminiscent of flowing liquid. For the first time, the homunculus experienced a sense of relaxation. Its shoulders slumped in a release of tension, the intricate pulse glyphs adorning its frame slowed their frantic cadence, and its normally vigilant eyes, usually sharp and alert, fell into a dreamy half-lid, as if embracing a profound internal bliss that it had never known before. Severus activated the Soul Forge, its intricate mechanisms whirring to life as the ancient magic enveloped the chamber. The readings that emerged were extraordinary, far beyond what he had anticipated. The magical flow seemed to decelerate, but it did so in an even, rhythmic manner, creating a harmony that vibrated through the air. Emotional markers, which were typically flat and lifeless in constructs, exhibited a gentle spike, an indication of simulated euphoria that was both surprising and intriguing. Importantly, there was no spike in aggression, no unwanted power enhancements, and most reassuringly, no signs of instability in the system. It was clear, this was not a performance booster. Rather, it was something entirely different. A pleasure drug, promising an indulgent escape from the bleakness of reality. Designed for wizards, werewolves, and vampires. Any magical being whose metabolism incinerated muggle narcotics like sugar and dragon fire. They burned through highs 5 times faster than muggles, leaving their bodies in a desperate search for stimulation, rejecting anything that numbed their senses. It was a relentless quest, and little in the muggle world ever satisfied their cravings. But this lingered like a whisper in the dark. A euphoric pulse threaded its way through the magical circuits of the homunculus, enveloping him with an intoxicating embrace, as soothing as a lullaby sung by the stars themselves. Severus leaned in closer to the Soulforge screen, a blend of excitement and trepidation coursing through him. His heart was quiet, steady, but his mind was razor-sharp, dissecting every detail in front of him. This works. It was no longer just a theory swirling in the chambers of his imagination. It was tangible, a real magical high, something unprecedented in the annals of potion-making and spellcraft. A groundbreaking discovery, the first of its kind. He stepped back, meticulously recording the dosage breakdown, noting the intricate patterns of the aura that shimmered like a mirage around the subjects, and tracking the duration. 15 minutes had passed before the inevitable decline set in. He observed mild shaking, the aura contracting slightly, but nothing life-threatening. Yet, lurking beneath the surface, a troubling question began to gnaw at him. Would this remain so pristine and controlled? He couldn't shake the memories of the rats in his lab, their small bodies trembling with anticipation. The monkeys were even more striking, Their once lively antics devolved into frantic craving. It wasn't merely the strength the drug offered that captivated them. It was the soothing embrace of peace that drew them in like moss to a flame. He imagined the wizards, those powerful beings steeped in ancient knowledge, would likely succumb to a similar fate. Their motivations wouldn't stem from a thirst for dominion or strength. No, it would be for an escape, a desperate longing to break free from the burdens of their chaotic lives. That thought sent a chill down his spine, a visceral fear that caught him off guard. Because he understood temptation all too well. How many sleepless nights had he spent staring at the ceiling, longing for the silence to drown out his chaotic thoughts, yearning for an unbroken stillness behind his weary eyes? And now, he had conjured the very thing that could deliver that peace. He turned away from the homunculus, which lay dozing against its restraints, its form seemingly at ease in the dim light of the laboratory. Severus's fingers clenched tightly at his side, the tension rippling through him like an electrical current. He couldn't allow this creation to exist in its current state, not without the risk of unleashing a calamity upon the world. But he couldn't bury it either. The potential was staggering, a vast expanse of possibilities unfurling before him. A diluted version, tightly controlled and meticulously tested, could act as a magical sedative, a balm for the troubled minds and restless spirits. Sold legally, this formulation might have the capacity to replace the traditional calming drafts in trauma wards, offering a much-needed reprieve to those suffering from magical chaos. It could even provide vampires and werewolves a non-lethal method to regulate their volatile magical aggression, a compromise that allowed them to coexist with the rest of society. As for the full-strength version, that one belonged to the shadows, an illicit black market narcotic unlike anything ever conceived. It wouldn't kill, not immediately. It was crafted to ensnare the mind and bind the user in a web of dependency. With determined resolve, he picked up his quill and began writing 2 separate headers in his notebook. Magicentia, for the controlled, therapeutic version that whispered promises of healing and relief. Surgenor X, WP name. For the underground one, the real drug that thrived in the darkness. He would complete both, because someone would undertake the task if he did not. Only he possessed the skill to construct them securely, to ensure that every element was meticulously crafted. He alone could transform compassion and ruthlessness into powerful tools, finding a delicate balance between the two. If the Zabinis were to witness his creations, they would not interpret it as a mere boy dabbling in alchemy. No, they would recognize the emergence of a formidable force, a new pillar rising within their vast empire. But that moment was not yet ripe. Perfection must be achieved first. It must blossom into something that radiated danger and intrigue. And it would be on his terms, dictated by his vision and intent. The lab was enveloped in eerie stillness. The only sound echoing through the space was the low thrumming of enchanted containment runes humming along the walls. Like the heartbeat of some ancient, mystical entity, pulsating with power and life. Severus Snape stood at the very center of this charged atmosphere, his gaze drifting over the meticulously arranged rows of labeled samples, sealed scrolls, and carefully warded cases that surrounded him. This moment represented the culmination of months spent in a self-imposed cocoon of solitude, months steeped in obsession, fervent research, and the heavy silence of focus. For projects lay before him. For weapons, each a manifestation of his tireless dedication. 3 stood firmly rooted in undeniable truths, while the last concealed an enigmatic secret. His first movement was toward the polished case, stamped with the insignia of the International Confederation of Wizards, which housed his rejuvenation elixir, his inaugural triumph. The case gleamed under the soft light of the lab. Its elegance lay in its unpretentious simplicity, yet within its confines resided a potent blend of medical and aesthetic innovations. The elixir promised not only rejuvenation in a medical sense, but also enhanced beauty, a duality now approved, legal, and poised for market entry. Then, to the second, Vigorum draft. The silver-toned tonic shimmered faintly within its crystal phial, catching the light in a way that made it appear almost ethereal. It was his most precise creation to date. Meticulously balanced, rigorously clinically tested, and officially certified just a week ago by the International Confederation of Wizards. 1 hour of heightened magical stamina. A controlled 2-hour crash, characterized by fatigue, manageable magical drain, and mild neurological dulling. Tailored specifically for aurors, hit wizards, and other combat-focused professionals. This was the kind of potion that would certainly make headlines. He adjusted the file slightly, taking a moment to inspect the seals with a discerning eye. This creation was poised to be his second public legacy. But not everything he created was intended for the public eye. Severus turned his gaze to the reinforced steel case nestled beneath a complex web of concealment charms, each layer whispering of secrets long kept hidden. Inside lay Serge Noir. The black tablet gleamed ominously, its surface hinting at the potent magic it contained. More potent, more dangerous, more valuable. While Vigorum Draft provided a semblance of control, Serge Noir beckoned with the allure of raw, unfettered power. It promised an electrifying 2 full hours of accelerated magical casting speed, an explosive surge in output, and an acute sharpening of the senses. However, the enticing effects came with a dark price, a harrowing 5-hour crash that could plunge its user into profound magical exhaustion, suppress their aura, and, if consumed excessively, induce terrifying hallucinatory side effects. Addiction did not strike swiftly. It was a cunning hunter that crept in slowly and insidiously. According to his latest tests involving magically sustained golems, signs of addiction emerged after as few as 70 doses, a threshold that, while still manageable for short-term military missions or black market transactions, teetered precariously close to the brink of irreversible dependency. That's why Severus had never intended to sell it openly. This was no ordinary potion to grace the shelves of any apothecary. Rather, it served as a bargaining chip, a strategic tool in the intricate game of negotiation with those who navigated the treacherous world of shadows. These individuals, driven by ambition and desire for power, cared little for the consequences or side effects of the substances they sought. All that mattered to them was the promise of strength and advantage, no matter the cost. Yet, even the potent Serge Noir paled in comparison to the true horrors lurking beneath the surface, waiting to emerge. With a deft flick of his wand, Severus deftly deactivated a series of intricate bloodlocked runes cleverly concealed within the stone floor. As the last rune flickered out, the heavy vault door swung open with a low creak, revealing the secrets it had guarded for so long. Inside, suspended within a shimmering levitating stasis dome, glimmered a vial filled with iridescent violet gold powder. This was no ordinary substance. It was Valaris dust, inspired by the stars. Elegant, dangerous, addictive, the magical version of cocaine. Not a simple enhancer, not a mere tonic. No, this was a narcotic, a groundbreaking creation crafted specifically for magical beings. Wizards, werewolves, vampires, and even Vila. All creatures whose very unique anatomies metabolized mundane muggle drugs in mere moments, finding them entirely ineffective. Valaris dust was not about enhancing strength or prowess. It was about achieving an unparalleled state of euphoria. A single dose promised an intoxicating magical ecstasy that could last anywhere from 1 hour to 2. The subsequent crash? Subtle enough, tolerable, provided it was used with discretion. But the long-term effects? Those remained shrouded in uncertainty. They were dangerously unknown, potentially catastrophic in their implications. What was even more astonishing, however, was that when diluted appropriately, Valaris dust exhibited effects on non-magical test subjects as well. Muggles could indeed handle it, albeit only in low doses. This revelation meant that, with the right hands orchestrating its distribution, Valaris dust could seamlessly bridge the gap between both worlds. A cross-market drug devoid of any magical detection signature, lacking an existing counteragent, and in a glaring absence of regulation. But Severus was far from naive. He fully understood the ramifications and complexities involved. He was determined not to unleash it upon the world without carefully considered limits and safeguards in place. That's why Severus had no intention of showcasing either Serge Noir or Valaris dust at the prestigious Vienna summit. His objectives were distinctly defined: to secure the rights for the manufacturing and distribution of the Rejuvenation Elixir and Vigorum Draft, 2 esteemed potions, fully approved by the International Confederation of Wizards. With staggering commercial prospects, He hoped that the Zabini family would prove to be reasonable negotiators. If the terms offered were genuinely mutually advantageous, then his darker creations would remain safely concealed, locked away from prying eyes. However, if they sought to tip the scales excessively in their own favor, misjudging him as just another overly ambitious child ripe for manipulation, then he would be forced to demonstrate what it truly meant to partner with Severus Snape. He would unveil his most formidable strategies, his trump cards, revealing the true cost of underestimating him and ignoring the seriousness of their negotiations. Both Serge Noir and Valaris Dust would be offered, but only under stringent and clearly defined conditions. He would maintain exclusive proprietary control over their development and retain access to the formulas. The distribution of these drugs would be postponed until comprehensive testing had been conducted, specifically on human magical criminals, and only under regulated and closely supervised conditions. He needed to investigate how different types of magical biology interacted with the prolonged exposure to these substances. Wizards, werewolves, and vampires all would be meticulously studied. Valaris Dust, in particular, required careful mapping and analysis. It was a recent innovation, untested and highly unpredictable. A magical narcotic capable of affecting both magical and non-magical bodies that transcended the realm of mere potions. It represented a potential paradigm shift in magical pharmacology. However, with such promise came the risk of it transforming into a dire curse. Severus was resolute. He would not allow himself to be caught off guard by unforeseen consequences. If the Zabinis wished to be involved, they needed to grasp that this was far more than a mere business transaction. It marked the inception of something grander than they could imagine. They weren't merely purchasing a potion. They were investing in a destiny. Severus intended to wield full control over that future. With a deliberate motion, he sealed the vault once more, casting a potent final protective hex that shimmered brilliantly for a fleeting moment before fading into the stone floor. The cool, reassuring hum of layered wards enveloped him, creating a sense of security in the subterranean silence. Vienna was calling, its allure impossible to ignore. And Severus Snape would not step into that pivotal summit empty-handed, not when his kingdom awaited construction, just beyond the horizon of possibility. Professor Langford met him at the Ilvermorny Portkey gates. She was dressed in formal travel robes, the crest of Ilvermorny subtly stitched into the sleeve, adding an air of authority to her appearance. As she approached, she gave Severus a brief nod, her eyes scanning him appraisingly. "You're not bringing a suitcase?" she asked dryly, raising an eyebrow. Severus tapped the reinforced briefcase that was securely strapped across his chest, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Everything I need is inside this," he replied confidently. Langford gave him a once-over, her gaze lingering on his attire before she remarked, "You look more like a diplomat than a student." "That's the point," he replied, a hint of determination in his voice. With that, they activated the portkey. The world around them twisted and shimmered for a brief moment, the air crackling with magic, and then, with a sudden jolt, they dropped into the unknown. The moment they stepped into the Grand Vienna Summit staging hall, Severus felt an undeniable shift in the atmosphere. This was not Ilvermorny, with its familiar, rustic charm. This was not Hogwarts, where the echo of laughter and the warmth of camaraderie enveloped him. No, this was the world stage, a realm far beyond his previous experiences. The lofty marble arches loomed overhead, glowing with a radiant spelllight that danced across their surfaces. Delegates moved gracefully like celestial bodies in orbit, draped in robes of shimmering silver-threaded silk. Their voices created a symphony of whispers in a dozen different languages. Each nameplate they bore carrying an air of authority that spanned continents and cultures. Severus stood his ground, unwavering as he absorbed the scene before him. He stood tall and composed, an enigmatic presence that was impossible to decipher. And then, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. At the edge of the summit wing, leaning casually against a pillar, was Lord Arcturus Prince, a striking figure with a silver-headed cane resting lightly in one hand. "Uncle," Severus greeted, his voice steady yet warm. "Severus," Arcturus replied, acknowledging him with a polite nod that also indicated respect toward Langford, who stood nearby. "Good of you to arrive early." With a brief smile, Langford excused himself to handle the delegate registration, recognizing the weight of the conversation about to unfold. Now alone, Arcturus lowered his voice, creating an atmosphere of secrecy. "You brought everything?" he asked, eyes locking on Severus with an intensity that demanded honesty. "Everything," Severus confirmed, the gravity of the moment settling around them. "Then let's review," Arcturus replied, signaling the importance of their mission. The suite Arcturus had secured for them was fortified with layered silencing charms, discreetly integrated defensive wards, and an intricately detailed private map of the summit layout. It was clear that meticulous thought had gone into their protection and navigation. "Lord Lorenzo Zabini will be attending on behalf of the family," Arcturus announced, expertly unfurling a file that contained critical details. "You'll find yourselves seated 3 rows across during the potioneering trade sessions. I highly recommend that you make your presence known during the gala. It's an excellent opportunity to establish connections." Severus nodded in acknowledgement, his fingers deftly flipping through the documents, absorbing the information. The offer stands. The Zabinus will receive exclusive European distribution rights for the Vigorum draft, provided they can furnish the necessary production scale, source raw ingredients, and offer licensing assistance, Arcturus laid out, his tone measured and professional. "And what about Valaris dust?" Arcturus inquired, the caution in his voice evident as he gauged Severus's response. "Only if they agree to the testing protocols," Severus asserted firmly. "I won't release it blindly, especially on innocent lives. Testing must be conducted on convicted magical criminals." Arcturus tapped his cane firmly against the polished marble floor once, the sound echoing softly in the expansive hall. "Good. If you wish to engage in business with wolves, make sure you're not the one offering your blood first," he cautioned, his gaze intense. Severus smirked, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "And what if I want them to savor it just enough to ignite their hunger?" Arcturus's expression shifted to one of pride, a knowing smile creeping across his face. "Then you'd better ensure they understand precisely who holds the leash." They both recognized the underlying truth of their situation. This summit was far deeper than mere potions and the intricacies of politics. It was a dance of power woven into every breath they took, a palpable tension hanging in the air. And now, Severus found himself breathing in the same atmosphere as the giants, ready to play his part in this intricate game. The sun sank low over Vienna, casting a warm amber glow across the towering spires of the summit hall. The city's enchanting district had been meticulously sealed and secured in anticipation of the forthcoming conference, but tonight, the evening before the official orientation, was far removed from formal speeches or grand declarations. This evening was dedicated to impressions and connection. Dinner was the centerpiece, hosted in a stately courtyard nestled behind one of the summit's private wings. While the gathering was intended to be informal in nature, nothing was ever truly casual when it came to the world's most influential potioneers and their intricate webs of alliances and rivalries. Severus entered the space with a measured stride, his tailored black robes accentuated by subtle crimson piping. An understated homage to Ilvermorny, visible only to those who looked closely. Beside him, Professor Langford moved like a tempest wrapped in silk, her keen eyes scanning the courtyard with an air of quiet calculation, absorbing every detail, every nuance, with the precision of a seasoned strategist. "There's no formal program tonight," she murmured, her voice low and conspiratorial. "But that doesn't mean you're not being watched. Keep your wits about you." "Understood," Severus replied, his tone cool and measured, a contrast to the flutter of excitement in the room around him. A handful of other young attendees had already arrived, potioneering prodigies from prestigious schools like Mahadakuro, Wagadu, Bosbatons, Castellobruxo, and even Durmstrang. The air buzzed with anticipation as most stood in clusters near the refreshment tables, their laughter ringing lightly in the air, though their eyes constantly flicked toward newcomers, brimming with curiosity and intrigue. With an air of practiced precision, Langford introduced Severus to the gathering. Ilvermorny's youngest dual inventor, she announced crisply, her voice carrying just enough to draw attention. Creator of the Rejuvenation Elixir, ICW certified. And now, the Vigorum draft, approved just last week. Her words hung in the air, amplifying the quiet admiration that rippled through the crowd. Heads turned in the crowded room. He wasn't the only prodigy present. but he stood out as one of the select few who had managed to produce 2 original, certified creations before reaching 18. Severus Snape, a girl from Beauxbatons inquired, tilting her head with curious interest. I read your abstract on core recovery stability. It was quite impressive. He nodded slightly, a hint of pride in his expression. It's a narrow field, to be honest. Most people tend to skip over the details. Only if they're lazy, she shot back playfully, a cheeky wink accompanying her words. As the conversation unfolded, others chimed in, their questions wrapped in layers of compliments and veiled challenges. Each remark seemed to dance with curiosity, eager to probe deeper into his work. So your draft enhances magical stamina. How exactly did you manage to solve the crash curve? One voice asked, genuine admiration evident. Do you incorporate Soulforge diagnostics, or do you prefer the traditional method of aura layering? Another added, leaning in as if trying to catch every nuance of his explanation. And tell us, a third questioner interjected, did Ilvermorny fund your trials, or are you proudly self-backed? Severus navigated the gathering with an effortless grace, his responses always a step ahead of the dialogue, revealing just enough without overexposing himself. He observed the ebb and flow of conversations, keenly attuned to their subtle body language and nuanced word choices. Who deferred and who displayed bravado, who was eager to impart knowledge, and who listened with intent. It wasn't a show of bravado, it was an intricate mapping of the social landscape before him. Langford weaved through the throngs of conversing guests like a predatory hawk clutching a wine glass, occasionally leaning closer to murmur names or gently beckoning Severus toward introductions that could prove advantageous. Master Chin from the ICW research arm. A name you should commit to memory. That Saito, he reverse-engineered a binding salve specifically for blood magic. A mind that treads dangerously close to brilliance. And the one dressed in red? Best to steer clear. Her formulas are laced not just with ingredients, but with malice. Eventually, Severus excused himself, making his way to the refreshment table to refill his drink. Water, naturally. And it was at that moment that his gaze fell upon them. The British Potioneers Guild delegation arrived fashionably late, as was to be expected. They formed a tight cluster, their robes adorned with the guild's crest, an emblem of their esteemed status. Surrounding them were their favorite apprentices, eager yet nervous, and a handful of scowling elders whose faces had remained set in grim lines for decades, betraying little emotion. Severus caught snippets of their whispered conversation drifting toward him, inflated by foreign praise, no doubt. He's still untested. Let's see how he holds under pressure. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, he turned his head slowly, meeting their gaze with unwavering intensity, refusing to blink. Lord Arcturus Prince materialized beside him, as if summoned by the very essence of bloodlines that intertwined their fates. Gentlemen, Arcturus said with an air of cool elegance, his voice smooth like fine silk. Has the atmosphere shifted? Or is that the unmistakable scent of British entitlement drifting over the wine? A few members of the gathering chuckled softly, in acknowledgement of his pointed remark. Others, however, stiffened in response, the tension palpable. Severus remained silent, feeling no need to respond. He stood erect, his hands meticulously folded behind his back, his expression an inscrutable mask that revealed nothing. One of the guild representatives, a stout man with thinning hair that reflected his waning influence, offered a thin, humorless smile. Prince, we hadn't realized your ward was mingling. Arcturus's brow arched slightly in response, both amused and dismissive. He isn't mingling. He's observing. That's precisely what inventors do. They listen and learn from the world around them. Severus inclined his head ever so slightly. And I find silence far more revealing than most monologues, he added, his voice steady. The man blinked, taken aback by the unexpected retort. With that, the guild moved on, their attention shifting to the next topic, leaving the air thick with unresolved tension. Arcturus let out a soft, almost imperceptible chuckle. Not bad, he murmured, a glint of mischief in his eyes. But don't waste sharp words on dull knives. The air between them crackled with an unspoken understanding. They stood together in the grand hall, their gazes sweeping over the bustling courtyard as delegates from around the world mingled, the atmosphere alive with excitement and energy. Severus's eyes landed on the French delegation, engaged in animated conversation with a group from South Korea. The world of potions was vast, rich with history and innovation, constantly evolving before his very eyes. And he found himself standing right in the eye of this swirling storm of progress. Later that night, Severus embarked on a quiet walk, treading softly along the polished marble corridors that wound toward the eastern terrace of the summit hall. Each step resonated with a subtle echo, a reminder of the weight of history surrounding him. Overhead, the stars glittered against the dark canvas of the Viennese sky, sharp and unfamiliar, as if he had traveled to another realm entirely. He wasn't overwhelmed by the experience. The beauty, while striking, felt distant. But he wasn't settled, either. A restlessness flickered within him, an anticipation that coursed through his veins like an electric current. And perhaps that sense of unease was a good thing. It was a reminder that when you were in the process of carving your name into the fabric of the world's memory, comfort was a luxury one could scarcely afford. Not yet. Tomorrow marked the beginning of orientation, the starting line of a new chapter. The game would commence, intricate and demanding, and Severus Snape had always played to win, driven by an unyielding ambition and a fierce desire to leave an indelible mark on this ever-shifting landscape. As the evening drew to a close, the atmosphere was filled with the sound of polite farewells as guests began to filter out of the hall, trading contact parchments like tokens of friendship and connection. However, the British Potioneers Guild delegation lingered behind, retreating into one of the reserved strategy chambers located at the far end of the summit hall, away from the dwindling crowd. The room was cloaked in a subdued glow, the air thick with the hushed murmurs of privacy runes that ensured their conversation would remain confidential. A long, imposing table dominated the center of the space, its surface enchanted to showcase an array of moving dossiers and updates on international patents, the flickering runes casting a dance of light and shadow across the focused faces gathered around it. Eustace Greaves, a squat and balding member of the guild, let out a weary grunt as he removed his guild pin and tossed it onto the table, the metallic clink echoing slightly in the stillness of the room. "Well," he muttered, his brow furrowed in thought, "he's more composed than I expected." Across the table, Senior Guild Officer Morwenna Bletchley, her piercing gaze framed by wisps of silver hair, interlaced her fingers atop a sealed folder emblazoned with the name Shafik. "He's not just composed," she replied, her voice steady and low, laced with a sense of urgency. "He's dangerous, and we let him slip right through our fingers." "Don't be dramatic," someone in the shadows murmured, their tone dismissive. But Morwenna remained unfazed, her focus unwavering. "This summit represents our opportunity to reclaim our significance. Britain hasn't produced a new certified potion in over 6 years," she asserted, her eyes narrowing. "We are perceived as nothing more than traditionalists, safe, predictable, and dull. The International Confederation of Wizards views us as a relic of the past, rather than a beacon of innovation." With a deliberate motion, she tapped the folder, emphasizing the weight of their situation. If Shafik signs with a foreign entity, if he continues to align himself with Prince, Langford, or even worse, the Zabinis or the Delacours, we will lose any claim to him. And that sets a dangerous precedent for us. Eustace's brows furrowed in concern. "So, you want us to bring him back?" Bletchley shook his head slightly. "We want to bring him back under British influence," he clarified, his tone firm. "Even if he doesn't physically return to Britain, it's crucial that his patents and production lines must go through our approval. Everything he creates must be routed through us." Eustace leaned forward, skepticism etched across his face. "And what if he resists such measures?" A thin smile crept onto Bletchley's lips, a hint of calculation behind it. "Everyone resists, until the right incentives are offered, of course." With that, she closed the folder decisively, the sound echoing in the quiet room. "Tomorrow," she stated, her voice resolute, "we begin laying the groundwork to ensure our influence remains strong." The hall shimmered with an air of grandeur and anticipation. Vaulted ceilings arched majestically overhead, adorned with ancient alchemical runes that pulsed gently with a soft, ambient magic, casting a warm, ethereal glow. Candles floated effortlessly in graceful formations, their flickering flames casting golden reflections that danced across the polished marble floor, and the rich, deep hues of velvet banners emblazoned with the intricate crest of the ICW Potioneering Division. Severus sat among the North American delegation, enveloped in dark robes meticulously tailored to allow him to meld seamlessly into the shadows, a choice made to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Beside him, Professor Langford maintained an impressive composure, her expression inscrutable, an impenetrable mask of professionalism. Further down the row, a few representatives from Ilvermorny exchanged whispers, their excitement barely contained as they marveled at the spectacle around them. Yet Severus remained silent. His gaze was focused, keenly observant as the opening ceremony of the Vienna summit unfolded with precise elegance. Nations were introduced in thoughtful clusters: Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Americas, each announcement followed by brief, polite introductions and the gracious applause of the assembled crowd. Some inventors offered humble nods of acknowledgement, their faces reflecting the weight of their accomplishments. Others, however, exhibited a more fervent enthusiasm, waving with an eagerness that bordered on desperation. Severus noted with interest that the veterans, the true pioneers of their craft, were rarely ostentatious. They bore an innate confidence that rendered extravagance unnecessary. As he surveyed the room, a few stark realities emerged. Legacy names occupied the spotlight, their significance emphasized in every corner. Lesser-known delegates were tactfully pushed to the periphery, their presence barely acknowledged. In this gathering, prestige, rather than actual innovation, dictated where the attention fell. The ICW Potioneering Council's representative, a thin, sharp-featured man wearing obsidian spectacles, ascended the central podium and initiated the customary address with practiced ease. Today, we convene not as rivals, but as collaborators. Innovation must walk hand in hand with integrity. The future of our world hinges on the potioneers who mold it. Severus's expression remained stoic, betraying no emotion. Empty words, devoid of true substance. His gaze drifted toward Arcturus, who was seated a few rows back amid the independent delegates. The old man revealed nothing, merely the slightest flicker of light in his eyes, reminiscent of a hawk perched quietly on a branch, observing the chaos of a battlefield below. It was all a meticulously choreographed dance, ritual masquerading as significance, and Severus had mastered the steps of this intricate dance well. Later, the great doors to the portfolio hall swung open, unveiling a vast chamber brimming with soft, ambient lights and intricate arcane enchantments. Booths sparkled with a myriad of magical sigils, each one telling its own story. Cauldrons, seemingly animated by their own will, stirred gently behind protective glass, while holographic chains of ingredients floated ethereally in midair, vividly displaying the brewing processes in mesmerizing 3 dimensions. As Langford and Severus traversed the hall, they took in the wonders around them at a leisurely pace. "I want you to see everything," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Especially what isn't being said." They approached a booth showcasing the talents of a silver-haired alchemist from Kyoto, who passionately detailed a potion designed to suppress werewolf symptoms during the full moons. However, he cautioned about the trade-off, a cost of temporary emotional numbness, a plight that accompanied the relief. Next, a duo from South Africa enthusiastically demonstrated their creation, a vibrant emerald solution known for its ability to accelerate magical plant growth, even in soil tainted by curses. "Perfect for restoring war-ravaged lands," the girl remarked, her eyes sparkling with hope and determination. Their journey continued as they came upon a Brazilian student, proudly presenting a set of ancient runes meticulously etched into a floating obsidian circle. "No cauldron required," he announced, his chest swelling with pride. "All heat is controlled through resonance charms." The innovation shimmered in the air, a testament to the transformative power of magic. Severus observed intently, his eyes scanning the room as he absorbed every detail. He listened closely to the conversations swirling around him, nodding occasionally as he pieced together the intricate dynamics at play. He meticulously cataloged the information that unfolded before him. Who among them were the genuine prodigies, their brilliance shining through like stars in the night sky? Who were the ones receiving backing from powerful institutions, driven by a relentless desire for recognition and credit? And who, he mused, were the truly dangerous individuals, those who thrived in obscurity, untouched by the need for validation? As he contemplated these questions, the world around him expanded beyond the boundaries of his initial perceptions. It was vast and complex, filled with a myriad of players, each as driven and ambitious as he was, all vying for their own form of greatness. Near a glass-encased potion display from Mongolia, Langford paused, her presence a silent anchor beside Severus. The air around them buzzed with the whispers of delegates, a heady mix of ambition and intrigue. "What you speaks too much," she murmured, leaning slightly closer so only he could hear, "and who says nothing at all?" Her gaze scanned the room, taking in faces both familiar and foreign, each one cloaked in its own agenda. Severus didn't need to reply. Her words resonated with his own suspicions, already swirling in his mind. He understood the layers of conversation that lay beneath the polite smiles and casual nods. "Some of these delegates are here for politics, not potions," she continued, her tone low yet urgent. "Some will pretend not to know you. Others will know far too much." A flicker of concern shadowed her eyes, causing her to give him a long, searching look. "I won't hover." "You're ready," she assured him, though the worry lingered in her expression. "But don't let anyone box you into being the boy genius. They'll call you that to disarm you." Her warning hung in the air, a reminder of the delicate dance of perception and expectation that they both understood all too well. He smirked faintly, confidence igniting within him. "They can try." The hint of defiance in his voice belied the tension around them. Langford smiled, the corners of her lips lifting slightly, a flicker of pride in her expression. Then, with a subtle nod, she left him to navigate the crowd alone, weaving through the throng of delegates as the weight of the evening settled firmly upon his shoulders. It was later in the afternoon, nearing the conclusion of the open session, that Severus sensed it. A shift. Not within the confines of the room, but rather in the very air surrounding them. It felt like a ripple coursing through the atmosphere, as if an unseen storm had just stepped across the threshold. He turned his head slightly, his curiosity piqued. Across the expansive chamber, close to where the Italian delegation sat, a figure had emerged. Tall and commanding, he was impeccably dressed in tailored attire that bespoke both elegance and authority. In his mid-30s, he bore sculpted features and possessed eyes that gleamed like polished marble, cold and captivating. Lord Lorenzo Zabini. He didn't announce himself with fanfare. He didn't need to. The aura surrounding him was magnetic enough that those in close proximity instinctively parted without any spoken command. Aides fell in behind him like shadows, ever dutiful, moving in synchronization with their master. For a fleeting heartbeat, Lorenzo's penetrating gaze swept across the room and then settled, unwavering, right on Severus. It wasn't a hostile look, nor was it welcoming. It was measured, as if weighing the very essence of Severus in that moment. A flick of attention, sharp and fleeting. And then, just as swiftly, he moved on, leaving an electric tension in the air. Severus remained perfectly still, his body tense as he concentrated on the scene unfolding around him. He then heard a quiet, almost ghostly whisper beside him. Arcturus had approached without making a sound. "Careful," his uncle cautioned, his voice as dry and crackly as aged parchment, carrying a weight of experience. "That man seals deals with a handshake, yet he buries his rivals with a deceptive smile." Severus didn't flinch, his gaze unwavering. "He saw me," he stated with a steady resolve. "Good," Arcturus replied, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "That means the game has begun." As the hall gradually emptied, Severus observed the British contingent clustered near the exit, comprising several senior guild members along with a handful of apprentices. They remained stationary, seemingly waiting for something, yet they did not approach him. Their furtive glances were unmistakable, laden with curiosity and perhaps judgment. Among them, one person leaned closer to another, stealing discreet looks between Severus and Arcturus. Severus sensed the whispered disdain, as if the silence was thick with unspoken words. Ilvermorny's prodigy. The one that slipped through their fingers. Resolutely, he turned to meet their gaze directly. With deliberate calmness, he offered a polite nod, neutral and poised, the very picture of composure. Yet they did not reciprocate the gesture. Instead, they maintained their stares, unwilling to look away, their intrigue palpable in the air. That night, as the summit grounds settled into an almost palpable stillness, Severus meticulously reviewed his notes under the flickering light of an enchanted lamp. The air was thick with unspoken tensions, and the shadows danced around him, echoing the complexities of the gathering. So many names floated through his mind, each representing a web of alliances and rivalries that pulsed beneath the surface like a restless sea. But he didn't feel overwhelmed. Rather, he felt an exhilarating clarity. He was calculating, analyzing every piece of information with the precision of a chess master anticipating his opponent's moves. Because in every room, there were predators, lurking and waiting for the opportune moment to pounce. And Severus Snape had entered Vienna fully aware of the stakes, armed not just with knowledge, but with his own fierce determination and sharp intellect. The Vienna Summit, Day 1. The common gathering hall buzzed with an undercurrent of subtle tension, infused with the vibrancy of youthful brilliance. It was in this charged atmosphere that Severus first encountered his companions that evening. Luca, the enigmatic Russian, preferred the art of brewing spells to engaging in idle conversation, his silence often speaking volumes. Émile, the charming French heir, exuded an air of sophistication, his presence punctuated by a hint of perfumed smoke and an insatiable ambition that clung to him like a cloak. Then there was Mira, the spirited Indian iconoclast, whose irreverent humor had her poking fun at every ICW rule in sight. She had even crafted her own unique brewing method, employing volcanic pressure stones, leaving many in the room in awe of her ingenuity. All of them were sharp, quick-minded, and undeniably dangerous. And despite their intense scrutiny, Severus stood firm in the eye of their collective gaze. Severus listened intently, eager to absorb every fragment of their conversations. He challenged their ideas, feeling the thrill of intellectual sparring, and even allowed himself a moment of laughter, as rare as it was genuine. When he finally departed from the room, he walked away not just with fleeting memories, but with new names imprinted in his mind. New players introduced into the intricate game unfolding around them. Each one a potential piece on a much larger strategic board, one that promised both peril and opportunity. The air in the refreshment chamber shimmered with a delicate blend of soft spells that cast an aura of silence and scent, meticulously designed to foster private conversations and soothe frayed nerves. Yet, despite these enchantments, the atmosphere was thick with tension. People smiled with their mouths while their eyes betrayed unease, revealing emotions that simmered just beneath the polished surface. All around, power coursed like an intangible vapor, palpable and electric. Severus found himself positioned near a long glass table, which gleamed under the soft lighting. It was lined with crystal tumblers and silver-trimmed decanters filled with vibrant fruit water, but he stood flanked by emptiness, both physically and emotionally. Yet, despite his solitude, they came to him. Mr. Shafik. The voice that reached him was smooth and composed, carrying an even tone that seemed to slice through the ambient tension. The speaker displayed impeccable timing. Severus turned to face the man identified in Arcturus's dossier. Matteo Ricci, the right hand of Lorenzo Zabini, stood before him, a figure seasoned in the art of negotiation and persuasion. He was the kind of man who never repeated himself, his words carefully chosen, each syllable loaded with intent. "Congratulations," Matteo said, offering a polite nod that did little to mask the keen interest in his eyes. The Vigorum draft dossier circulated among the trade delegates this morning. "The numbers are impressive. I prefer results over performance," Severus replied, his tone steady. A flicker of amusement danced across Matteo's features, betraying a hint of respect. Spoken like someone who understands both. They exchanged a few more sentences, carefully measured pleasantries veiled in a layer of technical admiration. Matteo offered a compliment on the potion's exquisite restraint, a subtle nod to its complex formulation. Severus responded with calm insight, his words chosen with the precision of a skilled practitioner. Neither man yielded an inch, nor did they pose questions that pierced too deeply, maintaining an air of calculated formality. As the conversation began to wane, the room's tension palpable, Severus reached into the depths of his inner pocket, his movement smooth and unhurried. He produced a tiny silver capsule box, its elegance apparent in its sleek design. Discreet and unmarked, the The box seemed to shimmer under the dim light. "Since you're already familiarizing yourself with my dossiers," he said quietly, his voice dipping to a barely there whisper meant for Matteo alone, "perhaps you'd find interest in something the International Confederation of Wizards has yet to encounter." Matteo's gaze darted momentarily to the box before locking back onto Severus's face, curiosity flashing in his eyes. "And what might that be?" he inquired, his tone a mix of intrigue and caution. "A taste," Severus replied, his expression unwavering. "Something still, private, off the record. Just one dose. You can use it on a controlled magical subject, or not. It's entirely up to you. Either way, you'll grasp the magnitude of what I'm offering when the moment is right." With careful deliberation, Matteo accepted the box, cradling it with gloved fingers without opening it. He merely nodded once, a silent acknowledgement of the weight of what was being presented to him. Then, a faint smile crept onto his lips. "We should converse further in private, Mr. Shafik. Some topics are far too intriguing for the scrutiny of public discussion." Back on the summit floor, Severus was immersed in reviewing a series of enchanted herb stabilization techniques at a side exhibit. The air was thick with the scent of various magical plants and the chatter of numerous attendees, but he was only half aware of his surroundings when 3 members of the French Trade Consortium approached him. "Mr. Shafik," said the woman at the forefront, her dark eyes glinting with confidence and her elegant attire adding an air of authority. "May we have a word?" Their approach was assertive. They were impeccably dressed and emanated an eagerness that felt almost predatory, as if they were accustomed to getting what they wanted. They laid out their proposition with precision. Joint production rights to the highly coveted Vigorum draft, full access privileges to an extensive pan-European logistics network, and a partnership with 3 reputable export firms known for their reliability and influence in the market. The pitch was rapid-fire, slick, and enticing. Too fast, Severus thought, feeling a slight tug of wariness settle in his gut. He listened with an outward calm, nodding occasionally and maintaining a polite smile. Inside, however, he was cautious, refusing to reveal any of his thoughts. "Thank you," he finally said, his voice steady. "I'll review your materials." He tucked the offer folder beneath his arm, fully aware that he wouldn't even glance at it tonight. The consortium's eagerness was transparent. They were not here to extend a helping hand. No, they were positioned to leap ahead of the Zabinis, intent on securing their stake in the lucrative deal that was clearly in play. And that realization set his mind racing. The clock had already begun to tick. That evening, in one of the private villas nestled within the upper tiers of the Vienna Summit Complex, Lorenzo Zabini stood by the tall, elegantly framed windows, gazing out over the sprawling cityscape awash with twinkling lights. He held a glass of warm, spiced wine, the fragrant aroma wafting up to meet his senses. His expression remained inscrutable, a mask of measured contemplation cloaked in distance. Behind him, Matteo quietly closed the door with a soft click, the sound barely disturbing the serene atmosphere. He placed the silver capsule box with a faint metallic glint on the polished table between them, its presence stirring an undercurrent of tension in the air. "He handed it to me without ceremony," Matteo began, his voice steady yet laced with gravity. "Didn't name it. Just said it wasn't for public discussion." Lorenzo turned to face him, his brows lifting slightly in surprise. "He gave you something unmarked?" he asked, curiosity stirring within him. Matteo nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering. "Unmarked, but not insignificant. I believe it holds more weight than it appears. You trust the boy?" Lorenzo inquired, studying Matteo's expression for any signs of doubt. "I trust what I saw," Matteo replied earnestly. "And I trust that Severus Shafik is no fool. The prince family wouldn't provoke the Zabinis lightly." His words echoed softly in the room, the implication hanging heavily between them. Lorenzo opened the capsule, silently considering the lone tablet inside. He lifted it between his thumb and forefinger, holding it to the light. Just a simple tablet. And yet, he didn't dismiss its significance. Instead, he summoned one of his enforcers, a battle-hardened duelist named Vico, a man infamous for surviving 3 assassination attempts and for shattering a werewolf's spine in a fierce street duel. "Take this," Lorenzo commanded, his voice steady and authoritative. Without hesitation, Vico accepted the tablet and swallowed it dry, as if it were an everyday task. For several seconds, an anxious stillness enveloped the room. Nothing seemed to happen. Then, subtle, yet unmistakable shifts began to occur. His posture straightened, muscles tightening with newfound energy. His breath slowed, each inhalation deliberate and measured. And then, his aura began to swell. It didn't flare with wild abandon. It didn't explode with chaos. No, it swelled, controlled, precise, and terrifyingly consistent. Matteo took a step back, his eyes widening as he observed the air shift subtly around Vico, reminiscent of heat rippling off a sun-baked stone. That aura wasn't there before, Lorenzo murmured, a hint of awe breaking through his usually unflappable demeanor. I know, Matteo replied, his voice laced with surprise. Good, Lorenzo replied, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes as he snapped his fingers sharply. At that signal, more men entered the room. Each was a trained fighter, their bodies coiled like springs, armed and ready, wands at the ready in swift, practiced motions. Without warning, Lorenzo turned to face them, his expression unwavering. You four. Try to put him down, he commanded. His words hung in the air, not as a request, but as an undeniable directive. Vico turned, his wand raised before his opponents had even taken a step. The duel unfolded with a raw intensity. It was anything but elegant. Every movement was infused with a savage ferocity. Vico didn't just keep pace, he utterly overwhelmed them. His shield work was a blur, faster than the eye could follow. His reflexes were honed to a razor's edge. Every stunning hex he cast struck with a concussive force that echoed through the air. The fierce confrontation dragged on for nearly 30 minutes. Blood seeped from a cut on his temple, and rivulets of sweat coursed down his back. Yet he remained resolute, refusing to show any signs of weakness. Then, as the tower mark approached, Vico suddenly ceased his movements, collapsing to his knees as if a puppet had been severed from its strings. He gasped for breath, his eyes glassy and unfocused, utterly drained of energy. Lorenzo watched in silence for what felt like an eternity. He poured himself another glass of wine, taking a slow, deliberate sip as he settled back into his chair, his gaze steady but distant. Finally, without turning to Matteo, he spoke softly, "Request my father and my brother to join us for the remainder of the summit." Matteo straightened, acknowledging the order with a slight inclination of his head. Immediately, he asked, eager to comply. Now, Lorenzo replied curtly. His attention drifted back to the tablet's box, small, silver, and disarmingly plain. It was the kind of item that would escape the notice of an untrained eye, yet it held an air of ominous promise. It was the sort of object only a prince would dare to present in silence, carrying implications too vast for mere words. Lorenzo Zabini had just come to understand the depth of SEVERUS SNAPE's true capabilities. The halls of the Zabini estate were steeped in an imposing silence. It was not merely the absence of sound, but a profound tranquility born from power, a cultivated stillness where each echo was meticulously accounted for, and every footfall resonated with intent. Lord Vittorio Zabini, the formidable patriarch of the House of Zabini, stood poised before a grand arched window that framed a breathtaking view of the mist-drenched cliffs of the Amalfi coast. Below, the sea churned with an elegant ferocity, its rhythmic undulations hidden behind a veil of fog. A soft, melodic chime broke the serene ambience, emanating from the enchanted communication mirror perched on a nearby table. The sound was almost ethereal, yet resonated with urgency. Vittorio turned to witness the entrance of his eldest son, Salvatore Zabini, the heir to the family legacy. Salvatore was tall and sharply featured, his striking presence amplified by a gaze that could halt a conversation in its tracks. They shared no idle pleasantries. Their interaction was stripped down to its essence, focused solely on their purpose. With a deliberate motion, Vittorio touched the surface of the mirror. Instantly, Matteo's voice resonated through the stillness. Low, calm, and composed as ever. Lord Lorenzo has requested your presence at the Vienna Potioneers Summit, Matteo announced without hesitation. He believes he's uncovered something worthy of your direct attention. Salvatore raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Lorenzo doesn't yield easily to anyone, he remarked, his tone hinting at the weight of that fact. That's why we're paying close attention, Vittorio replied, his expression calm and composed. With his arms crossed defiantly, Salvatore contemplated the implications. If he's reaching out for reinforcements, it signals either a political move or something far more volatile. Furthermore, if he hasn't already staked his claim, it means he's biding his time, waiting for permission. Vittorio arched an eyebrow, his voice sharp and precise. Who exactly are we talking about? Without missing a beat, Matteo provided the answer. A boy named SEVERUS SNAPE. He's a dual-certified prodigy from Ilvermorny, comes from a prestigious alchemical lineage connected to the Prince family. Salvatore leaned forward slightly, intrigued further. The one certified by the ICW? Precisely, Matteo confirmed. But this isn't merely about public potions, is it? Salvatore pressed on, sensing the deeper implications. Lorenzo believes there's something more lurking beneath the surface. Correct, Matteo replied with a nod. In a calculated manner, Vittorio began to tap the silver cane he held at his side, each tap resonating with purpose. Coordinate with Ricci Sr. and Benedetta. Select 2 members from the blood circle. I want eyes on this SEVERUS SNAPE, and on any proposals he might present. Salvatore nodded, his mind already whirling with possibilities and strategies. I'll depart within the hour. Keep me informed, the elder Zabini instructed, his gaze still fixed on the distant horizon, as if peering into a future laden with potential challenges. Use the mirror for updates. And Salvatore? Yes, father? Salvatore replied, turning his full attention to Vittorio. If my instincts are correct, do not let the boy out of your sight. The second day of the summit dawned with a low sun casting long shadows and bringing subtle changes to the atmosphere. Severus sensed it immediately as he stepped into the upper gallery. Heads turned more swiftly in his direction, and conversations hushed just a moment too abruptly, as if everyone had suddenly become aware of his presence. As he moved through the crowd, 3 delegates he didn't recognize offered him crisp, polite nods, their expressions hinting at newfound respect or curiosity. By the time he arrived at the main hall, he found a neatly sealed envelope waiting for him at the Ilvermorny desk, the parchment crisp and inviting. To Mr. SEVERUS SNAPE, the hostess said, her voice smooth and professional. You've been invited to a private networking brunch for select innovators. This event is hosted by the ICW's International Youth Initiative and is sponsored by several industry representatives. Severus didn't need to read between the lines to understand the implications. Someone had rearranged the guest list overnight, shifting the dynamics of his standing among the participants. Not long after, Professor Langford approached him, her expression thoughtful yet pleased. Good. They're noticing, she murmured, a knowing smile playing on her lips before she excused herself to attend to her next meeting, leaving Severus contemplating the unexpected turn of events. Back in their private suite, Arcturus Prince meticulously arranged the morning's intelligence on an enchanted board, the soft glow of the magical glow illuminating the intricate details laid out before him. 3 guilds have inquired about the formulation of the rejuvenation elixir. None have made formal requests, of course, he remarked, gesturing to a collection of sigil-marked folders neatly organized by priority. The French consortium sent a discreet inquiry to test the waters. Meanwhile, the Bulgarians have been probing about the timelines for trademark registrations. Severus leaned closer to examine the sprawling map of the European patent network that sprawled across the board, his brows furrowing in concentration. They're trying to assess how secure my position is in this matter. Precisely, Arcturus replied with a nod, his expression serious. This suggests that the Zabinis might attempt to corner you sooner rather than later. They may even try to eliminate these lesser players, thereby trapping you in a more confined position. With a swift movement, he produced a small scroll from within his robe, its surface inscribed with fine, elegant text. Now, let's discuss our adjusted terms. Exclusive European rights to the Rejuvenation Elixir and Vigorum draft will now be secured under the auspices of the Zabini family. This partnership not only promises exclusivity but also grants early access to Severus's forthcoming innovations, contingent upon mutual agreement and careful review of each invention. In addition, a formal closed-door session is to be convened to deliberate on the intricacies of Serge Noir and Valaris dust. However, this discussion will proceed solely under a testing contract, specifically for the application on magical criminal subjects. Such a contract must be authenticated through the signatures and seals of impartial third-party observers to ensure integrity. "You've made your first move," Arcturus said, his voice steady as he folded his hands thoughtfully. "But don't be mistaken, you haven't won anything just yet." His gaze locked onto Severus's, unwavering and intense. "The true trap," he continued, a knowing gleam in his eyes, "lies in convincing them that they've already secured your allegiance." Later that evening, Severus granted himself a rare moment of normalcy. In the cozy lounge of the East Wing, a lively group of young potioneers had gathered, their laughter intertwining with the clinking of glass as they sipped on various concoctions. The air buzzed with animated conversation punctuated by playful ego clashes, creating a warm, competitive atmosphere. Emil, with a mischievous glint in his eye, challenged Severus to a brewing riddle. Which root binds a curse and heals a hex, but only under moonlight? His grin widened as he eagerly awaited Severus's answer. Mira, ever the pragmatist, rolled her eyes in mock exasperation. "It's always moonlight with you people. Can't we discuss something other than nocturnal ingredients for once?" With a playful flourish, she passed around a sparkling vial of her latest invention, an intriguing elixir that temporarily transformed the drinkers' voices into a different language. Moments later, Alessandro, caught mid-sentence, suddenly erupted into a loud stream of fluent Swahili, shocking everyone into laughter. Meanwhile, Luca remained his usual quiet self, an ever-watchful presence in the corner. He didn't engage in the banter, content to observe the dynamic interactions around him. Instead, he approached Severus quietly, his demeanor serious as he pressed a small, folded piece of parchment into Severus's palm. It contained handwritten formulas, meticulously detailed notes on potion stabilization, a treatise of knowledge exchanged without a single word spoken. Severus accepted the parchment with a faint smile of appreciation, grateful for the unexpected gesture. Whatever happened next, he realized he wasn't alone in his pursuit of brilliance. And perhaps some of these rivals might just become his allies in the intricate dance of potion mastery. In the night, back in his dimly lit room, the night began to settle into a hushed calm. Until a flicker of movement outside caught Severus's eye, drawing him to the window. Perched silently on the sill was a small shadowed owl, its feathers blending with the darkness as it held a jet-black envelope gripped tightly in its talons. The wax seal was devoid of any insignia or crest, and it bore only his name, inscribed in elegant silver ink that shimmered faintly in the low light. With a steady hand, he took the envelope, feeling a strange mixture of curiosity and anticipation. As he opened it, the contents were revealed, a single line, succinct but laden with meaning. "Midnight, Villa 9. Come alone." There was no signature, no indication of the sender, just this directive. Severus folded the note with care, his fingers moving delicately as if he were handling something fragile, and placed it neatly beside his wand on the table. A sense of calm washed over him. There was no alarm in his heart, no trace of fear, only a resolute sense of purpose. He had initiated the first step in this intricate dance of shadows. Now, he awaited their response. The path leading to Villa 9 was meticulously paved with polished black stone, each tile embedded with subtle anti-eavesdropping enchantments that shimmered faintly in the dim light. Severus walked it alone, enveloped in a cloak of charcoal gray that blended seamlessly with the shadows around him. His wand rested lightly at his wrist, and his eyes, sharp and alert, scanned the surroundings for any signs of disturbance. The night air in Vienna was cool and enveloping, carrying an almost palpable silence. Above him, the sky was devoid of stars, obscured by an intricate canopy of enchanted illusion, carefully crafted to conceal secrets from prying eyes and to safeguard whispering ambitions that thrummed beneath the surface. As he approached the villa, its grandeur became evident. A sophisticated expanse adorned with darkwood shutters and luxurious green-veined marble that glimmered under the soft glow of nearby lanterns. Dim lights flickered tantalizingly behind the warded windows, casting fleeting shadows that danced across the stones. When Severus reached the heavy door, it responded to his presence, swinging open without the need for a knock. Inside, Matteo awaited him, an enigmatic figure whose demeanor held a blend of formality and familiarity. "Mister," Shafiq, he greeted with a slight inclination of his head, stepping aside to allow Severus entry. Severus stepped inside without a moment's hesitation, his senses immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of cedarwood mingling with the scent of aged parchment. The villa's interior was a masterpiece of calculated elegance. Soft candlelight flickered across shelves brimming with leather-bound tomes on potion-making and a collection of rare magical relics that spoke of power wielded with an artist's touch. Every detail, from the intricate carvings on the furniture to the soft rustle of a nearby curtain, whispered of secrets and restraint, embodying a space where ambition and decorum coexisted in perfect harmony. Inside the main salon, Lorenzo Zabini stood casually beside a glimmering decanter of aged fire brandy, the amber liquid catching the light as it swirled within. Next to him, seated with an air of deliberate poise, was a figure Severus recognized only from Arcturus's meticulously compiled dossiers, Salvatore Zabini. The heir to the Zabini legacy radiated a chill that seemed to permeate the air around him, starkly contrasting his brother's charismatic aura. His sharp features, with angles that could slice through tension, were framed by dark, tailored clothing, attire chosen not for fashion, but designed to impose a sense of quiet intimidation upon those who dared to glance his way. His eyes, polished onyx orbs, traversed the room with an unsettling intensity, landing on Severus with the weight of profound, silent scrutiny. Flanking the room's perimeter were two imposing figures, each embodying a different form of authority. To Lorenzo's right stood Ricci Sr., an older iteration of Matteo, gaunt, with silver-streaked hair that seemed to highlight the years etched upon his face. His deep-set, darker eyes conveyed a stoicism that required no wand or smile. The only adornment on his hand was a ring emblazoned with the Zabini family seal, a symbol of power that afforded him the gravitas of someone who could end discussions with just a single, weighted word. To Salvatore's left was Benedetta, her robes impeccably tailored and pristine, hands encased in elegant gloves, with a thin quill cleverly tucked behind her ear. She appeared more like a scribe meticulously recording events than a formidable warrior. However, Severus's keen eye caught the subtle, yet telling, glint of defensive wards artfully layered into the fabric of her robes, not to mention the wand secured within a holster intricately stitched with alchemical sigils, heralding her readiness for any altercation that might arise. Severus stepped into the room, offering a brief but meaningful bow, not one of subservience or challenge, but rather an acknowledgement of the gravity of their meeting. "Thank you for coming," Lorenzo said, deftly pouring 3 glasses of a rich, dark liquid that shimmered subtly in the dim light. "No names, no papers," Salvatore added, his voice low and serious. "This meeting didn't happen." "Then we'll speak freely," Severus replied, settling into the offered seat with an air of quiet confidence. They sipped their drinks, allowing the warmth to spread as they observed one another, the tension palpable as each man tested the silences between them. Lorenzo started the delicate dance of conversation. "You've made quite the stir," he remarked casually, his gaze steady. "Your ICW dossier was mentioned 3 times at the recent regional briefing, and not just for your work with the rejuvenation elixir." Severus chose not to respond, his expression revealing nothing. Salvatore pressed on, leaning slightly forward. "We've had our team analyze the potential of the Vigorum draft. Its performance metrics speak for themselves, impressively solid. But what captured our attention most was the method of delivery. Crystalline binding, layered absorption. Efficient and adaptable, indeed." Severus observed him intently. "You're not interested in the potion," he remarked, his tone flat and steady. "No," Salvatore replied. "Our focus lies on the mind that created it." There was a brief silence in the room, charged with unspoken tension. Lorenzo then leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees, fingers interlaced in a steeple formation that suggested both contemplation and authority. "You handed Matteo something without providing an explanation," he stated smoothly, his voice steady as he assessed the implications. "It transformed a man we once deemed elite into something far different, something faster, meaner, brief but unforgettable in its impact." "Serge Noir," Severus replied with an air of gravity. "It is unregistered, unpublished, and highly restricted. Unstable, Ricci Sr. interjected, his voice cutting through the air like a drawn blade, sharp and low. Addictive, to boot. Eventually, Severus conceded, nodding slightly. After 70 doses, based on the limited prototype data. Perhaps even fewer if misused. However, if applied with care, it revolutionizes combat strategy entirely, Benedetta interjected, her eyes narrowed in intense calculation. It offers 2 hours of peak casting velocity. 1 spell every 3 seconds. The average duel time reduced by half. Silence enveloped the room, thick and heavy. The wine sat in its glass, untouched, as if time had come to a standstill. Salvatore intertwined his fingers, a gesture of contemplation. You gave us something powerful. Why? He inquired, his voice steady and probing. Severus remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering. To illuminate the question, he replied, each word deliberate and loaded with meaning. And what question is that? Lorenzo interjected, curiosity piqued. Severus leaned slightly forward, intensity radiating from him. What could I offer if I weren't restricted? The atmosphere shifted palpably, tension humming in the air. Lorenzo's lips curled into a sly smile, his intrigue deepening. And what is it you want? He asked, his tone a mix of skepticism and interest. Severus leaned forward slightly, his voice low yet imbued with a sharp clarity that commanded attention. I'm not here to sell a product. I'm here to propose a partnership. His words prompted a palpable silence in the room, a rare moment when even Benedetta paused her meticulous scribbling with her enchanted quill, her attention fully captured. I'm offering you full-scale rights, manufacturing, distribution, lobbying, and expansion. This isn't limited to just Vigrum Draft and the Rejuvenation Elixir, it encompasses future ventures as well. We're looking at a global scale. Salvatore raised an eyebrow, his expression a mixture of surprise and intrigue. That's quite generous of you. It's calculated, Severus replied, his tone firm and unwavering. The market is shifting rapidly. If we don't seize the opportunity first, someone else undoubtedly will. He opened a folder from his briefcase and slid a piece of parchment forward, devoid of signatures, yet rich in possibility. It was a map of potential, drawn with utmost precision. Zabini International and House Shafiq would each command 49% of this ambitious umbrella venture, while House Prince, which had always maintained a negotiation of trust, would possess the remaining 2%. This is allocated out of personal loyalty, Severus remarked in a flat tone, coupled with a commitment to long-term legal oversight. The expression on Ricci Sr.'s face darkened, not with disapproval, but rather with a burgeoning interest that sparked in his eyes. Benedetta leaned forward slightly, her voice low as she observed the document. A mirrored shareholding model, designed for equilibrium, crafted for leverage. Severus nodded, his eyes glinting with a mixture of ambition and confidence. And built to endure, he asserted. You bring infrastructure. I bring invention. Together, we stand to profit. Yet, crucially, no single entity holds dominion over the others. He allowed a brief pause, letting the implications of the numbers resonate within the room, the weight of the proposal settling in the air like a charged atmosphere. In exchange, I expect 3 things. Full access to the expansive Zabini manufacturing scale and its intricate international logistics, political protection against interference from lesser guilds, and strategic lobbying support as we venture into both emerging and elite markets, magical and muggle alike. He let the weight of his demands settle in the moment, then interlaced his fingers, a gesture of calm control. And in return, he continued, his tone measured and deliberate, you will gain early access to my classified research and experimental prototypes, safeguarded by contractually enforced tiers that ensure protections for both parties involved. Benedetta tilted her head slightly, curiosity flickering in her eyes. And so, Serge Moore is the first in this arrangement? No, Severus replied, his voice a sharp contrast, akin to steel drawn across smooth silk. The atmosphere shifted, the silence thickening with palpable tension. Ricci Sr.'s fingers tightened around the armrest, betraying his unease. Lorenzo leaned forward slightly, curiosity piqued. Then what is? He inquired, searching Severus's intense gaze for a deeper meaning. Severus's tone dropped, low and magnetic, drawing Lorenzo in. You've seen what I can do with power, he replied with a hint of pride. With a precise motion, he tapped his wand lightly against the briefcase resting on the table. A rune glowed ominously, pulsing with energy. Then, with a practiced flick of his wrist, he reached into the depths of his coat and produced a second capsule box, sleek and elegant, adorned with obsidian trim. This box was not just an ordinary container. It bore the weight of secrecy, sealed 3 times over with intricate protection glyphs and formidable arcane wards. He set it down on the table with a sense of quiet finality, the sound echoing softly in the dim room. "I want you to see what I can do with pleasure," he declared, his voice steady and compelling. Both men's eyes were riveted on the enigmatic box, anticipation thick in the air. "Valaris Dust," Severus said, his voice taking on an enigmatic quality, revealing the significance of what lay within as he spoke. Not a booster, not a tonic, a narcotic. For magical beings, wizards, vampires, werewolves. Crafted with precision to endure, to seduce. In its diluted form, it proves effective on muggles as well. Benedetta straightened, her expression a mix of intrigue and apprehension as she absorbed the implications of the words. Ricci Sr.'s eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering behind them like a shadow, calculating the potential consequences. Even Salvatore's posture shifted ever so slightly, a barely noticeable tension tightening his frame, but it was there, unmistakable. Severus, however, remained impassive. He didn't smile, nor did he offer any explanation. There was no need to clarify what was already understood. He allowed the silence between them to stretch, letting it build and expand, its weight settling deeply within their minds, like an incantation cast without a counterhex. Then, as if the meeting were merely a footnote in the narrative of his day, he rose to his feet. Calm, collected. Each movement exuded a quiet confidence that filled the room. "I'll leave you to ponder your terms," he declared, his voice steady and unwavering. With that he turned, his cloak sweeping elegantly across the polished marble floor, reminiscent of a curtain falling at the end of a grand performance. He exited the room, not once casting a glance back over his shoulder. Behind him, the 4 Zabinis remained frozen in place, their gazes fixed on the obsidian box resting ominously on the table. They stared at the swirling dust inside, a swirling metaphor for the uncertainty that now loomed over them. Thoughts of a future they had never anticipated ran through their minds, casting a shadow over their carefully devised plans. Lord Vittorio Zabini's POV. Zabini Manor, 11 p.m. The old manor exuded an air of solemnity and profound silence. Lord Vittorio Zabini stood solitary in the circular chamber beneath the estate. An ancient space hewn from volcanic stone many centuries prior, where generations of his lineage had gathered to whisper dark secrets, conspire, and subtly mold their destinies in the shadows. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of aged parchment, rich black cedar wood, and a faint metallic undertone of ancient enchantments still infusing the very walls with their lingering power. His fingers rested lightly on the serpent-headed cane that was as much a part of him as his own flesh. A cherished heirloom that had belonged to his grandfather. As his fingertips traced the intricate gold coil of the cane absent-mindedly, his gaze remained fixated on an expanse of unadorned marble wall, its surface cool and impassive. To anyone else, it would merely appear as a solid piece of stone, nothing more than an artifact of the manor's long history. To Vittorio, however, it was a dramatic stage set for an unfolding scene yet to come. Something was stirring, he could sense it, not within the confines of the manor, but in the vast, throbbing world outside. He felt its presence, not through the clarity of reasoned thought, nor through the balance sheets of ledgers or the bindings of blood contracts, but through a deeper, more primal intuition. It was the unsettling chill that crept beneath his collar whenever fate chose to pivot upon its axis, heralding change that was both inevitable and ominous. Lorenzo had sent the message, a simple act that, on the surface, seemed unremarkable. However, the tone was urgent, infused with a sense of unease that was palpable even through the written words. Lorenzo was his second son, charismatic and sharp-minded, a young man known for his eloquence and quick wit. Yet, he was not one to jump to conclusions or to react impulsively. The fact that he had summoned both his elder brother and their father indicated that he had witnessed something significant, an event or revelation that caused him to pause and seek counsel. Lorenzo did not hesitate lightly. If he was reaching out in such a manner, It meant that whatever he had encountered was a challenge too substantial for him to confront alone. This realization struck Vittorio with clarity. He understood instantly that the situation was serious. He stepped forward, the base of his cane tapping softly against the cool stone floor of the dimly lit hallway, a sound that echoed his rising determination. This meeting was going to be unlike any other, filled with weighty implications and urgent questions. He would not leave any stone unturned nor depend on the flawed retellings of others to grasp the full gravity of the situation. "Benedetta," he said, his voice as smooth and rich as poured oil, filling the space around them with a sense of calm authority. The poised woman stepped gracefully from the shadows of the alcove housing the communication mirror, her posture impeccable, always attuned to his needs. "Yes, my lord," she replied, her tone both respectful and attentive. "I want a full view of tonight's meeting." "Live," he commanded, his eyes narrowing slightly as he considered the importance of the gathering. Benedetta tilted her head, a subtle gesture of inquiry. "Do you wish to use the oath mirror, or no?" His voice sliced through the air, both firm and serene. "Not overtly. We'll observe without being observed." A flicker of understanding ignited in her eyes, brightening her expression. "The wall, then." He gave a single, deliberate nod, the weight of his decision settling in the air between them. "Layer it well. Hidden behind the marble. Untraceable. No echoes. No aura trails. I want full visual and sound. Make it appear to be just another wall in that villa, one even a prince wouldn't think twice about." Benedetta bowed her head once in acknowledgement, her focus sharpening as she turned briskly on her heel to execute his orders, her mind already crafting the intricate spells needed for their covert surveillance. Vittorio, now alone with his thoughts, returned his gaze to the smooth surface of the marble, contemplating the events that would soon unfold behind its facade. He was nearly 120 years old, a living testament to the passage of time. To the outside world, he was the esteemed patriarch of the Zabini Empire, calculating, composed, and seemingly untouchable. Yet, beneath that polished exterior, a primal instinct still thrummed within him. It was the instinct that detected the scent of blood and water long before the events unfolded. Tonight, something was destined to change in the complex tapestry of his life. He could sense it in the air, a palpable shift that stirred the atmosphere around him. And he would be watching closely, his keen eyes ready to decipher the ripples of fate as they began to unfold. He turned toward one of the guards stationed at the door, his gaze piercing through the dim light of the chamber. "Fetch Isadora," he commanded, his voice low and firm. "Tell her I want her in the chamber before midnight." The guard hesitated for a fleeting moment, just a blink that hinted at uncertainty, then bowed his head and swiftly departed, the soft clatter of his armor echoing down the hallway. Vittorio remained rooted in place, his thoughts swirling like shadows around him. He wasn't standing as a patriarch, carrying the weight of family legacy on his shoulders. Nor was he merely a father, filled with protective instincts. Instead, he felt more like a specter, lingering at the edge of an unknown precipice, a boundary between the past he knew and an uncertain future. He had no clear understanding of the kind of boy Lorenzo had brought into that villa, nor did he grasp the deeper game lurking beneath the surface of the wine they would soon share. But one thing was certain: answers would come, whether he was ready or not. And if the Shafiq heir truly possessed the fierce ambition and cunning his reputation suggested, then the horizon of his family's future might appear vastly different by the time the sun rose, casting its light on the unfolding possibilities. Zabini Manor, the observation chamber. 11:30 p.m., the chamber doors parted soundlessly, creating an almost reverent atmosphere. Vittorio Zabini remained unmoving, his focus unwavering. He sensed the faint click of polished heels on the stone floor, accompanied by the almost imperceptible inhale of a sharp, calculating breath. His fingers tightened around the head of his cane, feeling the cool gold serpent beneath his touch, which seemed to pulse with warmth as a subtle shift in the air signaled her presence. Power entered the room, not with a loud entrance or a brash display, but with an unmistakable aura of patience, poise, and a legacy that was undeniable. Isadora Zabini was always precise. She was exactly on time. She glided into the room with the elegance of a future meticulously crafted by his own hands. Not like Salvatore, who thrived on raw ambition and ruthlessness, not like Lorenzo, who charmed with silver-tongued ease. Isadora embodied something altogether different, something transcendent. At just 15, she bore herself with the composed restraint of a woman twice her age, possessing the instincts of someone 3 times as lethal. Tonight, her robes were a rich midnight blue, adorned with nearly invisible silver thread that traced the seams, strikingly elegant, yet resolutely strong. Her dark hair was coiled neatly back into an obsidian clasp, a stark contrast to her fair complexion. Her wand, conveniently holstered at her wrist, subtly shifted with each step she took, always alert, always ready, embodying an acute awareness of her surroundings. Vittorio allowed himself a moment of quiet pride. Though he would never voice it aloud, the sentiment lingered in the unspoken air between them. "You called for me, Nano?" she asked, her voice steady and calm, reflecting the stillness of a winter's mirror. She dipped her head in a gesture of respect, strong and poised, yet never diminished. Vittorio turned to her at last, fully confronting her presence. His gaze swept over her, taking in every detail, measuring her demeanor and character with an approving eye. "You're here to observe," he stated, his tone carrying the weight of significance. "There's a meeting, a gathering of minds and intentions. One I believe will prove instructive." He gestured toward the distant wall, where the enchanted marble now pulsed softly, its faint glow illuminating the edges in a mystical aura. The surface of the mirror shimmered to life, silent, yet exuding an air of perfect clarity. Within its depths lay a grand chamber, hidden away deep in the villa district at the summit. A single table stood at the center, surrounded by 5 chairs arranged around it. Strikingly absent was any crest on the wall, a conspicuous lack of visible allegiance marked by the emptiness that surrounded the scene. In stark contrast to the grandeur of the room, a lone boy dressed in black sat, isolated yet seemingly at ease, flanked only by 4 members of Vittorio's bloodline. "SEVERUS SNAPE," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as she stepped forward, drawn in by an invisible force. She didn't seek permission to intrude upon this private gathering. She never needed to. Vittorio, seated nearby, offered no response. His silence spoke volumes, an understanding that neither of them needed to voice. Isadora Zabini's POV. She had heard whispers about the Shafiq boy, the youngest dual inventor whose talents had already gained him ICW certification at such a tender age. His lineage tied intricately to the illustrious Prince family. He wore the Shafiq name as if it were a crown, untouched by the shadows of old blood and quiet infamy that often marred a family's reputation. Yet, whispers were merely fleeting breezes, lacking substance. Now, here was her first opportunity to truly see him. To her surprise, he appeared younger than she had anticipated. Slim and composed, he carried an air of stillness that was almost palpable, like smoke contained delicately within a crystal vial. His gaze didn't flit about the room. Instead, it pierced through the distractions, keenly observant of the world around him. Sitting across from her father, Salvatore, he held himself with an ease that suggested a sense of parity between them, as if he were not outnumbered 4-1 by the adults around him. Interesting, she thought. With a deliberate motion, she folded her arms, opting to stand rather than take the chair nearby. Standing felt more empowering, allowing her to command her space while the conversation unfolded. The meeting commenced in the typical fashion of influential gatherings. With an array of small talk, polished glasses of wine, and a veneer of perfumed civility, Uncle Lorenzo took the lead, weaving through conversations with the grace of a seasoned dancer, effortlessly charming those around him. In contrast, Father remained silent, a vigilant observer, his demeanor predatory as he lurked behind a towering bookcase, eyes fixed on the interactions like a hawk surveying its domain. And the boy? He played the game, yet he was far from submissive. When he presented his terms, there was no trace of apology or hesitation in his demeanor. Instead, he exuded an air of unwavering confidence, his resolve sharp and gleaming like obsidian. "He's negotiating from ground he hasn't even claimed yet," Benedetta whispered, a thought that slipped from her lips more to herself than to anyone else in the room. It was a bold maneuver, or perhaps reckless. Then came the pivotal moment. The atmosphere shifted unexpectedly as the topic arose. Surgeon Noir. He did not need to label it as a weapon. its implications were clear enough. Benedetta noticed the subtle change in her father's posture, a near imperceptible stiffening at the mere mention of it. Her fingers, poised over her parchment, tensed involuntarily, and even Ricci Sr.'s eyes, usually hidden behind thick spectacles, lifted with curiosity and concern. The air grew thick with tension, marking a turning point in their negotiations. And still, the boy did not boast. He simply extended an invitation, a challenge, a sample, like a serpent revealing its glistening fang for just a fleeting moment. Then, he placed the second box on the table, its surface gleaming, trimmed with obsidian and secured with intricate rune locks that glimmered faintly in the light. With a voice so calm it sliced through the tension in the air, he declared, "Valaris dust." She inhaled sharply, the sound cutting through the silence, not merely at the mention of the name, but at what he revealed next. It was a substance unlike any other, a narcotic designed specifically for magical beings, yet it held the ability to affect muggles too, a groundbreaking creation, the very first of its kind. Her heartbeat gradually slowed, settling into a steady rhythm. She prided herself on her composure. Surprises rarely rattled her. But this was different. It wasn't just another tactic or ploy. No, this was something far grander, a vast market filled with untapped potential, a sprawling kingdom devoid of a ruler. And there, amidst the chaos of opportunities, SEVERUS SNAPE had just extended an astonishing offer, a chance for her family to seize the throne. The morning sun cast a gentle glow over the Vienna skyline, its light soft and unpretentious, quite unlike the ominous scroll that had just arrived at SEVERUS SNAPE's doorstep. An envoy, adorned with the distinctive Zabini crest, one of the enigmatic members of the Blood Circle, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings with palpable intensity, delivered the sealed letter into SEVERUS's waiting hand. The gesture was accompanied by a respectful bow, but no additional words needed to pass between them. SEVERUS understood that the message was unmistakably clear. You've entered the lion's den. Now it's time to see if you'll feast or be torn apart. With a practiced flick, SEVERUS broke the wax seal and unfolded the parchment, absorbing its contents in silence. The words promised intrigue and danger, and his mind raced with possibilities. Behind him, Lord Arcturus Prince stood poised at the window, cradling a steaming cup of spiced black tea, the fragrant steam curling into the air. When SEVERUS turned to face him, scroll in hand, Arcturus merely lifted an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. "They've seen the bait," Arcturus remarked, his voice calm yet laced with an edge. He folded his hands behind his back, a subtle indication of his own anticipation. Now they want to know if it has a spine behind it. A sly smile curled on SEVERUS's lips. They'll find bone. And blades. The chamber of negotiation, the meeting room, was not part of the official summit space, a fact that added an air of secrecy to its existence. It was an older chamber, seamlessly integrated into the heart of a Zabini-owned wing of the sprawling summit estate. The dark stone walls whispered of age and craftsmanship, while the air within was expertly enchanted to maintain a cool, dry atmosphere that provided relief from the outside world. Intricate magical inscriptions, etched into the walls, shimmered faintly beneath layers of protective wards, hinting at the powerful legacy woven into this space. SEVERUS stepped inside with Arcturus at his side, both men draped in rich, understated robes that spoke of elegance without ostentation. No jewelry adorned their collars, nor were any titles visibly proclaimed. Their worth was signified solely by their presence, which commanded attention and respect as they entered the room. Already gathered at the obsidian-carved negotiation table were 4 figures, each embodying a distinct presence. Lorenzo Zabini sat with an air of calm, his demeanor deceptively relaxed as he steeped his fingers in front of him, exuding a sense of control and careful consideration. Beside him, Salvatore Zabini, the heir to the storied Zabini legacy, radiated a sharper intensity. His gaze, colder and more calculating, suggested a man far less swayed by the niceties of polite conversation and far more intrigued by the dynamics of power and influence. At the far end of the table sat Ricci Sr., his posture utterly still, reminiscent of a statue. Yet his keen eyes tracked SEVERUS with the precision of a tactician meticulously analyzing a battlefield, assessing every potential move. Finally, there was Benedetta, who perched elegantly on her chair. A quill hovered in her hand above an unfurled scroll, her expression serious and concentrated. She held her pose without so much as a smile, underscoring the gravity of the meeting at hand. Politeness circulated around the table like chilled wine, carefully measured, routine, yet devoid of any real warmth. They all engaged in superficial conversation, their smiles tight and rehearsed. None of them noticed the smooth marble wall behind Benedetta, which shimmered ever so faintly. It was enchanted and warded, a silent guardian cloaked in magic, serving as a mirror that revealed all truths hidden beneath the surface. Elsewhere, the hidden view within a hidden Zabini chamber deep within the sprawling villa. Lord Vittorio Zabini stood tall and unyielding, his hand resting lightly on the back of Isidora's intricately designed chair. The mirror embedded into the cold stone wall gleamed with ethereal light, capturing the meeting beyond in exquisite detail. Isidora Zabini, every inch the picture of regal elegance in her flowing black silk gown, leaned forward slightly, her keen eyes dissecting every twitch, every utterance. Her hands were carefully folded in her lap, and her expression remained inscrutable, betraying nothing of her thoughts. "He's younger than I expected," she remarked softly, her voice almost a whisper that barely broke the silence of the chamber. "And sharper than most, 3 times his age," Vittorio replied, his tone low yet threaded with an undercurrent of admiration. "Watch how he speaks. He doesn't carry himself like a mere boy." "And not like a servant," Isidora added, the hint of intrigue lacing her words. Vittorio's lips curved into a faint smile, one that reflected both appreciation and respect. "No, he's come prepared to negotiate." Back in the meeting room, the initial pleasantries dissipated quickly, leaving a palpable tension in the air. The atmosphere of the room shifted dramatically at the moment the first crystal glass was placed down, the soft chime echoing like a herald of what was to come. Salvatore Zabini's voice pierced the polished silence, cool and precise, cutting through the quiet with the sharp clarity of a scalpel. "The offer is as follows," he declared, his index finger tapping once against the obsidian table, drawing attention to the gravity of his words. "A trifold partnership. Shafiq Holdings and Zabini Enterprises will each retain 49% equity. The remaining 2% shall be held in trust by the Prince family, symbolizing both stability and legacy." Arcturus remained inscrutable, not revealing a hint of his thoughts, but Severus could sense a subtle, approving nod of agreement emanating from him, a barely perceptible acknowledgement of the unfolding proposal. "Zabini Infrastructure," Salvatore elaborated, "will oversee all production, manage physical security, and facilitate cross-continental distribution." His tone was firm, underscoring the meticulous planning behind the venture. At that moment, Benedetta's quill sprang to life, moving gracefully across the paper as if guided by an unseen hand. It inscribed the details of the offer onto a floating contract scroll before her, each word a testament to the seriousness of the agreement. Lorenzo then took the baton seamlessly, picking up where his brother had paused. "We also extend political cover, discreet shielding from the pressures exerted by international guilds. This is especially crucial in regions where the International Confederation of Wizards' approval can be sluggish, often failing to translate into immediate practical protection." His words reinforced the strategic advantage they aimed to provide, setting the stage for a successful partnership. "Useful," Arcturus remarked in a measured tone, "particularly within Eastern nations and several post-colonial markets." Salvatore pressed on, his voice steady. "In exchange, we are seeking exclusive worldwide distribution rights for both the Rejuvenation Elixir and the Vigorum Draft." Severus narrowed his gaze, not out of objection but to absorb the implications of their request. "Worldwide," he repeated, savoring the weight of the word. This time, Benedetta responded, her voice a blend of softness and assertiveness. "In our hands, your potions can permeate 5 continents within a year. That expansive reach is invaluable and thus warrants exclusivity." Severus chose to remain silent, contemplating their proposal for the moment. Salvatore continued, outlining further demands. "Additionally, we request conditional access to Surge Noir, pending approval for post-human testing. We also seek collaboration rights for Valaris Dust, but this will hinge on verified magical safety certification." Arcturus raised an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. "And what if the certification turns out to be unfavorable?" he questioned bluntly. With a deliberately measured grin, Salvatore replied, "In that scenario, we risk nothing. However, should the certification pass, we will expect a seat at the negotiation table." A hush fell over the room as the gravity of their initial terms hung palpably in the air. Then Arcturus spoke, his tone calm yet as unsettling as the depths of a stormy sea. "Creative autonomy must remain untouched. That is non-negotiable. Severus retains full rights over his experimental procedures, formulation records, and final say on deployment timelines." "Agreed," Benedetta replied, her quill gliding across the floating parchment, already etching the crucial clause with precision. Severus, his voice low yet resolute, added, "No adjustments. No dilution of product. No reproduction without my seal. No tweaks for political optics." Lorenzo inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the weight of Severus's words. "Understood." Arcturus took a moment to glance towards Severus, contemplating the trust that was being built among them. He then folded his hands together, signaling a shift in the conversation. "That covers protection and control. Now, let's turn our attention to value." Severus, tapping a finger thoughtfully against the smooth surface of the obsidian table, considered his next words carefully. "I won't sign over Surgeonoir or Valaris dust as mere commodities. They're not just potions, they're market disruptors. They're weapons that can shift the balance of power. Once sold, they become impossible to retrieve. Thus, if you wish to access them, you'll need to assist me in regulating their deployment." Salvatore raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched across his features. "You want us to limit our own profits?" Severus maintained a steady gaze, his expression unwavering. "I want you to help me avoid a global catastrophe," he replied evenly. "We need to test them properly on criminals and under strict supervision. Doing so will ensure two vital outcomes: their effectiveness and our plausible deniability." Lorenzo chuckled softly, a low and brief sound that hung in the air. Spoken like someone who's clearly given this some serious thought. "I have," Severus replied, his expression steady. "And if we decide to refuse your proposal?" Severus leaned in slightly, his gaze sharp and focused. "Then I'll bury both formulas, create something entirely different, and someone else, be they Hungarians, the French, or the Russians, will inevitably come along and present me with a better offer. But mark my words, they won't have access to Surgeonoir. Nor will they ever hear the name Valaris dust." It wasn't an idle threat. It was a cold, hard truth. The room fell into silence, the atmosphere heavy and charged. Each person absorbed the weight of the moment. Finally, Salvatore released a measured breath, observing Severus as intently as one would scrutinize a chessboard that suddenly revealed a fresh line of strategy. "Very well," Salvatore finally spoke, his tone resolute. "Conditional access it is. We'll allow limited testing on controlled magical subjects. Moreover, any distribution of your findings will be reviewed every 6 months by a neutral arbiter, either nominated by you or by us, alternating between the two." Benedetta diligently noted down the agreement, her pen moving swiftly across the page. Ricci Sr., who had been silent until this point, shifted slightly in his chair, perhaps showing signs of newfound respect for the situation at hand. Severus gave a slow, deliberate nod. "I can accept those terms." Lorenzo lifted his glass once more, yet his eyes remained locked onto Severus, filled with an intensity that suggested both scrutiny and curiosity. "Then let's move forward," he declared, and this time, the smile that graced his lips was genuine, signaling a new chapter in their collaboration. Behind the mirror in the dimly lit chamber, Vittorio's eyes narrowed with intensity. "He's wagering everything," he remarked, his voice filled with a mix of disbelief and admiration. "His intellect, his reputation, his very grasp on the situation." Isidora's voice, barely above a whisper, cut through the tension. "He's not seeking favors. He's requesting the space to create something new." Vittorio's gaze remained fixed on the figure of the boy visible through the glass barrier, his expression a blend of concern and fascination. "No," he murmured, shaking his head slightly. "He's not asking at all." The meeting was far from over, but the stakes had never been clearer. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken challenges, and it was evident that the dynamics had shifted dramatically. The air in the chamber had shifted perceptibly. It wasn't warmer or colder, just heavier, like a storm cloud looming overhead, pregnant with rain yet refusing to release its burden. Benedetta's quill danced across the parchment, the soft scratching sound resonating in the tense atmosphere as it captured every detail in ink that had been charmed to bind the words upon sealing. The negotiation had not just reached a conclusion, it had deepened into something far more intricate. Each silence now bore a palpable weight, every spoken word infused with the potential for long-term ramifications. Salvatore Zabini leaned forward in his chair, his piercing gaze locking onto Severus with an intensity that felt almost tangible. "We've accepted the testing clauses," he announced smoothly, each word deliberate and measured. "Neutral observers. Rotating arbiters. No distribution until verification. That's a level of transparency even the Bulgarians don't demand." Severus met his stare without flinching, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly in sardonic recognition. "Then you should feel proud," he replied evenly, a hint of challenge lacing his voice. "You're setting new standards." A subtle twitch of Lorenzo's lips suggested he was more amused than insulted. Across the table, Arcturus steepled his fingers, his voice calm and measured, exuding an air of authority. "Before we finalize this deal," he began, "there is one final matter I'd like clarified." Salvatore raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. With deliberate ease, Arcturus reached into his satchel, extracting a small scroll and laying it on the table before them. The outer wrapping was made of aged leather, bearing the marks of wear and scars from the passage of time. It appeared scorched and inscribed in 7 different languages, each sigil along the spine pulsing briefly as if responding to an unseen energy. "An ancient protection contract," Arcturus stated, his finger tapping lightly on the scroll's surface. "Blood-sealed and ancestral to House Prince. This clause must be intertwined with the very foundation of our agreement." Benedetta leaned forward, her expression carefully neutral, yet her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "No potion or derivative formula created by Severus Snape may be replicated, reworked, or reverse-engineered by any other party," Arcturus recited clearly, the weight of his words hanging in the air. "This is to be without a direct seal of approval from Severus himself. Not proxies, not future partners. Only he may grant such permission. And if it's violated?" Lorenzo inquired, his tone neither dismissive nor confrontational, genuinely intrigued by the implications. Arcturus offered a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "The contract collapses entirely, rendering all rights null and void. Retroactively, profits are recalled, and assets are frozen in place. This is enforced by international magic. Not even the International Confederation of Wizards can interfere with such a decree." A lengthy silence followed, the weight of Arcturus's words hanging in the air. Salvatore released an exasperated sigh through his nose, not out of irritation, but rather recognizing the formidable strength of the stipulation. "We'll concur," he stated at last, his words firm, "provided the scroll is reviewed by our legal archivist to ensure all is in order." "Of course," Arcturus replied smoothly, his confidence unwavering. "I brought 5 copies for that very purpose." Benedetta returned to her writing, the contract now moving toward its final clauses, each word feeling weightier than the last. The atmosphere in the room shifted slightly as Severus finally broke the tension. "I have one more condition," he announced, his voice steady and resolute. Heads turned in his direction, curiosity mingling with apprehension. "I want a 5-year moratorium on the sale of Valaris dust to non-magical populations," he stated firmly. "No underground routes. No low-dosage testing. No exceptions." Ricci Sr., seated at the far end of the table, shifted uncomfortably, his fingers tapping nervously against the polished wood, but he chose to remain silent. Lorenzo's brow knitted together in concern. "That's a large window," he replied, skepticism evident in his tone. "It's necessary," Severus insisted, his demeanor unwavering. "The effects on magical creatures have been remarkable, but Muggle biochemistry remains far too unpredictable. One wrong dose, one scandal, and we all suffer the consequences. Not to mention," Arcturus interjected, his voice tinged with urgency, "the fallout when the International Confederation of Wizards discovers that you're exporting untested narcotics into Muggle cities." Salvatore, sitting across from Severus, tapped the table twice in contemplation. 5 years. Then a reevaluation. He asked, seeking clarification. Then a neutral reassessment. If the data's sound, we proceed, Severus confirmed, his expression leaving no room for doubt. A heavy silence fell over the room. Benedetta continued writing, her pen gliding across the page, undeterred by the rising tension. Just as the final clauses were being meticulously prepared for magical sealing, Salvatore Zabini once again broke the tense silence. One last matter, he announced casually, his tone deceptively nonchalant. The atmosphere in the room shifted, and everyone stilled, the weight of anticipation hanging in the air. Salvatore leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. A clause. Simple. Binding. Severus and Arcturus exchanged glances, both men fully aware that this was no ordinary discussion. When your next invention comes, Salvatore continued, the intensity in his eyes palpable, the next breakthrough. Not the projects you're currently immersed in, not Surge Noir or Valaris Dust, but the one even you haven't conceived of yet. His gaze sparkled with excitement and promise. We want first rights, first access, first refusal. There was an absence of warmth in his expression, no trace of a smile that might suggest camaraderie. There was also no veiled threat lurking beneath the surface, just a keen sense of interest mingled with an undeniable weight in the atmosphere. Arcturus's face remained inscrutable, but his hand rested lightly on the table, poised and ready. Benedetta lifted her gaze from the scroll she had been absorbed in, her brow furrowing slightly in thought. Shall I frame it as preemptive exclusive negotiation rights for the upcoming innovation? She inquired, her tone measured and professional. Salvatore's response was curt and resolute. No, he said with an intensity that underscored his words. I want it in blood. That declaration shifted the atmosphere drastically, creating a tension that was palpable in the room. Even Ricci Sr., who had been observing quietly, turned his attention toward the unfolding conversation. Severus held Salvatore's gaze, analytical and calm. His expression was neither shocked nor angry, just a steadfast stillness that conveyed his contemplation. If I agree to this, Severus began slowly, weighing each word carefully, you're not just binding my present to you. You're placing a wager on my future. After a moment of silence, Lorenzo finally interjected with a thoughtful observation. Isn't that what makes it all worthwhile? Severus remained silent, the weight of the proposition hanging heavily between them, not yet ready to respond. Behind the mirror, Isadora's POV. Isadora Zabini leaned forward slightly, the flickering light from the mirror casting a soft glow across her face, illuminating her features in a way that made her appear both attentive and contemplative. She had not spoken a single word in over an hour, yet her silence was not one of indifference. Rather, she had absorbed every word that had been spoken, her mind racing with thoughts and possibilities. The young inventor on the other side of the glass was a curious blend of confidence and authenticity. He was not posturing for effect, nor was he groveling for approval. Instead, he stood firm in his beliefs, seemingly unfazed by the weight of his audience's gaze. There was a striking clarity in his demeanor. He was not swayed by the opinions of others, nor was he easily intimidated. With an air of quiet determination, he was reshaping reality on his own terms, bending the complexities of the world around him. In this delicate dance of negotiation, he extended an offer of leverage, inviting those astute enough to recognize the underlying exchange. It was a bold move, one that spoke volumes about his ambition and vision. A partnership, not an allegiance, nor a subservience. It was something more perilous, a tightrope walk between power and chaos. Her grandfather had often whispered in her ear that magic wasn't merely power, control was the true prize. And now, in this dimly lit room thick with anticipation, Severus Shafiq was offering both in abundance to those daring enough to seize it. He's laying roads no one else sees, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, yet laden with unspoken intrigue. Vittorio turned to her, casting a sideways glance filled with curiosity. And, he prompted, his brow arched in question. I want to see where they lead, she replied, a fire igniting in her eyes at the thought of uncharted paths. He responded with a faint smile, one that hinted at shared ambition. Then stay seated, he advised, his tone buoyant with promise. The journey has only just begun. The Zabini negotiation chamber carried a subtle aroma of obsidian ink, intertwined with hints of citrus-oiled wood and the metallic scent of iron-rich wards. The atmosphere was neither warm nor cold. It felt starkly clinical, like a space designed for deals that would outlast the lives of those who brokered them. Severus sat at the oval table, his posture impeccably straight, fingers poised yet relaxed against the parchment laid out before him. Beside him was Arcturus Prince, who appeared ageless, his expression an inscrutable mask that revealed nothing of his thoughts. Facing them across the table was Salvatore Zabini, calm and unflinching, with a gaze that bore an intensity beneath its placid surface. Lorenzo leaned back slightly in his chair, a wine glass resting untouched in his grip, embodying an air of quiet observation. Benedetta was busy, her quill swiftly dancing across the parchment, jotting down notes in a hushed urgency. Matteo stood sentinel just behind the chairs, positioned near the heavy drapes, his watchful presence adding an unspoken tension to the gathering. The contract had been signed only a few hours prior, yet the room felt charged with the anticipation of a significant shift, as if something profound was on the brink of unfolding. It was Salvatore who finally shattered the taut silence. "Do you plan to stop at Serge Noir and Valaris Dust?" The question sounded casual at first glance, but Severus detected the underlying weight carried within it. He remained composed, not allowing even a flicker of emotion to surface. "For now," Severus replied smoothly, his voice steady. "Yes, they aren't merely potions. They represent entire categories. Each requires careful refinement, thorough testing, and precise containment. No dreams beyond them?" Salvatore inquired, his brows furrowing slightly in curiosity. Severus tilted his head, studying Salvatore with an intensity that seemed to sift through the layers of his thoughts. "I dream plenty, but I don't build with dreams," he replied, his voice steady and measured. Salvatore offered a single nod, the movement subtle yet deliberate, and leaned in a fraction closer. There was a new energy to his voice, still soft but now charged with a sense of urgency. "Then we'd like to give you one." Arcturus remained still as a statue, but the sharpness in his gaze intensified, suggesting that he was fully immersed in the unfolding conversation. Severus, ever the embodiment of patience, remained silent, allowing the weight of anticipation to settle around them. When Salvatore spoke again, his words resonated like heavy stones dropped into still water. "A cure. For vampires. And for werewolves." The silence that enveloped them was not one of shock, but of profound awareness. It pressed against the walls, coiling beneath the table like a sentient entity, palpable and thick. Severus didn't blink, displaying an exterior calm, but within the depths of his gaze, something narrowed and sharpened as if preparing for the implications of Salvatore's proposition. "That's not a potion," he said quietly, each word deliberate. "That's a legacy." A hint of satisfaction flickered across Salvatore's lips, though it did not form into a smile. "Good, then we are on the same page." Then Salvatore began to explain, his voice steady yet laden with the weight of history. The Zabinis had brokered blood deals with various vampire enclaves and werewolf pacts for over a century, weaving a web of alliances that were both silent and unbreakable. These were not mere transactions. They were insidious protections, hidden payments that spanned generations, and strategic interventions that kept the fragile peace intact. "We don't rule them," Salvatore stated firmly, his gaze unwavering. "But they owe us. Some were rescued from dire fates. Others are indebted due to past favors. And there are those who are simply shrewd enough to align themselves with those who hold the gold and the means to shield them." He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. None of them chose their curse. It was thrust upon them by forces beyond their control, and none can break free from its grasp. Every few decades, some brilliant theorist emerges, claiming they've found a way to stabilize moon binding or develop a cure for blood compulsion. But it always ends in failure, or worse, it often kills. Severus, lost in thought, interjected, "Because they treat the condition like an infection," his voice distant yet tinged with awareness. "They don't see it as a transformation." Salvatore met his eyes with a knowing look. "You understand," he affirmed, recognizing the depth of Severus's insight. "I understand what it would entail," Severus replied, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. "You're asking for more than just a brew or potion. You're seeking a complete reversal of magical identity. This requires nothing less than a remapping of the soul itself. And if we granted you complete freedom, Lorenzo interjected, a hint of an enticing smirk on his lips, along with all the unfortunate test subjects you could possibly require. Severus's jaw clenched tightly, his expression resolute. No forced experimentation, he replied in a firm, unwavering tone. No black-bonded subjects. No manipulation. If I'm to engage in this, it has to be as a healer, not as a master manipulating lives. Arcturus remained silent, yet the weight of his unspoken approval hung in the charged air, a silent agreement that resonated with the gravity of the moment. Salvatore, recognizing the seriousness of the conversation, didn't offer any objections. Instead, he gave a nod of acknowledgement. That seems fair. The atmosphere shifted, thick with unspoken tension. Matteo stepped forward, his presence more purposeful now. Are you fully aware of what you've just committed to pursue? He asked, his voice low and serious. Severus straightened, his resolve unyielding. A cure, he stated, each word infused with conviction. No, Matteo replied softly, a shadow crossing his face. You're pursuing a myth. Or perhaps, a leash? Severus's smile was fleeting but strained, a thin line that barely hinted at his determination. Then let's embark on this journey and discover which it truly is. Later that night, Severus sat alone in his dimly lit quarters, the vibrant city lights of Vienna flickering like distant stars beyond the high-arched windows. He had changed into a robe, its fabric as dark and quietly unassuming as the thoughts swirling in his mind. Beside him, his research notes floated in stasis, a shimmering collection of ideas and discoveries waiting to be explored. He absently flipped through old case files, poring over the frustrated attempts of potion masters who had once endeavored to alleviate lycanthropy or counter vampire bloodlust. The record was grim. Most had failed outright, while those few who succeeded invariably left behind nothing but corpses, a chilling reminder of the stakes involved in their work. But suddenly, one footnote caught his eye, an old thesis penned by a Japanese soul crafter. Its content sparked a flicker of interest within him. The curse reconfigures the subject's magical imprint. Not a virus, a fusion, a soul warping, he mused to himself. It was not simply a disease, nor an infection. It was something far more profound and insidious, something that nested deep within a person, rewriting their very essence. An alteration of their aura that fundamentally changed their magical identity. He stared intently at the words on the page, his mind racing with implications. Then, with newfound determination, he summoned a fresh scroll and, with a steady hand, wrote 3 words across the top in bold, elegant script. Not a cure. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating the weight of that phrase. Finally, he underlined it with purpose and added a clarifying note. A rewrite. Zabini Villa, Isadora POV. Isadora sat curled up in one of the plush, high-backed chairs near the flickering fire, the warm glow illuminating her thoughtful expression as Salvatore and Lorenzo returned to their suite. She had already meticulously reviewed the transcript, every line, every pause, lingering on each nuance of meaning. Her gaze remained fixed on the steaming cup of tea in her hands. He didn't reject it, she announced, her voice steady. Salvatore raised an inquisitive brow, leaning slightly closer. He reasoned it, she replied, swirling her cup gently to let the aromatic steam waft towards her. Which means he's the right one. Lorenzo chuckled, his laughter rich and warm as he hung his coat on the nearby hook. So long as he doesn't fly too close to the sun, he added, a hint of mischief in his tone. Then we just need to ensure he doesn't venture too far alone, she murmured, her eyes distant as she contemplated the possible consequences. From the far corner of the room, Lord Vittorio Zabini, who had remained silent and watchful until now, finally spoke up. His cane tapped once against the polished marble floor, the sound resonating with authority. You don't tame someone like Severus Snapke, he said softly but firmly. You walk beside him until the path turns. In the flickering firelight, a palpable sense of understanding passed among them, and no one dared to argue. The chamber carved into the summit's oldest wing had not seen daylight in over 3 centuries, a dark sanctuary steeped in history and whispers. It didn't need the sun's light to thrive. Here, Beneath layers of cold stone and enveloping secrecy, deals were made in the shadows, the ancient way bound by blood, solemn oaths, and the weight of consequence. Severus loomed over a slab table fashioned from volcanic obsidian, its surface interlaced with veins of shimmering gold that caught the flicker of the dimly lit candles around them. His signature, inscribed in enchanted ink that glimmered as if alive, lay beside that of Lord Arcturus Prince. Across from them, the Zabini brothers stood poised in their regal ceremonial robes, a striking contrast to the rough-hewn stone walls, their quills ready to etch their fates into the annals of time. To the side, Benedetta stood with utmost solemnity, her voice rising to fill the air with an echo that resonated with the weight of ancient traditions long revered. This pact, forged between House Shafik, House Prince, and House Zabini, shall be sealed in flesh, word, and will. As per the Articles of Binding, Section 3 of the Magical Commercial Accord of 1372. Her words hung in the air, heavy with significance, a moment poised on the brink of permanence. She stepped back, her heart racing as a pulse of ancient magic stirred the air around her. Severus didn't pause to reconsider. With a determined flick, he drew the ceremonial dagger from its sheath. The blade glinted in the dim light, and he pressed it lightly to the center of his palm, feeling the cool steel bite into his skin. With steady resolve, he allowed a single drop of crimson blood to fall onto the signature inscribed on the parchment. The scroll eagerly absorbed the offering, a faint glow radiating from it, like a contract drinking in the essence of trust itself. Next came Salvatore Zabini, standing with an air of anticipation. He followed suit, blood mingling with the ancient ink. Then Arcturus stepped forward, his expression impassive yet focused, while Lorenzo completed the solemn ritual. For drops of blood, for pledges intertwined within one pact. As the last drop fell, the parchment curled inward as if it were a living being. Golden runes etched themselves into the surface, shimmering with an almost sentient energy before the contract vanished in a soft whisper of magic, consumed by the flames of the summit's official archive. The air crackled with the weight of the moment, a contract forged in blood and stone. The room held its breath, the gravity of their decision settling over them like a heavy shroud. Then, slowly, the tension began to shift, giving way to something colder, something undeniable and real. Power had moved, irrevocably changing the landscape of their world. And soon, very soon, the world would feel its far-reaching effects. Behind the mirror, Isadora Zabini stood silently at her grandfather's side, peering intently through the enchanted mirror once again. This time, however, her gaze did not merely rest on Severus's face. She observed the subtle fluctuations of his aura as it reacted to the crimson liquid that stained the page before him. Unlike others she had seen, his aura did not spike dramatically. Instead, it coiled inward, exhibiting a sense of control and calculation that intrigued her deeply. With swift precision, she made a note in her leather-bound grimoire, the runes flickering to life for a brief moment as they inscribed her observations. Magical compression observed during ritual, self-shielded core. Unusual, possibly adaptive. She tapped the tip of her wand against the parchment, sealing her thoughts with a whisper of magic. "He's different," she murmured, the weight of her words hanging in the air. Vittorio, her grandfather, did not disagree. A thoughtful expression crossed his features as he contemplated Severus's potential. "He's building a kingdom," he said softly, his voice almost reverent. "And he's laying the foundation in silence, brick by careful brick." Villa 9 Garden. The garden behind Villa 9 was a sanctuary of tranquility, strategically distanced from the towering summit walls to ensure privacy yet close enough to bask in the heady aroma of lavender. The air was still, almost reverent, as Arcturus ambled slowly beside Severus, his hands thoughtfully clasped behind his back, conveying a sense of camaraderie and shared burdens. "The ink of your name now sits beside theirs," he said, his voice low and measured, imbued with an air of solemnity. "And some will never forgive you for choosing your own path, for daring to carve out your own destiny." Severus, feeling the weight of the moment, lifted his gaze to the moon, whose ethereal glow sprinkled the hedges with glimmers of silver, almost as if nature itself was etching protective runes around them. "They never forgave me for existing," he replied, a hint of defiance lacing his tone, echoing the scars of a past filled with unyielding judgments and unrelenting expectations. Arcturus paused for a moment, a quiet sound of approval escaping his lips. "Good," he remarked, the single word laden with meaning. It was a small but significant acknowledgement of Severus's struggles and choices. They continued their stroll, the silence stretching comfortably between them until Arcturus halted once more. "I am proud of you," he stated firmly, his gaze steady and sincere. "Not for the deal you made, but for what you chose not to relinquish, for the parts of yourself you kept intact." Severus nodded in response, the depth of his resolve solidifying. "I won't be owned. Not by anyone." "See that you aren't," Arcturus murmured, a note of urgency threading through his otherwise calm demeanor. "Because the price of partnership is not always written in gold. Sometimes, it's measured in the very essence of who you are." By morning, the Vienna summit was alive with tension, not from flames, but from whispered conversations that cut deeper than any blade. The Zabinists had pulled off the unimaginable. The Italians had entered into a deal that should have rightfully been secured by Britain, by the Guild, by the venerable names of the past. Instead, the prized agreement now rested in the hands of Severus Snape, a name that many were beginning to regard with both intrigue and wariness. And the world had taken notice, buzzing with disbelief and speculation. A hastily charmed headline flickered to life across the enchanted atrium scrollboard, capturing the moment in bold strokes. "Youngest dual inventor in ICW history signs global pact with the Italian business giants, House Sabini within the hour." Translated versions of the announcement circulated across the international language stones, creating ripples of disbelief and strategizing among various factions. In Paris, the once bustling booth of the French consortium fell unnervingly silent as its members processed the implications. In Sofia, the Bulgarian guild swiftly gathered their junior delegates in a clandestine corner for an emergency strategy session, their hushed tones conveying the urgency of the moment. Meanwhile, in Madrid, the tension escalated as two representatives from the Elixirios cartel hurled a glass against a wall in a private office, pieces of it glinting dangerously on the floor. At the table of the British delegation, however, it was an oppressive silence that spoke volumes. Gerald Catterick, the senior envoy of the British Potioneers Guild, stood beside his team, pale and visibly enraged, his hands clenched so tightly that his mustache appeared askew, a reflection of his inner turmoil. "He was ours to reclaim," one of the guild's apprentices murmured, a mix of anguish and frustration in his voice. "We raised him, his heritage, his schooling, no," Catterick interjected quietly, a bitter edge in his tone. "We ignored him." The rest of the guild circle, a venerable assembly of seasoned potioneers, stared at the bulletin as if it had directly besmirched their lineage. The air around them was thick with disbelief and indignation. Behind them, a younger guild assistant struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation, reading the deal aloud once more, incredulity dripping from every syllable. "Rejuvenation elixir. Vigorum draft. Global exclusivity. Zabini infrastructure." He lifted his gaze, searching the faces surrounding him. "And a Prince Claus. The Prince family endorsed this," another elder seethed, his voice low and venomous. "We're not merely losing a prodigy, we're losing the very future of British innovation." Someone swore in clipped, aristocratic tones, their frustration evident in every syllable. Another muttered under their breath, "Well, at least it wasn't the Russians," attempting to inject a semblance of humor into the dismal situation. But it was cold comfort for the gathered members. They all understood the implications. The British Guild had failed to secure the one voice capable of redefining their image on the global stage, a voice that could have revitalized their reputation. And even worse, it was now the Italians, with their flair and style, who were taking the lead in shaping that coveted image instead. At the French pavilion, Madame Belavance, the formidable head of the Franco-Austrian consortium, reclined gracefully in her chair, sipping her rosewater tonic with an air of quiet satisfaction. Her voice, smooth and composed, carried just enough for those nearby to hear. "Brilliant. He played us all like schoolchildren." Behind her, her keen protégé Emile, with his sharp features set in an expression of skepticism, arched an eyebrow. "He played with poison," he murmured, his tone laced with disdain. "Let's see if he can drink it." In a dimly lit corner of the Eastern African circle, two Kenyan enchanters exchanged tight, wary glances. "The boy's walking a blade," one of them said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Let's see if he sharpens it or bleeds." Meanwhile, the South American delegation, who had been eyeing a potential bid for the prized Vigorum draft under a collaborative patent model, hastily dismantled their prototype table. One member leaned in conspiratorially, his voice heavy with frustration. "We were outbid before we even sat down." In stark contrast, the Russian alchemical ministry chose to remain inscrutable, issuing no statement at all, only a stark, enigmatic line posted to their scry feed: "We respect power." Later that evening, in one of the cozy, dimly lit lounges filled with the hum of quiet conversation and the clinking of glasses, Mira caught sight of Severus entering the room alongside Arcturus. Her heart quickened, and she quickly maneuvered through the scattered groups of people, drink in hand, eager to reach him. "So," she greeted playfully, a teasing glint in her eyes. "Partnered with wolves now?" Severus responded with a half-smile, his dark eyes glinting with amusement. "They prefer the term strategic apex predators." Mira laughed, the sound brightening the mood around them. Emil entered next, his presence less flamboyant than usual, a noticeable shift in his demeanor. He approached them, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. "The moment you signed with them," he said quietly, "every potion you've ever made became sharper and more dangerous." Luca, known for his quiet intensity, stood just behind Emil. He didn't say a word, but reached into his pocket and produced a folded parchment. With careful precision, he sealed it with wax and handed it over to Severus. The paper contained modifications to a stability rune formula, his neat handwriting a testament to their shared efforts and knowledge. It was a silent gesture, a nod to an alliance that remained unspoken and not yet formal. Severus accepted it, pocketing the valuable information with a knowing look, the weight of their unvoiced collaboration hanging in the air.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.
Wingardium Leviosa. Ronald Weasley. It's Leviosa. Leviosa. Stop.